me down, you won't get off the ground. I never lost a round, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down, you won't get off the ground. I never lost a round, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down, you won't get off the ground. I never lost a round, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now.
Too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew you end up becoming the boss. But I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack, do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Talking setback after setback. It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew you end up becoming the boss. But I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack, do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back.
can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. Need that sparkle in my life. I can see it in your eyes. They're the star you like to shine. Need that sparkle in my night. I can see it in your eyes. They're the star you like to shine. Need that sparkle in my life. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. You're the star you like to shine. I can see it.
Let's give it up to Repotted Gaming as they are going to be your August monthly finals golden ticket winners.
Oh, here comes the King Spiky Ball. But look at that one archer. Look at that one archer, the minion over there, picking off that storage. So he can fight off all these heroes, but ultimately the archer and minion will get that 3-star under control.
Yes, the Rocket Loons take out that Tesla tower. Now he's just got 2 more structures to finish off and plenty of troops to get it done. Philip is going to kick back and start to sweat. Excellent follow-up, and you can see the excitement on his teammates' faces. 35 seconds left is plenty of time, and what a crushing victory to score it with. Mass Dragons have again been vindicated in this meta. Second star coming right afterwards from the Town Hall, and we can now confirm it! Repotted Gaming, undefeated in the upper bracket, will advance to the grand finals.
He's got it with that late Warden ability, able to clutch it, moves his way through, and Leo is pumping his fist and starts off the grand finals with a 3-star for Repotted Gaming.
Here it comes, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Repotted Gaming are going to the World Finals!
Welcome to the Clash of Clans World Championships. This is the last chance qualifier, the final opportunity for teams to grab a golden ticket to the World Finals in Atlanta. I am Judo Sloth, joined by my fellow co-hosts. Itsu, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I mean, today and tomorrow are going to be plenty of Clash action. And what makes it even more exciting to me is that this time around we have no golden ticket winner in this entire format. The winner is going to get that golden ticket, the last golden ticket, which is on the line. Carvin, what about you?
I'm just so excited to see that the grand finals is what's going to determine that golden ticket winner, which is going to be tomorrow. And again, going out to DreamHack Atlanta. Cannot wait for that, Bash.
Oh yes, so much Clash action this weekend to settle that 8th and final spot. Of course, we're going to determine that this weekend, but let's take a look at how we've gotten to this point so far. We played through monthly qualifiers, 5 of them to be exact. Each of those had a golden ticket winner, but alongside that, they were running up points. Everyone that was playing through those qualifiers were earning points. and we ended up giving away a golden ticket to our points leaderboard leader. We also have the Chinese qualifier that ran separate, and now we are here in the last chance qualifier, which will give us our 8th and final team for the World Championship Finals at DreamHack Atlanta in about 7 weeks or so.
Well, let's run you through the teams that already have a golden ticket. We've had the monthly finals throughout from April. Dizi Stamina being the first team to qualify, followed by Carry Esports, Elevate, Tribe Gaming, and Repotted Gaming. Through the Chinese qualifier, we had Shibai, and the points leaderboard gaining the golden ticket was Navi. That just leaves this last chance qualifier to see who's going to get it.
That's right. Let's take a closer look at this weekend and take a look at the format overview. We have the 8 teams with the most leaderboard points now in this competition, and they're seeded into a double elimination bracket. They're facing off against each other in 5 vs 5 clan wars, and all of those clan wars are played in hard mode. For everyone who does not know what exactly hard mode is, let us explain to you.
Absolutely. Hard mode is hard for a reason, because it affects the defenses and affects your heroes. So defenses, when you attack them, deal 20% more damage. Defending heroes' damage and health are increased by 20%, but your attacking heroes' damage and health are decreased by 10%, but that's not all. Even the hero abilities are affected. Common equipment are no longer level 18. Max level is level 15, and then epic equipment drops from 27 down to 21. And what they are fighting for is an epic prize pool here.
Oh yeah, making it this far, you get a nice chunk of change. Just for making it this far, you earn $1,500 at 7th and 8th place. Our 5th and 6th place teams will be taking home $3,000. 4th place, a sum of $5,000. Our 3rd place team, $8,000. And our runner-up will take home $10,000. Along with that golden ticket, our 1st place team will be taking home $18,000.
That means every team competing this weekend will be walking home with some prize money. Obviously, they want the golden ticket, but let's run you through exactly who is competing. These are in order of the seeding as well. We have only Badz, Team Electros, Milliseum MG, AllExceed, Dizi Supersonic, Electros JP, stoer, and NGJC.
That's right, let's take a look at the bracket and how those teams are facing off against each other. And we have already our first match happening then with only Badz versus NGJC. The second match is going to be AllExceed versus Dizi Supersonic with Team Electros versus stoer just to follow. And then the last upper bracket is going to be Milliseum MG versus Electros JP. But don't worry, we have 8 matches total today. So a lot of Clash is going to be played. But with so many matches already on our hands, let's take a close look at our predictions.
Our predictions, indeed. My predictions are against the grain a little bit here. I need to make a comeback in what I'm thinking of trying to get those points back. But across the board, match number 1, only Badz coming out on top from all of us here today. Then we going with some Dizi Supersonic, Judo going with AllExceed there, and then I'm going against the grade in match 3, going with stoer, because you know what? I want to pick the underdog in that match, as the Team Electros is definitely a heavy favorites coming in from the community, but then it's 50-50 on the last match of the upper bracket. Remember, this is a double elimination bracket, so if you lose, you still have a second chance, another opportunity, but you do not want to get forced down a lower bracket because it is a long road to make a comeback, Bash.
Oh yeah, those lower bracket runs, they can be epic, but man, are they grueling and difficult. Some interesting picks there from Carbon going against the grain. But guys, you saw our predictions. You can make your own predictions if you head over to the event site, event.supercell.com/clash-clans. Not only can you make predictions, but you'll earn some amazing rewards. Play along with us. It's a great kind of way to compare your guys' guesses against ours and see who's better, I guess.
Well, you'll see those results on the broadcast as well that you can influence, but you also want to keep an eye on the website, because prior to the World Finals, we'll also have another event for you, Clash Combo. This will be same time, same place as today, but on October the 4th. 4 of your favorite content creators will be teamed up with pros and some of the Town Hall Cup winners that we've seen earlier on in the season. There is a $7,500 prize pool, and if you keep an eye on the COC Esports Twitter page, that's where you will see more information about this event over the next 2 weeks. But make sure to mark the date, October the 4th. Let's get back to the last chance qualifiers, though. We're just about ready to dive into the first matchup, and it's going to be Itsu and Carbon. Take it away, guys.
Well, let's get into that first matchup indeed, because as we take a look earlier at the bracket, we have only Badz versus NGJC, and just based on the numbers, we can see a clear favorite. But Carbon, we have seen it many times, underdogs can shine and can really show up when it matters.
Absolutely. All it takes is one slip up, one mistake to get sent down to the lower bracket. But only Badz. They were literally only one attack away that could be getting a golden ticket. And they've come so close. But we have Demo, Endy, Dima, Sean, and Ninja all ready to go. Gonna bring their absolute best to try to get that golden ticket. They worked so hard to get here, and plus there is a good prize pool that is on the line. That's a little bit increased from the monthly qualifiers. $18,000 for first place here in the last chance qualifier with that golden ticket to then compete out in person in DreamHack Atlanta. But they got to focus now. NGJC, they haven't been in any monthly qualifier. They haven't made it there, but they're here and they are ready to go.
That's right, they're trying their best to really compete versus the big dogs. I mean, that's how you can name it for sure. Only Badz being the favorite. We have seen that with the caster predictions for sure. But I think we have as well like a short statement from their unofficial team captain. So let's listen in.
Hello, I'm Demo. I'm from Only Badz and I'm the unofficial captain. To be competing in the last chance qualifier is okay, but it's actually quite disappointing because of how close we were to winning the golden tickets in June, July, and also through the points tickets. So we're kind of beating ourselves up for not winning those tickets, but we're here to win the last chance qualifier. We've been preparing the exact same as we did for the stage 3s in June and July because we performed quite well and we only fell right at the end against Tribe and Elevate. So with them not in the competition now, we feel pretty confident. The monthly qualifier didn't change much because, to be honest, it was one war. On another day, we could have won it. So we just need to keep going how we have, and I believe we'll win the ticket. I feel very confident that we can get this spot because, like I was saying earlier, our only losses in the stage 3s came to teams who already have the golden tickets in Elevate and Tribe. With them out of the competition and teams like Dizi, Carry, I believe we are the best team. I think the final push is mainly in the mindset because we have the ability to win the wars. It's just sometimes we can get a bit down if like the enemy team triples and we don't, so we just need to work on that and then we should be good.
You can just feel the confidence coming in from Demo, believing in his team, and he knows that they're coming in as the #1 team favored to get the golden ticket through the last chance qualifiers. But he said all it takes is one slip up. The enemy starts tripling against you and it starts to creep in. Like, wait a second, are we going to be taken down and lose this one match? Again, it's double elimination. If you get sent down to the lower bracket, you have another chance, Itsu.
Yeah, and you can see it on your screen right now. All of those players have so much experience over the last couple of years within esports. They all finished really high within the Clash Worlds over the different years. And the question now is, can they work together now as a team to get another time or another chance within the top 8 of those teams later this year? For this, they don't just have to win this match right up next, but as well many more to really make it to the finals. And this time around, win it, because they have made it twice to the monthly finals, but both times unfortunately lost there so far this year. So this, the third time, is it the charm this time around?
Well, they're going to look to do just that. And it was really interesting how they talked about the competition of Elevate and Tribe aren't in this one, so they have a really good chance. But I mean, if they get a gold ticket, they'll have to face them in Worlds. But their opponents is NGJC. This is their first time making it to a stage like this. And Itsu, you have a lot of experience with these players here.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good friends on this roster, which is really crazy and gets me really excited to see them on the big stage. We have got König Tim. I love the the look of him. We have Muffin, we have König Hugo, we have Aloza, we have GG. With some of them, I mean, I know them already for so long time. I have played against them as well within many different like competitions. But I mean, it's just really fun. But I think Muffin, you could have really put out that look as well.
Dude, they're all wearing suits. They all got suit jackets on, other than Muffin, who's got the polo there. But they are coming prepared, you know? They know that they're not the favorites. They know they're heavy underdogs in this match. But, you know, they're coming in with style. They got the dress, and they are feeling prepared, at least on that front. And I'm excited to see what they can do. Can they take down that most favorite team in the last chance qualifier? Well, let's go and listen in on what GK Tim has to say.
Hello, my name is GK Tim and I'm a player for NGJC. Participating in this LCQ with a golden ticket on the line is always a special moment in a player's career, because getting the golden ticket and competing at the Clash Worlds is the highest you can achieve and is a dream of every player, so I'm very proud to play with my team and represent my team in this competition. My team and me, we prepared very well for this LCQ. Of course, the standard progress is testing bases, getting bases, get to know your opponents, how they approach different base styles. And yeah, then we have to adjust our traps, our buildings, and get our bases the best looking for our opponents, and of course train our attacking skills to get the 3 stars we need for the golden ticket. I'm pretty confident we can secure a golden ticket in this competition, because if you have a look at the seeding, we are the last spot, so everyone except us to fail probably in the first round. So we have nothing to lose, and we can only win, and we want to win all the way through to get the golden ticket. I want the people to know about NGJC that even if you didn't heard our name in this year, the players aren't unknown. We have some big names in our lineup, such as Muffin, who already competed at Worlds Finals under 11 Originals. And we also have some new upcoming talents like König Hugo or Aloza, who aren't that much known in the competitive scene, but are carrying our team all the way through.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm just really looking forward to see them play. I mean, as I already said, I know a lot of them. And even though I predicted only Badz to win, I really kind of cheer for them, because some of them being my Discord admins, for example, with Aloza, I'm pushing together. So there's a lot of connection, and I really hope that they can show their talent in this match, because they're all really, really solid players, and they are coming together over the last couple of years as well from different teams. So we have GG coming from HSCS Esports. We had then Muffin and König Tim from Penta. We have as well then Mockingbird Esports with König Hugo, and as well Aloza then with Entropy. So they are known within the scene. They were within smaller teams, but now forming together this team, and well, let's see if they can play on the big stage as well.
Now, I really have a question for you, Itzy, when it comes to this team. Did anyone from NGJC reach out to you to help ask for some bases for this competition?
No, I mean,
no.
I wouldn't expect that. But I mean, Aloza's on my base building server as well, where I'm like building the legend bases and such. And obviously, I'm building always in advance, so there could be bases which I don't think that he picked bases from me without asking, so I don't think that he did that. But no, they didn't reach out, especially because, I mean, this is the highest level in the special versus only Badz. It's not easy to get bases to defend. So let's see if they came up with some really cool stuff, and if they can get the match close. I mean, that's really the big question, because even though I'm excited here, I'm trying to hype them up as well. Only Badz, if you really think about it, they're just such a big favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not only just this matchup, but this whole weekend, they are big favorites coming in because of their performance that they've had throughout the previous qualifiers. And they were bummed they came this close from getting a golden ticket from the points leaderboard. But because of their performance of how they were last month, that was not enough to vault them above how Navi ended up finishing. So Navi took the golden ticket from the points leaderboard. Navi would have to be here competing if they did not get that golden ticket from the leaderboard. So it is really now down to this competition. This is only Bad's final chance, plus all the rest of these teams, their final chances. We've seen many of them throughout the qualifiers, except NGJC. So this is their first time here. So we really want to see what they could do, but we've seen our predictions. Now, what are your predictions for this match? And let's see, it is a heavy favorites, 82%. Okay, you know, I'm surprised it's 82. I think it might be in the 90s for a lot of people not knowing who NGJC is.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's already one-sided, I could have seen this prediction being even more one-sided overall, especially with how only Badz have performed over the last couple of months, because they were always so close, like one match away typically to claim one of those golden tickets. And then as well, they were the team with the highest points on the leaderboard system. This is why we have those two teams facing off against each other in the first round, because we have the highest versus the lowest seed, which means the team with the most versus the team with the lowest points from the leaderboards over all of those different qualifiers. So it is going to be a challenge for sure if this match is close, but at the same time, if they can make it close, that would be a huge momentum boost for NGJC. On the other side, for only Badz, they can only lose in this match if they really not push it all the way.
Yeah, just focus on this match, focus on your attacks one at a time, and they are prepared. They mean business. You know, they are here. Look at them, ready to go, as we are just about a minute away from the first attack that's about to commence and kick off this last chance qualifier. Because again, for those that are just tuning in wondering, this is the last opportunity to get a golden ticket for the Clash of Clans World Finals, which is going to be held out at DreamHack Atlanta, and it's going to be soon at the end of October. So it's going to be here before you know it, and these players are preparing. They are ready to go. They're excited to try to compete on the world's biggest stage with all the eyes watching, try to get that grand prize of so much money. And they are for $300,000, and then the world title. We've not yet seen anyone win multiple world titles, but at this point it almost seems it's going to happen sooner than later.
Yeah, I mean, with more and more years coming up, at some point it might happen. The question is it going to be this year? As well, something we can look forward to is just the meta within this competition, because it is somewhat close to the last monthly qualifier we just had. And back then we had a lot of attacks with like the Hog Riders, with the Royal Team in charge, with the Lock Launcher combined as well, which was like really kind of like popping up during that month quite a bit, and really challenged the other siege machines like the Troop Thrower, for example. So I'm looking forward to what the meta will look like, what the bases have maybe changed to, or if we're going to see like a kind of like a repeat when it comes down to the strategies and as well bases which are going to utilize within this match and within those matches over the entire weekend. But we are getting ready. Muffin is ready for sure, and he's going to attack the base from Ninja, one of the base builders on the Only Badz side. You see as well on the top left, some of the players, I think all of the players of Only Badz have changed their names a little bit, but they're still the same players, and they want to make this match their first victory.
Yeah, let's see, with that Royal Champion charge to the top side and a lot of invis spells. 8 invis spells remaining here in this charge. And we're going to see the RC ability eventually be used, and remember, no recall here. So one of the big things when you're charging this RC, and you do not want to have that Town Hall hit you, because it does quite a bit of damage, plus slows down that RC. So if you have to use those invis a little early, you're going to have to, but the Spirit Fox is already gone as well, and this RC is losing quite a bit of health here. She's trying to continue to now haste her way into the core.
Oh, where is he going? Can he redirect? He's just following the path on the outside. He's not really pushing her into the inside. And this is meaning that he is not getting maybe as much early he was hoping for. Because at the beginning, we have seen the Fox go down early, and that is typically always a bad sign. But he's not going to have to face a sweeper early on. But the Rage Tower in the core with 2 multi-front towers, that can be a problem.
And especially since this is on hard mode, your troops go down so quick. But with that poison spell in the core, under the furnace, taking that down, putting it right through that town hall, making easy work of it. As we do have the queen continue her way to the bottom side, and I'm just hearing P.E.K.K.A scream left and right as they are going down. Pops that Grand Warden Eternal Tome. Can he protect the dragons to get into the core? But the Minion Prince ability is still intact to slow things down if he can get the perfect angle on the ability here.
Oh, maybe now perfect timing to really take down and make sure that the damage is not as high from the monolith as well. The air defense was caught as the same as the multi-tower on the back end. And the dragons are slowly overpowering the base. The biggest threat is this back-end compartment with the Tesla farm and everything around it. Question is, does he have the power for that?
You got 3 rocket balloons. It's got to be used perfectly. The Minion Prince comes back to life with the Phoenix, the Super Minion, actually helping a little bit. But the multi at the top, we still have the enemy queen. But he won't have to fight the enemy queen if he just takes out all the buildings around her. But unfortunately, his queen is dead. Rocket balloons won't be able to get much more as the defensive Minion Prince is also alive. And we got Ninja coming in with a defense for only Badz to start. And unfortunately, Muffin is only going to be around the 87, so high 80s, trying to approach in the 90%. A little bit of the splash from the Giant. Giant does not finish that off, but he does get the 88% 2-star to start off this match. And at this point, it's a good attack, but is it enough against a team like only Badz?
Yeah, I think it was really unfortunate for him that the Giant actually went into the base. If he would have stayed in front of the Archer Queen, this could have been completely different, because this would have meant the Archer Queen could have dealt more damage on the back end. But with the Archer Queen being alone on her own on the outside, encountering that multi-archer on the back end, she had no chance to survive. And this really means it is the first defense for only Badz. And they're now up next, and they have the potential to get in really early lead, because we all know percentage-wise, you typically see if some of those top players fail, like still above the 90% mark a lot of times. And this one, unfortunately, was below the 90% 2-star mark.
Yeah, unfortunately, not at the percentage mark that they're looking for, but let's see what Sean can do for only Badz. Can he capitalize? Bring in the roots with the Angry Jelly onto the Queen. He's going to charge the Warden and Queen together and then pull this Queen back. Does have a handful of rocket balloons that can go in and grab some defenses that the Queen essentially can't grab. And maybe that is... well, the ground expo's down to the bottom side, so she's not going down there just yet. Poison spell gets launched to slow her down, but continuing to invest the invises for her.
Yeah, and so far this looks really promising. We have the recall, but he's not taking the Expo out, which is not the worst thing, to be honest, because the Expo is on his way. But still, this means that we see the Expo still getting some more damage, and the Giga Bomb going off. There's just a lot of damage. The first Root Riders are going down already, and this is looking rough early on.
He finally does take the Expo down with an overgrowth into the core. He's trying to path to the Town Hall and then around the space as his king is placed to the top side to run around the edge. He does have another overgrowth to utilize. The Angry Jelly goes down to a Seeking Air Mine, but a couple rocket balloons to the bottom side. He wants to funnel the king potentially into this bottom compartment, but the roots, a handful of them are pretty much gone. I don't really see him anymore, but he does have to path his way into the core now as the overgrowth wore off. Does he deploy the second overgrowth onto the monolith as he makes a closer approach?
Oh, the Royal Champion, she is throwing her spears, but right now, going down to the Giant Bomb. Actually, the Drain Trap rotated her into all of the damage, and the core is getting melted as well, which means the healers are going slowly down. The back end should wake up really soon. I have no clue how many more percentage he can collect, because right now he's getting already further than I expected.
Yeah, it is a lower percentage here, but he does still have the King and Queen ability. Remember, the first attack came in from Muffin was an 88%. So as long as this is above that, then only Badz can have the lead in percentage, but things are wearing off pretty quickly as the Queen's going to go down to this monolith and the Mini Prince right there with only a 75. One Wizard and a Rocket Loon remaining to try to get some more value around the edge, but unfortunately did not go the way he hoped in the defense for NGJC stepping up here and trying to get at least an 80, maybe the Frosty. No, a 79% for Sean, and now we have ourselves a match where NGJC is in the lead.
Really strong defense, and that is for sure something as well which you have to consider. There are really good base builders on the NGJC lineup, so this is for sure something where they have the win condition, but with only one attack in each and only a percentage lead, we shouldn't jump too quickly to conclusions, but this now means that they have the chance to really put up the pressure on only Badz if they could collect the first 3-star of this match.
And what GA Tim said was pressure really isn't on them at all because they know the community and everyone else is not believing in them. So they have nothing to lose. Just go all out, have fun, and see if you could pull off the upset here of taking down a team like only Badz. And we are going to see the Furnaces with a 17 Rocket Loon approach and the Grand Warden to the top side of this base as the Rocket Loons are going to go for the Expo to try to help this Grand Warden. He's taking so much damage. Air Skelly popping with an Invis as well. So okay, able to survive all that oncoming damage so he can continue to prepare, but he does have an ice block that he could use on this Grand Warden to prevent him from moving too fast into the space.
Yeah, especially with having only defense close by at the top side, which he will need to turn invisible to get the fireball onto that crushing mortar there. Question is, when is he going to use that? As soon as the defending minion prince maybe is encountered? Let's wait and see. He could get the fireball now with 2 invis. Yes, be careful with those defending heroes. There are 2 headhunters now to really make sure that they are not dealing too much damage. But the king is going down now. There are minions as well, but the defending minion prince, you have to be careful. There goes another rage. Can the warder stay alive?
Wow. He's able to still stay alive. The defending minion prince goes down. The Grand Warden continues the way through, but take a look at the time. He's already used over a minute in the attack. Triggers the tornado trap. Invis, and the fireball is launched into the core, taking out the multi, and even securing the clan castle and keeps the warden alive with that final invis spell.
But take a look at that. There is no more spells left in this entire army. But at all of this time, we have the Flame Flinger working on the far right side. A really great spot for the Flame Flinger to get some nice value. And it feels like that only Badz were not expecting a warden charge from this team because the Flame Flinger are getting great value. The king and queen are in there as well. And the town hall getting slowly overwhelmed now with the... I think we have some furnace at the bottom side as well.
Yeah, some furnace mice down at the bottom at 6 o'clock. The Grand Warden goes up into the enemy queen at the top side, pairs in a headhunter to try to help slow her down. No, headhunter goes down, which means the warden is also going to go down. And he deploys the RC to try to have the healers just transfer to the RC and not just die by flying across the core of the base.
Okay, the question is on how many more percentage points can he save this, or is this even going to be a 3-star? The town hall is still up for grabs. How is he going to approach this? Are those fire mites enough to take down the town hall? That's the big question. We have 40 seconds roughly still left. Those fire mites, this is now the big thing to concentrate on. The flame thing are still going, but that's going to open up now. The super minions are taking more shots in with the Royal Champion going down. Wait a second. No way. The town hall is staying alive.
Well, he's got Rockaloons. Yeah, he gets it. But
okay.
Unfortunately, just a few buildings remaining to the top side. You know, he didn't want to send that RC into the top side. He probably wanted to keep that warden alive somehow, but it would have been tough without those spells to do so. But Hugo with the 2-star in the 90%, 92 there, finishes, but a very nice attack. Unfortunately, some small things did not go his way, and that's one of the things with the warden charge is the ice block. He can keep that warden from moving ahead into the base, but it takes a lot of time to set that up, and you can run the risk of time failing. That one ended up falling short either way, so nice effort there. It was so close of getting that triple.
Yeah, I feel like the big deciding factor was really the timing on how he encountered the defending king and the defending minion prince. If it would have been only one invisibility spell less of an investment there, he would have had the Warden alive in the later stages and the Royal Champion could have cleaned things up. But we're back now with the next attack, and this one looks like an interesting one because Carbon, we have a Lava Hound in this army composition.
What is this for? Okay, I am intrigued as the Queen and Warden. I've never seen a Lava Hound in a... Okay, what? Maybe the Hound is going to fly across an angle to pull traps for the healers to try to protect them. But normally you have the Sneezy, which is going to try to do that job with the boogers. All right, now I'm really curious to see what is the Lava Hound used for as this Queen continues to be charged through this top side. Going to pull the Queen back with the recall and place her to the far left near the monolith there. Okay.
So he's entering there with all of those Root Riders. The healers are in as well. I'm still confused by the Lava Hound, but we'll keep going. And we have the King now funneling on the outside. We have the Overgrowth on that Town Hall. There's his second Overgrowth as well, but I assume he wants to get that Town Hall before deploying a second Overgrowth somewhere close. Instead, just going for the core would be my assumption.
He placed the Lava Hound already to the bottom side, and it popped instantly because what did he try to do? Pull the poison spell? I feel like that's what he might have tried to do, but the poison is going to get launched anyways to the left side by the roots. But I'm really curious of what was that Lava Hound supposed to do other than the fact of trying to pull a poison. Either way, he's working through the Town Hall, but the healers are not transferring the roots. They're all to the bottom side, trying to power through near that Ricochet cannon. But then we're going to have the Giga Bomb and a lot of damage to the backside where the enemy Minion Prince is also waiting.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage on this back, and with the Overgrowth running out somewhat soon. But he has still 2 hero abilities, and we have seen how much pressure they can put on another base. And the Invis spell is getting invested to keep that Royal Champion alive. There goes the Overgrowth. This backhand is looking scary for sure. Another Invis, but the Poison Tower was linked into the direction of the Royal Champion, which means she is going down. And this means only the Queen ability is left, and there's way too much base left. And Carbon, we're again not really getting across the 80% mark. What is going on here?
Only Badz not showing up here. They're still in it because of the fact that no one's got that triple yet. But the fact that they have gotten 2 lower percents. The first one from Sean was a 79. And we have this one that is coming in with just in the low 80s, which means that a 3-star from NGJC almost feels like it gives them an additional star because they have the percentage as well.
They have the percentage indeed, but I feel like as long as we don't really see any of those 2 teams 3-starring, I feel like just one of those attacks being a 3-star would shift the attack, like the entire match, in one of those teams' favor. So I feel like the percentage points are nice to have, but really relying on them just yet with only 4 attacks total in, I'm not sure if that is the best game plan. So both of those teams still need to take the risk and go for those 3 stars total, because without those, it will be really, really challenging to win.
Yeah, I'm really interested to learn what was the use of the Lava Hound other than the fact of trying to pull the Poison Spell Tower to get it launched over the Hound. It is quite a bit of an investment to be able to do that, and it didn't even seem like it worked. So unfortunately, it fell short, but now we are going back to NGJC. It is their time to try to get that 3-star, but can they take down a very good base builder himself, which is Dima, as we are going to see that RC charging her way through, gonna come in with those roots and then pull this RC back with that recall. But as he's going to set up this initial pathing with this RC, will it go to the left or to the sweeper? Probably to the sweeper next. Yeah, okay, he even wants to get the RC to the sweeper now.
Oh, this is for all of those traps are located. The question is now, with the Fox go, nope, he just wanted to have this cut, and that was already enough for him, which means those traps did not really do too much against him. But the entry seems to be now on the top right side with the 2 wizard towers. Yep, exactly, there we go, as the heroes are funneling the top side indeed to really push through their core, and the Overgrowth then for the back end.
Yeah, with the Warden now deployed, Valk's following behind the roots. We got that troop launcher also sending in some troops as the King's Earthquake goes right to the top side, but you can see the pathing that he's designed with that RC taking out that bottom section. Now the routes have nowhere to go but up to the top, in towards the monolith, as the furnace did come out of defending a CC. Does not have a poison for it, so he's going to continue to power his way right through the score towards this town hall and then wait to use this Grand Warden ability.
Yeah, Warden is still able to be used. The overgrowth has not been utilized either just yet. He could use it for the top side, for the, yep, there we go, for the mortar crusher. And this means that those really crazy splash damage opportunities for the defender are not there anymore, for now at least. This means he has to use the time now to overpower this back end on the bottom side to then take all the time to overpower the last topside compartment.
Yeah, he's still powering through this bottom side with another invis to use. The Crushing Mortar might be a lot of damage to try to push through, especially with a Ricochet Cannon as well, but the Queen is working through it, trying to take it down. The Queen is going to be able to, no, yes, actually, with the final shot, does take out that Ricochet Cannon, which is so helpful, but he even has one invis spell remaining. With the Grand Warding assisting this RC, he's got it. He's going to get a 3-star here with a couple archers to place to the far left. And my friends, NGJC takes the lead not only with a triple, but they also have the percentage lead, so that only Badz, even if they 3-star their next attack, they are still down. You can see the smiles. They aren't expecting this.
Elisa, the machine. Oh my gosh. I mean, they are pumped right now, and especially we have heard that from only Badz in the interview in the beginning from Demo, that one of their biggest issues is like the mindset, or this is something where they try just like where they're seeing one of their weaknesses, and knowing now that with even a 3-star, after struggling now back to back to get a 3-star, that even if they would now get a 3-star, they would be still behind. I think mentally that is not a great position to be in, and they now have to really show up great team chemistry and great teamwork to make sure that they're staying motivated, somehow staying inside this match, and know that they have the chance of getting a comeback.
Yeah, Demo, the unofficial captain, it's your turn to get the unofficial 3-star for only Badz to tie this match up on stars, because you're right now down on percentage, so you'll still be down in this match. And let's see, as he uses the invis away from the Gigabomb section, as RC's pathing her way in towards the monolith, but with the RC and an Earthquake, he wants to take out the Town Hall. As the Earthquake launches, RC should be able to pop ability and get to the Town Hall eventually, but he only has 2 invises left. Oh wait, now he only has 1. He has to pop that RC ability, right? To secure the Town Hall?
Yep, there we go, another invis, so this means the Town Hall indeed is going to go down. Was it worth the investment? That is the big question right now though, so let's find out if this push from the top side can actually work. And it looks really interesting that those pros are really heavily opting into this base style, where they're trying to use the Town Hall as another defensive tool versus the Royal Champion Charge, because the Town Hall is shooting faster, and this means that typically there's always 1 or 2 shots coming in during the rotations of the invisibility spells of the Royal Champion Charge, and with that the Fox is more likely to go down. But as we're talking about that, the main push is already going on.
Yeah, the main push goes through with the Grand Warden Internal Tome now to protect everything. As he passes way into the core, the poison has removed the furnace, but with the Royal Champion is still to the far left, and the Spear Fox is still alive. That could play a key role to the backside of this base as he continues to get into the core. Queen's got her ability. King's got his ability. There's a lot of roots still alive as he needs to take out the defensive minion Prince with 3 more Rocket Loons to sneak in. But now it's all about these healers trying to keep his troops alive, powering through these final sections.
Powering through indeed, as we have the overgrowth then waking up again, and this is where all of the damage is now coming in. We have the Inferno Tower on the healers as well, which is never a good sign for the attacker, but he has still quite a few Rocket Loons left. The Queen ability is there as well to be used, but that Inferno Tower is just beaming away on those healers.
Yeah, but the Queen ability will be clutch. Taking out the Inferno, going to be able to work through the Ricochet Cannon as well. But 3 Rocket Loons to sneak in, maybe to the Tesla, and then move to that Ricochet Cannon next to help take that down. With the Archer, you can't really deploy it to the right because of the Ground Expo. But you don't want to, yeah, there you go. Right to the Tesla, right to the ricochet cannon, because if you were to go from the far right, you would hit the Giga Bomb and you would trigger it, and you would not want to do that. But nothing else can take out the rocket loop other than the scatter, the builder hub, and those both go down.
Oh.
And 23 seconds though into time. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. It's targeting defenses. It's targeting defenses, and the ground expo never goes down. It's going to trigger the Giga Bomb. The rocket loop's going to die probably. Oh my God, he got jumped over the wall too. Oh goodness. And a fail yet again for Only Badz. That's 3 2-stars now for them.
It is crazy. They just cannot get into this match. They just cannot get their first 3-star in. And they keep falling behind, not just on the star level, but as well percentage-wise. And this is not looking good for them. They have to somehow recover. They have to somehow come back. But at the same time, we have now again on the other side where there is the opportunity to maybe even possibly get a 2-star lead. And I feel like coming into this, not the community, not as casters, no one really feels like predicted that we could be in this type of a position within this matchup.
Well, other than the 18% from the community that submitted their picks are the ones that selected NGJC. So this really could determine everything here. With GG gonna come in, if he triples, they're looking to lock it up at this point, because even if Ninja and then Demo or Dima get triples on their end, they still would be down in percentage. So this one right here could lock up this war and be the difference maker.
And we see the double earthquake, which means we're going to see that lock launcher opening, but a lot of damage is taken early on. The Fox not inside that invisibility spell. He was too greedy with that invisibility, and this means that he's investing many here. He wants to take down this entire section, but without having few of those Fox rotations, I am not sure if he's getting the value here which he's looking for, but right now still he's getting the most out of it possibly.
Yeah, he does have to pull the RC back. Has an earthquake to utilize as well. Queen, let's see, pops her ability. Wait a second. Normally, you're supposed to have the Queen Arrow. Did he mess up the ability? Because typically you have the Queen Arrow fly through the Town Hall if you're going to go Log Launcher, and then you pair an Earthquake right there, and unfortunately, with no arrow, the damage is not there as much, so the Town Hall's going to stay up longer.
The tower is staying up longer, but I think he knew that the Clan Castle for sure is going to stay up, so I think he actually planned on this. Let's see if it was worth it. Typically, we see as well that there's a lot of earthquakes getting utilized with the giant arrow. This time around was only this one with the Town Hall section at least. Now the question is, can he power through? Because the back-end poison tower stayed alive as well.
The World Champion did go down, unfortunately. The roots are pathing the way to the right. There is the overgrowth to the very top side of this base. He needs these Yetis to go and grab the defenses over the wall. The Queen is barely alive and does stay alive here. And now the Unicorn trying to heal her up, but unfortunately, oh wow, the Spitter off to the far right went down, which was killing off that Queen, but he's okay. Queen will get slowly healed. Never mind, the Unicorn died behind her. So she's basically one little Inferno shot from death, or even this Expo finish her off. Still has the King ability to fly through this base, but there's quite a bit left.
There's quite a bit of base left indeed, but at this point, if they're getting good percentages, that is still a win condition for them, because they have this 3-star compared to only Badz, who have so far still been struggling. But this attack feels like for sure an open door for only Badz to come back, because getting only close to the overall 90% 2-star mark is maybe not enough in this one. They're going to figure out if there's any buildings left which they could snipe with the minion or with the archer. It seems like the answer is no, and this means then 87% 2-star is going to be this attack for the team, which means only Badz now, it's back to them, and they could get really close if they could get a 3-star. We see overall 20% is what the teams can get with a 3-star on the overall destruction level, and this means they would be so close behind.
The only chance for only Badz now is to get a triple here, and then a defense, and then a triple again. So the opportunity is still there, but that door is closing for only Badz. Remember, this is the first match of the weekend. You lose, you get sent down to the lower bracket. It is double elimination. But again, you do not want to be sent down there because it is a very difficult run to be able to make your way all the way back through. And since this is the last chance qualifier with no previous golden ticket winner, that means you must win the grand finals here this weekend in order to get that golden ticket, in order to qualify for the World Championship later, end of next month out in DreamHack Atlanta. But this world champion is charging her way to the top. The poison got launched up to the top side, but let's see if Dima can continue the RC and keep her alive.
Oh, I'm not sure if they expected to go for the Royal Champ to go back there, but it seems like he's quite happy using that Royal Champ ability, keep moving forward, going into the core here. With the Royal Champ now going back to the top side, he wanted to have that seasonal defense out of the way, and is going to recall now instead as he sees that he won't get it. He has to now follow this entire path from this top corner towards the town hall and then towards the bottom side, but on his way he has to use that overgrowth on the fire spirit, on those core defenses, that's for sure.
Yeah, with the roots now passing the way to the top side, the troop launcher launching the balloons out in front to help protect those healers. Look at these seeking air mines being pulled one by one, wanting to keep these healers alive because they need to stay on the Root Riders as it continues to pass to that town hall. And he uses that poison onto the furnace to help take that down to the defending CC. But the king is to the outside as he still loops around the bottom side. No more overgrowth, but he does have 5 rocket loons to use.
5 rocket loons is a lot of power still for this backend, especially now with that warden ability. When is he going to use that? He's still waiting. Could use this right now, but still delaying it. What is he waiting for?
Well, let's see with the invis in the core on the RC, but he maybe wants to say, I was going to say save it for a Giga Bomb, but the Giga Bomb is all the way at the very end of this charge at this point. Queen got the defensive minion prince, working through the Crusher Mortar, taking that down as we are going to see the power upset, but the Tornado Trap is spinning him around. And he's got to save this King ability for as late as possible to try to get some cleanup with just under a minute left.
Oh wow, he really relies now on this King ability and those rocket loons which he still has. Depending on how they're getting played, he has the chance. The defending King is staying in his way. He has to take that out first. The wall is getting opened. The King has now access. There are the back and rocket loons coming in. He's still delaying that King ability, but this should be it, right? This should be the first 3-star for only Badz, and this means...
Wait.
No, wait, skeleton traps? No chance. No chance. No chance.
He has no Phoenix. He has no Phoenix. Hold on. Wait. The snakes. Yes, he gets it. And Dima delivers the 3, and Ninja was holding his breath like, oh my. Thank goodness that we was able to get that 3-star, because now Ninja will have pressure on himself to deliver. But if GK Tim, who seems to be potentially the captain, he's the one that did the interview, maybe he's not the captain, we'll have to ask him, but he's the one that if he triples, they will be victorious anyways. So a 99% 2-star, then only Badz have a chance. But if it's a triple, then only Badz is sent down to the lower bracket, and a huge upset would just have occurred.
Yes, but at the same time, if this next attack is on the lower percentage side, this still means there's comeback potential for only Badz with just a 2-star. With this last 3-star, the percentage points between those two teams are incredibly close. I think just a few buildings, because of some of the attacks which we have seen earlier, have completely changed this match. And yep, there we go, 72.2% to 73.4%, which means overall somewhat close. If this is like a 80 to 85% again, something which we have just seen from them, this could possibly mean that they are not going to win this match. But as you said as well rightly, if they're going to get this this triple, they're going to win guaranteed.
That's it. Focus on this attack here. Gotta send your troops perfectly through. One small mistake can cost you, as he does pair in that invis for the Queen to help protect her. Charges away to the ricochet cannon. The scatter. There is a builder hood off to there. The ice golem trying to get out in front to help provide some protection here. Gonna die off. But we do have the recall. Probably just going to pull this Queen and Warden back and just redeploy them pretty close to where they are. To the top side up there. No, to the far left. Okay, and then going to move to the bottom and wants to go in towards the town hall.
We see like one Root Rider now splitting off to the side, which is not the end of the world, but obviously losing one of them early on is never a good sign, because if they're staying grouped together, the healers can all heal them up together again. But right now he has to create this funneling, he has to create this cut at the bottom side with the king. This is why he's using an early king ability. Usually we see that on the back end. Is this going to backfire?
Uh-oh, that king is going down so early. Pops the Warden ability. Now, the Crusher Mortar doing work against his king. Now launching shots to the Root Riders. But he tries to continue his way into the core here. Town Hall goes down. But look at that. We do have the Spitter and the Multi still up from the top side. The Monolith remains. He drops the Rage, pathing to the back side of this base, trying to continue into the enemy Queen. But it looks like the traps are slowing him down, and the healer's unfortunately going to die off. And he doesn't have much left, and this could be a lower percentage.
This could be for a really low percentage overall, because that bottom side going into two fire spitters at the same time was not the best choice. And we have talked about it earlier. If this is low percentage, this is the chance for only Badz to come back. And I mean, this is not even getting to 70%.
No. Wow. This really changes everything in this match here. Had that freeze, but it won't do anything at this point. This is the lowest attack of the entire war. And now only Badz can get a relatively decent 2-star. And that should be enough. We'll take a look at the percentage once it finally comes in here. The Archer trying to get that final building or two. No, won't be able to get much after that, as it is just the 2-star, 64%. But in terms of the percentage, that only Badz will have to get, because right now they're sitting at a what, 72.2. They're gonna have to get a 71% to win. 71% 2-star, and they are victorious. 70% 2-star, and it's an exact tie, and it's a draw.
I mean, yeah, this one attack, and it looked so good for them. And I don't want to already say, hey, they lost at this stage, because only Badz have to get their attack in first. But I feel like there are worse win conditions to put out there to really give that to Ninja. We all know he is an incredible attacker, so he is the last one for only Badz to go into this matchup, and he's going to attack the base of GG, one of their base builders. So the question is, can he somehow hold him back? Maybe with a big bait or something, but it seems like that they're not taking too many big risks, because dragons are usually somewhat safe. But there are a lot of supportive troops around it. So now let's find out of how far he's going to make it.
Just don't let that tunnel hit your Royal Champion as he continues to use the invis, not trying to capitalize on the Spare Fox timing. Okay. Because if he did, the Town Hall will launch shots onto your RC, and that would be a problem. Another invis to route the RC into the Town Hall at this point. Helps take it out. Earthquake goes down. And the RC is still working through the Town invis, and he didn't even have to use the RC ability while he secured that Town Hall.
Yeah, this opening looks really solid for Ninja. He's going to push even further, getting in first fire spitter out of the way. One of the poison towers next on the menu, but no, he wants to get to the core. This is where he uses that ability, but oh no, the ice golems are slowing him down, but still the value overall is great, because remember, he's playing air, which means the crushing mortar is not that big of a deal.
Yeah, the Crusher Mortar is not going to do much to the dragons, but he sends in a Lava Hound to the bottom side. Unfortunately, one dragon's in range of the air defense, so it's going to take the damage and go down. But he sends the Queen and the Siege Bearer to the bottom side, while the dragons are going to move to the left. So they're coming from different flanks of this base, which means that percentage should be no problem at this point to hit that 70%.
Yeah, even though the Warden is trying his best to really give him a rough time, because those inside dragons got completely melted. The Warden went with the outside troops, and this means there was no Warden ability to cover the inside troops. The Queen right now is trying her best to really push around this bottom side, and slowly the percentage are getting increased.
Yeah, with that Warden and Tone protecting the Dragons to the top side, you hit 60%. All he needs is 11 more percent, and they are victorious in this match and be able to hang on by the skin of their teeth and advance in the upper bracket as Ninjas continue to grab some belly to the bottom. Pops that Minion Prince ability to the top side, slowing those defenses down. And my friends, only Badz just only secures the victory in this match, and they can take a deep breath and they will move on to the next round. And that's all it takes. One mistake, you could be eliminated from this competition. Granted, you do have a second opportunity in a lower bracket, but they know how difficult it is to make a lower bracket run, even though you are favored in the competition. And the great thing is, this match will have no ramifications on the next match. It's not like the stars, a percent carry over. You just have to win your war to advance, and then they can reset. They can take a deep breath and be like, all right, now let's see if we could do better than this performance. They know 11 stars and the percentage that they got here is not going to be enough to take down all the rest of these teams in this competition.
That's right, they have to for sure step things up. And this is the strange thing about the match, I think, because only Badz for sure are not happy with the result overall when it comes down to their performance, even though I think they're quite happy that they did not drop to the lower bracket. But on the other side with NGJC, they have really performed solid. I mean, it was just this one last attack, which really fell short, and in the end, did not, I mean, just not live up to the expectations, I guess, from themselves. But we have heard earlier in the interview, they said themselves they could not lose because no one really is expecting them to win. So I think it's still maybe positive takeaway for the first match, but they have to make sure that at least their percentage points are higher on average for the next match, because they're now in the lower bracket and there are no second chances anymore.
They have a chance. We've seen teams do it before, but it's going to be one heck of a run they're going to have to pull off down at the lower bracket there. But only Badz does advance to round 2 as the next matchup, AllExceed versus Dizi Supersonic. We're going to have 7 more matches today, plus 2 matches in the lower bracket we're going to be having, and those 2 teams will be sent home. Yes, we'll be eliminating 2 teams from the competition today, and then tomorrow we will be crowning the finals, the grand finals champion, and giving out that golden ticket. But we've got the MVP here to crown, and let's see who it is, Itsu.
It is Dima. I mean, no big surprise that he is the MVP here, getting that clutch victory for his team, the clutch 3-star, and with that turning around the match. And well, that was just a crazy match to start things off.
Yeah, if Dima didn't get that 3, they would have been eliminated, not eliminated, but they would have been sent down to the lower bracket. It would have felt like they were eliminated, especially losing the first match. But they're still in the competition and the upper bracket. So if they make it through to the grand finals, through the upper bracket, all they would have to do is just win that match and take it. Versus the lower bracket, you have to force a bracket reset. It's a tough road down there, but we've got a long road to go here today as we get ready for match number 2. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to take a short, quick break. Be right back. And welcome back as we are now getting ready for match number 2. And I've got to welcome the one and only Clash Bashing here. What was your thoughts on the first match where only Badz almost was sent to the lower bracket?
I was thinking like, man, oh no, the Bash Jinx is back this month, but all it took was that one big defense at the end and a big clutch attack, and they get it done. What a come from behind victory for them. I mean, that's why only Badz is one of the favorites here. I mean, they have some really good defensive bases and some really solid attackers, but let's go ahead and let's shift gears, Carbon. Let's move forward. We got Dizi Supersonic going up against AllExceed in our next upper bracket matchup.
Yeah, this matchup is going to be a great one. Not going to want to miss this, as these two teams are pretty close here. But we're going to see in terms of the percentage we have from the stars, we have AllExceed down the bottom, but then Dizi Supersonic with the triples. The star count on AllExceed, so kind of going back and forth, and really, it feels like this could be a toss of the coin. But I know if I'm thinking back to our predictions, you and I both went with Dizi, but Itsu also, I believe, went with Dizi, and Judo was the only one that went with AllExceed, so it isn't 50-50 across the caster board. But we take a look at this lineup for AllExceed. We got Luca, Hiroya, Kazuma, Invincible, LG, and Nairomi. They have plenty of experience in this stage, at this competition, and they are going to be ready to go.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday when we were getting ready for the last chance qualifier. Like, this matchup definitely felt like a coin flip. It was really hard to pick. I know Itsu and I, we were unsure where to go. I think Itsu might have even been back and forth on this. So I definitely think this is going to be one of our closer matchups here early on in our last chance qualifier. It definitely feels like both these squads are pretty evenly matched. We've seen them both throughout our qualifier. So we'll have to see if they're able to step it up here when it matters the most.
This is it, the last chance qualifier. That's why it's called the last chance for a reason. You won't have another opportunity this year to get a golden ticket. If you want another one, well, you gotta try to grab it next year. And that is not your hopes. It's now or never. And let's see, as AllExceed is preparing for their match. This is match number 2 of the weekend. Match number 2 of 8 that is here today. As let's go ahead and listen in on what AllExceed has ready to go.
My name is Nyaromen, leader of AllExceed. It feels great. I have been preparing for this moment, and I believe we can do it. We have been practicing every day and keeping motivation. The monthly qualifier showed us what we need to improve and adjust our approach. Consistency comes from trust and communication within the team.
Looks like they're ready to go. We see Nairomi there getting the focus. All those players definitely looked like they were ready to go for this matchup. Very serious faces on, game faces, so to speak, as we see a little bit of a smirk there, probably communicating with the teammates there. But they're definitely looking to change the script here, Carbonus. Coming into this, they've made it to 3 monthly finals. However, every single time, April, June, July, they were one of the first team eliminated, meaning they lost 2 matches in a row to start off the tournament. So getting a big victory here in the first matchup would definitely flip the script for AllExceed.
All they need is just to win 1, and they will be better than their performance of all those 3 qualifiers. But those 3 qualifiers in their position, even though they got 2nd or 7th and 8th in terms of the placing, it was enough to get them here to the last chance qualifier. They earned their spot here this weekend, but they're gonna have to step up their performance to earn their spot with a golden ticket in the World Finals. And they're gonna really have to change the script and not fall short like they have been in those qualifiers. And the only way to get 7th and 8th, like you said, is to lose back-to-back matches. So just them winning 1 would be better than all those previous months in those monthly qualifiers. They could do it. They have the players, they have the experience, but their opponents, they are also here ready to go. And that is going to be Dizi Supersonic here, Bash.
Yeah, we've seen them a little bit throughout our qualifiers as well. Juan, Morari, Byron Love, Beppis, and Vincino. They have been they've kind of had an up and down year, but they are very, very solid throughout. That's what I was kind of talking about. Like, these stats for both these squads, very, very close. These players are very, very close. I think this one definitely could come down to like kind of what we saw in that first matchup, where we get one big defense and it kind of could turn the tides, or even one big 3-star later in the war could turn the tides of this war and kind of give the advantage. So we'll have to see and keep an eye on this one as we're getting ready here, getting those preparations going. Anything or anyone standing out for you there, Carbon?
For me, it's Juan. The reason why is because for a lot of people that may not know, if you're just coming to the competitive esports scene, Juan, he was part of Nova back in the day where he won the world championship in the very first year in 2019. So he is a defending world champion, and he wants to try to win another one. And he's on a Dizi Supersonic here. He's looking to help bring another title to his pedigree, but it's going to be tough to try to do that through this bracket with all these teams here. So let's go and listen in on Dizi Supersonic.
Hi, I'm Juan, captain of Dizi Supersonic, and I play for Dizi Supersonic this last Gen qualifier. It's very excited and motivate me a lot because it's my first time playing a last Gen qualifier. I'm also very excited that we are fighting for the last golden ticket. Also, I think everything that compete we are very equal. So yeah, I'm gonna be excited. Yeah, we only played one time the stage 3. From that experience, we learned to manage better the nervous. Also, now we know how it feels playing the last stage from the other stage. So I think that helped a lot our team to organize better order attack, how to plan and how to attack the bases. We plan to use this experience to play without extra pressure, without do anything we didn't do before, without not innovating, just doing what we are used to do, chill and just focusing our attacks.
I kind of like what Juan said there, acknowledging the pressure of making it to a final, a monthly final at that, and dealing with those nerves. It's definitely one of those big things you have to kind of get over, and especially here in the last chance qualifier, you have to get over it right now because this is your last shot to try to make it to Clash of Clans Worlds. And Juan, like you mentioned, Carbon, former world champion. We have yet to have repeat champions. Juan would definitely love to be the first repeat world champion in Clash of Clans.
It's a tough thing to do, but eventually we will see it as the years go by and more players are winning and switching teams and going on different teams here, trying to get a golden ticket. And this is it. Dizi Supersonic, can they get another golden ticket? We already saw Dizi Stanima get a golden ticket in the very first qualifier, and they made it to every other qualifier since then in each one of those stages. They didn't win any one of them, other than Elevate is the only one that has won multiple monthly finals. But Dizi Supersonic, you don't have to worry about any other golden ticket team, especially your own family clan, being in the same competition, knocking you out. They just could focus on the last chance qualifier. They gotta win it all in order to get that golden ticket.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting point you brought up there. Throughout all of our monthly qualifiers, we saw Dizi X Stamina there every single month. We saw Elevate there multiple times, even winning multiple of those monthly qualifiers. So they were kind of like playing roadblock and kind of setting some of these teams back. But now it's all 8 fresh teams. Any one of these teams can win and get the golden ticket. There's no one standing in their way. There's no like extra win conditions. Oh, if this team wins, we can come in third. No, you have to win this whole tournament this weekend. Tons of clash action, a lot of pressure, a lot of attacks. But let's see which team will have the stamina throughout this whole entire weekend to get the job done and get that last golden ticket.
We saw from match number 1 here today that where only Badz was heavy favorites, and they barely snuck by getting the victory. So let's see what this will be. But the audience prediction is in. So let's see what you are all predicting at home. And okay, it's relatively close. 58% of you taking Dizi Supersonic, and 42 going with AllExceed. And I'd say AllExceed, they're the ones that have to prove themselves for sure, since they've come in 7th and 8th place 3 times, which means that they made it to more monthly qualifiers, more monthly finals, I should say, than Dizi Supersonic. But you and I, we are also on the Dizi Supersonic train, picking them.
Yeah, but I think there's something to be said about making it to 3 monthly finals. Even though they were eliminated early, there's still that little bit of air of consistency making it to 3 out of 5 monthly finals, even though they didn't have the best run there. But remember, we were just talking about it. There were golden ticket teams already in there, and they had to play some of those tough matchups. Now it's against another hungry team. Both of these teams have to be feeling that pressure. Juan spoke to the pressure earlier, and I think this is kind of that moment where it's like, how do you handle that pressure in this big moment? I think even in that last war, in the last couple of attacks there, we saw pressure maybe playing in a little bit of mistakes. We'll have to see if that kind of creeps into this matchup later in the war.
I think the attacks that we should be watching out for in this match are the first one for each team. If the first attack comes in with that 3-star, then it's going to be a big weight lifted off of your shoulders. You don't have to worry about, wait a second, my attack has to be the first 3-star for our team to give us hope, to give us a chance to win this war. So really, the lead-off attacker is going to be so vitally important for these teams to be able to try to set the tone for this match, get that 3-star, and hope to put pressure on your opponents. And that's one thing, if you are the first attacker and you're the very first one of the match to attack, if you start off with that 3-star, that could put the pressure on to your opponents. But if you're the second team and they don't triple, then you answer with a 3-star. It goes back and forth. It could be anyone's match here, but we are ready to go. The first attack from Morari is going to be coming in for Dizi, a Supersonic here.
Gearing up and getting ready, we're finally underway. Dizi Supersonic versus AllExceed, our second upper bracket matchup of the day here today. Remember, guys, we are playing 8 total matchups, including 2 elimination matchups just a little bit later in the day. Mohamed Morari coming in with a Root Rider attack. We've seen numerous Root Rider attacks in that first war. 8 out of the 10 attacks were Root Riders, and I think that will continue to be the pattern as we move forward in our last chance qualifier.
Yeah, with that King's ability early there to the edge, makes the RC invisible as she charges away through the top side. Does remove that poison spell. Tower continues into the monolith. Another invis is down. Does you path into the double multis in the core? Yes. Oh, actually, no, there's the spitter there, so it doesn't go to the multis just yet. But look at how slowed down she was from that poison spell. Okay, she even turns back around for the mini birds. Oh, this is not good. The path thing, let's see. Okay, at least does get back into the middle.
Yeah, gets her back under control, gets her in the middle. Great job making the ice golems invisible, but the king is right there to distract that world champion. Now the king will be invisible, so he'll be able to take out that multi-target inferno, also poisoning there in on the furnace and also distract those ice golems. But the multi does not go down there. But here come the roots. A great path has been set. But look at the spells, Carbon. There's only 1 overgrowth remaining. Not a lot of support left for these Root Riders to make it all the way down and through this town hall.
The defensive ice golem, though, is going to slow him down with this push. Needs to work through this enemy queen. Going to pick her off. And a troop launcher is down, launching balloons one by one to get in front of these healers, pulling that one Seeking Air Mine. Fantastic value so far. Queens continue her way through another balloon, pulls a Seeking Air Mine again. These healers staying alive as the Grand War Internal Tome could come back. Another Seeking Air Mine goes down to the rocket loot, and this is why you put that troop launcher out to help launch those balloons out in front of the healers and protect them.
Man, time and time again, we see these rocket balloons or regular balloons, whatever balloons you're putting in that troop launcher, come in so clutch and just grab those Seeking Air Mines. There goes that Warden's ability, and the town hall is now freed up to be attacked. World Champion is in there along with all those Root Riders, and the town hall should go down any minute. But keep an eye on those ricochet cannons. Man, they can put out so much damage here, especially in hard mode. This town hall just will not go down. It is just a stone wall against these attackers.
Wow, that town hall just put up a fight, and he just lost everything through that push in the core, especially with those ricochet cannons. And unfortunately wasn't able to keep those troops alive. Does have 1 super barb left. Queen's trying to make her way around the bottom side behind the giant shine, but time is not at his side. He's shaking his head. He's not liking it. Unfortunately, it's gonna fall short for a 2-star. But I wonder if it depends on the timing of the Warden ability. It just did not go his way there.
Yeah, the Town Hall, like, just there wasn't enough firepower in there. That's the one thing with these Root Rider attacks. The Roots are so beefy and they destroy all those walls, but they really need some additional support from some attacking forces, whether it be the heroes or the Valkyries you put in the army, and there really wasn't much there. That allowed that Town Hall and those ricochet cannons just to put in so much work and just eliminate everything that was attacking that Town Hall. It's a very respectable 93% 2-star from Mohamed Morari, but it does leave the door open for AllExceed to come in and steal that early advantage on their first attack.
All it takes is the one attack. The lead-off one of this match was not enough to start off with that triple. So you get a defense as AllExceed. If Nairomi answers with the triple, and now things will change and AllExceed will be in the driver's seat. But Naromi's got the experience. He's been on a world stage before. Granted, the defender Juan has won on the world stage before as well. So they both have plenty of experience between the two of them here. But Nairomi is going in with the roots as well. Gonna go with 8 invises and gonna haste this Royal Champion up.
All right, let's see how much value he can get here. That's the big thing with these Royal Champion charges. Can you get the proper value to set the proper funnel for your Root Riders to work in? It's kind of like an interesting thing. You have to get enough buildings, but at the same time, you have to create that proper pathing, because remember, the Root Riders, they're going to target those defenses. So you don't want them kind of going and spreading out. You want them nice and tightly packed, like the old school hybrid attacks, where you'd want to keep them packed. Tornado traps going off, Spirit Fox going down. He's doing a great job managing everything. Oh, wow. There goes the ability. Is he going to be able to get the value here, though? Oh, she's down, Carbon. Oh, no.
No, no, no. Loses the RC just like that. Ran right into a tornado trap. Unfortunately, wasn't able to keep her alive, as he now is continuing these routes to the bottom side. But the Royal Champion was supposed to remove the multi, possibly the ricochet cannon, even the crusher mortar, all in the middle would have set up perfect pathing to get these routes towards the Town Hall. But now things could be splitting as the ice globes are coming out of the defensive CC.
Yeah, it's going to slow everything down for sure. Losing that Royal Champion is going to be a big blow to Nairobi's strike. But can he get through and get close to that 93% mark that we saw from Mohamed Morari on their first attack from Dizi Supersonic? Still a lot alive in here. The healer's doing a great job keeping all these Root Riders nice and healthy. We got the Giants out there. We got the Valkyries in there. King's still working on the outside, now being accompanied with some Super Barbarians. Brought a ton of Super Barbarians, 10 on this attack. And that can help keep everything nice and inside the space as the King goes in and joins the Root. And there goes the Warden's ability. That's a huge Warden pop.
Yeah, pops the Warden Eternal Tome to help protect everything as he tries to continue his way through the core now. But with all these defenses left, especially with a Molotov, a Giga Bomb, defending heroes on the backside, and the Roots are all gone at this point. It's about getting percentage. Can he get above a 93% of what Morari got? He's in the 80s. Only a few Super Barbs left. He's not going to even get close to that, unfortunately. And this one is going to be a defense for Dizi Supersonic, and they will take the lead.
It's not too far off, though, as that Giant continues to work. The Super Barb's got a little bit of value. 87%. I mean, that's only a 6% difference, especially with 4 attacks for each team left. But the way that that Royal Champion charge went, I think he's okay only getting 87%. But just imagine if that Royal Champion charge was under control and he got her through there, I think that would have been absolutely crushed. But that's why you build bases. That's why you bait. That's why you set up your traps to stop those Royal Champion charges. One of the strongest entries in all of Clash right now is that Royal Champion charge. So being able to predict where your opponent might go in is a big advantage.
I wouldn't say one of the strongest. I would say it is the strongest entry in Clash right now. If you're not using the Royal Champion Invis charge, it feels like you're at a disadvantage because of how strong it is. So you have to know how to use it. And especially if you want to up your level of the Royal Champion Invis charge, is the timing of the Spirit Fox. I try my best to keep her alive, time the Invis Spirit Fox. But whenever I do it, I always mess the small details up. But if you're able to master the ability of making the Invis, well, right now he's not doing it because you see how he's continuing to drop the Invises. If you try to drop the Invis and then you wait for the Invis to activate for the RC, you can stay alive way longer. But it is a difficult thing to do, but it just takes practice and you can try to get that value.
Yeah, but it's also tough in hard mode where the defenses are dealing 20% more damage. So it's one of those things that definitely takes a lot of practice and a lot of fine tuning, but these pros are used to it, as Beppis got some really great value. Did bring 3 overgrowths on this, so definitely gonna shut down a big chunk of this base for long portions here, 25 seconds at a time, as that first overgrowth shuts down the town hall and those ricochet cannons. Triple Ice going, look at all those red air bombs, but luckily those balloons were out in front protecting the healers. Some of those healers might have took a little damage, but I think the balloons soaked up all those red air bombs.
The pathing that was a little awkward as he passed into that Giga Bomb does pair in the Grand Warden Eternal Tome, as we are seeing him make his way down to the bot. Wait, no, Eternal Tome, that's just healing and rage. Hold on, he's just healing him back up. Never mind, as the Queen does path in behind these roots. Town Hall goes down, sends in that, well, the overgrowth is still there. He can overgrowth one final time here, still has the King ability. Can he keep his troops continuing to pass through this bottom side? As long as his RC, wait, oh, she won't be able to go for the wait, now she will. Okay, there's the invis. He can now use it for the RC, which unfortunately stole the healers.
Yeah, that might be a problem. You want those healers on the roots. RC does get that monolith down. She's going to continue on, but she might actually get to a position where she's going to join back up over with the roots, and those healers could swap over here. That last overgrowth came in nice and in time, and that Royal Champion, oh, she goes invisible from the Spirit Fox is still up. She's going to be able to put some damage on the King and maybe even the Minion Prince here as the Headhunter comes in, and everything's looking really great. Dizi Supersonic looked to get the first 3-star of this matchup with the attack from Beppis.
This is a 3-star indeed. He's liking it. Still had the Queen and King ability intact. Basically swagged him, didn't need it, and he gets the 3-star for Dizi Supersonic, and AllExceed are now pushed against the wall with giving up that triple, and they start thinking, you know, we haven't won any matches in a monthly finals, and we've just lost and lost. And unfortunately, if you put it all together, they've lost 6 matches in a row in a monthly finals, because the only way to get 7th and 8th place is if you lose back-to-back on day 1. They're looking to try to stop that trend, and it's going to be tough to take down a team like Dizi Supersonic.
I wonder if that's something that's in their head, or is it just something that we're talking about because obviously we have the stats. You know, I think when you go into a preparation for a war like this, I don't think you're really thinking about the negatives. I think you're looking to move forward and do the best that you can as a team. And we know that they're very capable. Obviously, they're capable because they're here in the Last Chance Qualifier. They've been to multiple monthly finals. But you're right, Carbon. They need to break that first win curse. They have to get a 3-star on the board sooner rather than later. Remember, they were already down 6% going into that attack. And now, if they don't get a 3-star, they're going to be down on stars and percent. It's going to be Root Riders for Invincible LG with 6 invisibilities for this Royal Champion charge. Also starting off with a Yeti to deflect some of that damage. I like that quite a bit. Maybe even get that mortar for pathing.
I wonder if sometimes a little tip you could do. Granted, obviously took the mortar down, helps with pathing. But if you delay that Yeti a little bit, just a little bit, you could have the Expo lock onto the Yeti after the invis of that Spirit Fox wears off. So possibly you don't have to essentially take that initial damage, maybe even save that first invis spell, but that's just here and there. He was able to take down the mortar. Now he recalls the RC, but the key thing is he recalled the Spear Fox as well.
Yeah, great path there for the RC to get right through the Town Hall. I mean, we've seen previously in this war alone where that Town Hall has just slowed these troops up and caused a lot of damage. So getting that Town Hall out of the way early is a nice thing. First overgrowth is going to come in here as the troop launcher is going to go ahead and start launching those balloons out in front. Looks like there is a furnace, but he did get that poison down. King's working on the top side. Queen should pop in here and join up with the Root Riders. He's got a strong path right around the middle of this base, but it's all about the timing with those overgrowths and this Warden ability that goes off right now.
Yeah, with that Warden Eternal Tome protecting his troops. King, though, is spending his time around the edge. He's going to continue to path his way around, but he needs to power through. There's a lot of stuff left. No, this Giga Bomb's going to be too much. It's going to be way too much. Oh, man, that's so much damage. The roots are gone. The healers are dying. Everything is disappearing in the core. He did secure the town from the RC, but unfortunately, nothing is left standing here, Bash.
Oh, man, it got melted right there. That's so unfortunate. It was looking like such a strong start. But once those healers go down, there's really no way to sustain everything. Those Root Riders, man, just got evaporated. There's not too much more to say. And that's why hard mode is hard. It doesn't take much. One little mistake, one little timing mistake, or just spell placement. It doesn't take much and your troops are all gone. And this one's going to be really low as far as the percent goes as well. He's trying to creep it up to 80%, but it's going to be 77%. And now AllExceed are going to be up against a wall.
That is too low. Well, I would say low percentage, but that was a 77. The other fail was an 87. Again, that's the lower than what Dizi Supersonic had, which Marari finished with a 93% fail. But then they also have that triple. So they are down by a star and they're down by percentage. Feels like they're down 2 stars at this point with that. But there's still 3 attacks to come in from each side. All it takes is another few triples that AllExceed has to pull off, and they're back in this one. But if Vincenzo, if he triples here for Dizi Supersonic, they are really in the advantage, in the driver's seat, and AllExceed has just got to hope and pray that something goes wrong. You don't want to say a 1 star, but it's happened. It's happened before. Let's see, as now a fireball is the plan of choice with the Warden and the Angry Jelly on him, so he could target his way onto defenses and then push his way into the core to grab potentially what, the Clan Castle with 3 earthquakes.
It's going to be a big fireball strike for sure. This is one of the most satisfying attacks when done right, but it is also one of the most difficult attacks because there can just be so much going on at any given time. I mean, already look at this one. We're less than 30 seconds in. We got the Warden charging in here. We got the Flame Flinger down there on the bottom side, just doing a great job of managing everything. We got to wait for that Angry Jelly to wear off. He's going to go ahead and raise that Warden and the healers to help deal with this Royal Champion. Angry Jelly pops off, but catches the... Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. Fireball. I feel like that fireball was unintentional. Did the Warden get forced to fireball that?
I don't think so.
I didn't think he got that low.
That's not good. He wanted to hit the Clan Castle, is my guess. He has 5 invises. He never used any of them, unfortunately. And the Warden's just going to continue his way through at this point. I guess he could keep the Warden alive through the charge with the invises, but he's going to lure this Clan Castle out eventually. And if there's rocket loons in here, Bash, this Warden is going to be absolutely shredded.
Well, he's just going to have to react really well and get that Warden invincible. But the downside of that is the Flame Flinger, who looks like it's in charge of the Town Hall. It could then be targeted by the Clan Castle troops, and it has yet to lock onto the Town Hall. After this Ricochet Cannon, let's see if that Warden goes for the multi-arch tower. He's going to actually try to get that multi-arch tower down. Here comes some Teslas. I think he actually wants to keep the Warden away from the Town Hall, in my opinion here. That way, or from the CC rather, that way those CC troops don't come out prematurely and distract from the Town Hall takedown.
Now with a Baby Dragon on the bottom side, King and Queen are making their way to the right. The Town Hall is officially locked on to his Grand Warden, but he does have one ray. Oh, no, that's not good. Oh, no, no, no. The healers pull a Seeking Air Mine, which means there might be some more Seeking Air Mines in this section. A couple Headhunters to try to help the Yetis take out the defensive King as they come out of the Flame Flinger. As the Warden continues his way towards the Town Hall, King's Earthquake Boots goes off, but the Clan Castle is now finally getting lured out, which is the Furnace, Ice Combs, and some Archers.
And that Furnace is definitely going to be a pain and slow things down, as the King is already to Phoenix and the Queen's going to pop her ability. Warden will go ahead and get that Town Hall down, but look at the time, 35 seconds remaining. Definitely got to step on the gas if he's going to have a chance here. Royal Champion's coming in, throwing those spears, and now the rocket balloons coming from the top side. 5 invises, well, 3 invises left now, and he can kind of turn this into a modified RC charge. She does not appear to have Electro boots on there, but he's going to continue to let her charge through there. But with the Warden down, this is definitely going to be a defense for AllExceed, and this is definitely what they need at this point in the war.
One mistake there of the fireball. Didn't end up using those invises. I'm really curious to see how did the Warden pop the ability? Was it an accidental swipe across his device and accidentally hitting the ability? Because I don't think the Warden went down to low health and forced to an auto ability. It just seemed to be a mistake there on his part, and that could open up the door for AllExceed.
93%, I mean, with that big mistake, I mean, mistake, big relative, but 93% still respectable and higher than all of the percent of AllExceed so far. Yeah. So again, just imagine if he does manage that and get that CC down, maybe the plan goes a little bit differently and he's able to get closer to that 3-star. But now Haroya for AllExceed needs to step it up. They need a 3-star right now. They are behind big on percent, and now it all comes down to Haroya. Can he get them back in this war at this moment? It's going to be Root Riders.
Root Riders, the plan of choice, as the RC is pathing your way towards this town hall. Do not let that town hall fire any shots onto your royal champion. As he continues through, is he in range of the town hall? Okay, no town hall shots just yet. Invis down there, so he can force the RC towards the town. No, wait, no, he's going to the enemy queen. Pops the ability. Oh no, the bottom Invis is there. No, the RC. Uh-oh, a whole task form pops. This RC is not going to get this town hall at this point.
No, she's gonna go back down towards the poison tower. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Haroya's gonna have to adjust the plan on the fly here, and he did have a heavy investment on the Carbon, I'm nervous. He's going all the way around. It felt like the town hall is supposed to be down now, and this feels like it could be a big risk play as he makes the entry away from that town hall. It's not a super long distance away, but it really depends on the pathing and how he directs these troops with that one overgrowth.
Well, he's going to push his way through the bottom side, which is going to be a risky approach with the town hall is remaining on that far back side of this base. This could easily be a 1-star if he does not properly manage his troops. Pathing into the core, does have the warden ability, trying to have these balloons get out in front of these healers to protect. The king still has his ability, and he's trying to get this queen to also follow through with her ability as well. The royal champion is in the mix, but look at his queen. She's on the outside, so she's not stepping in the core. If she's not in the core, that means she can't follow the Root Riders. If she can't follow the Root Riders, she can't reach over the wall and get the town hall.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a problem there, Carbon. That's definitely a little bit of a problem. Roots are starting to open up those core compartments. Oh man, there's so much damage coming in. Everything is fading. Carbon, you said those awful words that no one wants to hear. 1-star, and it is looking more and more like it. Oh, Carbon, I heard you say it. You are the king of the jinx, and it is looking that way so far.
Okay, there's no proof. There's no video proof of me ever saying these words. I said nothing of any sort. Unfortunately, Haroya coming in with, yeah, a 1-star. And that feels like a gut punch right there. Getting 2-2-stars, and then on top of it, a 1-star. With your opponents getting a triple, now they are feeling defeated at that point. 90% 1-star here. Gonna get maybe the final building. I don't think so. I don't think it'll end up going down. So Haroya, unfortunately, not his match here today. They're gonna have to turn her around in the next match, which most likely will occur in the lower bracket, because coming back from that is feeling like it's gonna be an impossible task.
Oh man, these first match jitters for AllExceed continue here, Garvin. They cannot get out of their own way here in the first match. A 1-star, I mean, that puts this in a position where it's going to be near impossible to come back from. I mean, they're already down big on percent, 32%, but now they're down 2 stars rather. So they're going to need 2 triples and 2 defenses to even have a chance. Not to mention they're going to have to be big defenses to make up 32%. But we have attackers like Byron Love still coming to bat for Dizi Supersonic.
Byron Love is going to be coming in here. We're going to have 2 more attacks total for Dizi Supersonic, which, if it's a 3-star, is locked up at that point. We know this. But let's see if he can come in with the roots to the left. And we do have 2 overgrowths to use, as the queen is going to use that Angry Jelly to charge in to recall all of this back to get that funneling value. And then he can go with a few... Oh, he doesn't have any rocket balloons. Okay, before I've seen some approaches using rocket balloons to grab some defenses to grab that value, but he decided not to go that route, as he does have a couple super barbs in the mix. Queen goes invisible yet again, and she's going to grab the spell tower to help secure that.
We've seen a ton of Root Rider attacks today and even in this war, but that's the first time we've seen the pairing of the Queen with the Warden. It's kind of like a modified charge where it's a little bit less risky than that RC charge. And we've seen some of these RC charges really cause a lot of problems. It's definitely a more delicate approach where you're only going to get like those outside buildings, but it is a nice safe funnel. And then you can pull that Queen and the Warden out and pair them with everything in. And right at the town hall here, Byron is on his way, looking to put this war away for Dizi Supersonic.
Yeah, just pull a few traps for the healers there, unfortunately. A couple red air bombs sticking air mines, but the town hall being secured is nice. Now the Queen's gonna be able to work onto those monolith, but unfortunately gets frozen now. Pairs in the invis, taking the monolith out as he is sending these roots all around the right side with the Warden. The King is still on the edge of the base on the outside of the walls, but the Queen has unfortunately now disappeared. She is gone at this point. World Champion ability goes off, still has the King ability, and another freeze to use.
Decent support through here. Royal Champion's throwing those spears, taking out that enemy Royal Champion. But look at this. I mean, still plenty of roots here. Got the Giant in there. Giant's going to cut back inside thanks to the King. Still have some Giants in there for tanking, but a lot of defenses left. That Minion Prince, that Crusher Mortar, those Expos standing in the way. Look to shut this one down in a hurry.
Yeah, with the King ability going to go off now. Skip across with the spiky ball, but it's not going to be close. It is a low percentage here. Yeah, it'll be in the 80s, but these pros would be considering mid 80s to be very low percent. The only way you can be happy with percentages if you're going to get is going to be like a 99%. You want to be that close from getting a triple, but it is an 85 here coming in from Paul. But unfortunately for AllExceed, that is feeling like it's putting things way too far out in front, because they would need a triple, they would need another triple, but then they would still be down on percentage after the fact, so they gotta hope for a 1-star just to cancel out their own 1-star.
Yeah, coming into this attack they were down 32%. If they triple here they would make up 15 of that percent, so they'd still be down 17%. So they need an 82% or lower, which, I mean, that's a tall ask. But we saw in that last war where all it takes is one mistake, and we saw that 64% come in and be the deciding factor. Byron Love just attacked, missed. Now Luca will be the attacker for AllExceed. This has to be a 3-star or this war is over.
Well, let's see if Luca can deliver for his team with that Royal Champion to start as well. To the far left, double overgrowth. Has an earthquake, so let's see what kind of value this RC is going to secure, but she is getting past to the bottom side. Wizard Tower goes down, but utilizing the Spirit Fox timing. Now their invis is down, continues through the scatter in towards the ricochet cannon. Only 3 invis left. Monolith does hit him, but he's okay. Times the invis properly, continues through, but he's going to have to pull this RC back soon.
But it looks like everything's going pretty well to plan so far here. Still one more invis that'll allow her to get in there and get that multi-inferno taken out, and then be able to recall shortly after that. Okay, actually no, Spirit Fox times up perfectly and not even gonna risk taking more damage. Gonna maybe get a couple more shots on that fire spitter, but with the battle builder there, it's not gonna make a big difference. There goes the Queen's Giant Arrow, and paired with that log launcher, should be able to take out this monolith and that multi-inferno without too much issues. Also skeleton spell in there to distract, to make sure that the Queen doesn't take any unnecessary damage. Beautiful play here from Luca. It looks like a strong start. Long way to go on it yet, but I love this open.
Yeah, with the balloons out in front, trying to pat these roots into the geared up cannon. That log launcher did some nice work, removing the monolith, grabbing an inferno, but also allowing that Queen to charge into the core. And Riot lose! Queen! Oh, no, no!
Oh.
No, she is down. Rip.
Yeah, she was hanging in there. She was trying, but couldn't get the rocket loons down in time. Definitely losing the Queen in the middle of the base is a big blow to your force. But still plenty of Root Riders, still balloons. There's just not a lot of offensive firepower in there. I guess the Royal Champion's still up, and there's the Warden ability. I guess there's actually a lot of firepower in there. I thought the Royal Champion had gone down too, but she still has ability. What am I talking about, Carbon? This is looking really good for Luca. Just got to manage this last overgrowth just right and take enough damage off the board.
Yeah, continuing through this top side with 1 overgrowth. Probably going to be used on the spitter. There you go on the backside with that brown expo as well. But these healers have transferred to the Grand Warden. It needs to transfer off of him to the Giant or the King. Finds the tornado trap to the edge of the base to the right side. One more super wall break. One more super barb to be used probably to the bottom side on the Archer Tower maybe. He's trying to be patient. Giant's trying to get the splash. But the Ricochet Cannon is deadly, and there's quite a bit left back here, even with a King ability.
And those Ricochet Cannons, they'll eat you up in normal mode, let alone here in hard mode. It's so difficult, but yeah, man, this was so close. If he could have kept that Queen alive, it would have been a whole different story here. But ultimately, it is going to be a 2-star defense, which is going to put Dizi in a spot where they're just going to need a nice 2-star attack, and they should be able to win this war.
What I was going to say, if Luca tripled, then Dizi Supersonic would only have to get an 84% 2-star to win if Kazuma was going to get a triple as well for AllExceed. But that didn't happen for Luca, unfortunately. So at this point, like you said, all we need is a 50% 2-star, push them to 11 stars, and that is enough because the best AllExceed can finish with is 10 stars. So that is just, they feel like it's going to be impossible in order to win that. And can the captain, Juan, deliver a 2-star? 2 stars wins wars. It would advance them to round 2 here in the last chance qualifiers. Don't take any risks as he sets up a little bit of a funnel with the King to the far left. And then the roots can go straight into that town hall.
If you're Juan, you got to be thanking your teammates like, hey guys, thanks for putting me in this lovely position where I just need to go right at the town hall and secure the 2-star. Really not messing around too much here. It does have the 9 invises, but just going to go ahead and set the pathing, set the funneling, and just get everything set to go right at this town hall. Actually, the Royal Champion is going to go ahead and take this town hall down, and then he'll actually have great pathing for all the percent. Don't mind me with the King in there, kind of threw me off a little bit, but there goes the Royal Champion. She'll get the town hall down right now, manage those invises perfectly. She's going to continue on, and man, she's going to search for a lot of value with still 3 invises.
Yeah, she's getting her value right into the core of this base. The first star has been achieved. RC continues into the core, removes the multi, removing 2 Ricochet Cannons, which is a fantastic value. Ooh, never mind. Does not grab that second one. He pulls the RC back before that happens, but deploys those roots down. All he needs is the percentage now to claim victory for Dizi Supersonic.
20% now, and the victory will be Dizi Supersonics. But man, if you're AllExceed, you got to be like wondering to yourself, like, what can we do different? What? I'm sure they're doing plenty of preparation. I'm sure it's not like they're just coming in here all lackadaisical. It's just they cannot get over these first couple wars. They definitely have to change something as far as their approach. Maybe it's the attack strategies that they're choosing. All Root Riders thus far in the war, a little bit of a safer attack, but really not getting the job done so far. So maybe with the elimination on the line later, maybe they have to change it up and take some bigger risks.
They may have to take the risk indeed, as he is pathing through the core, pops that Warden ability to protect, but he's past the percentage. They've passed the victory point to be able to advance to round 2 as these roots continue to the backside. A whole Tesla farm awaits back there. There is a lot of damage with that defending minion prince as well. And I feel these roots are just going to get picked off so quickly here.
Yeah, especially with that minion prince up there. The minion prince is so tough on the back end of a base. I hate dealing with that. Again, in hard mode, he's even dealing more damage, so it makes him even more of a force there. Queen does still have abilities to be able to run up percent, but ultimately that doesn't matter, as the war is going to be won by Dizi Supersonic with 11 stars and a huge advantage on percent. If you're AllExceed, you got to go ahead, finish off the war, and just recuperate. I couldn't see what he was trying to say there, but a message to the fans, to the viewers, to someone out there, as Juan's going to finish it up with the 81% 2-star, and that is going to be enough to get the victory for Dizi Supersonic.
2 stars was enough, and they finished with 11. The previous match, the winning team was 11 as well. Only Badz was able to advance just on percentage on their first match. So now both teams will face each other in round 2. One will advance to the semis, the other will get sent down to the lower bracket. We will be watching their match as well as the lower bracket matches today. 2 teams will be sent home, but we do have one more attack that's going to be coming in from AllExceed, and the storyline is, Bash, AllExceed has been losing and losing. This is now 7 wars in a row that they've lost in a monthly finals / last chance qualifier situation. AllExceed, you need to turn something around because whatever you've been doing unfortunately has not been working, and they have to deliver in the lower bracket, as this is the final attack here of this match, as it is a fireball with the roots.
I would like to see them come back in their next matchup with, again, a little bit more risk. The 5th Root Rider attack here for AllExceed. I know it is one of the strongest attacks in competitive Clash of Clans, in Clash of Clans in general right now. But we also see a lot of positive results from other attacks like dragons, the fireball rocket loons. There's a lot of other strategies that can work, and I'm not saying that roots aren't going to work, but when you're throwing roots at every single base every single time, you get a little bit predictable, and that allows your opponent to bait those entries a little bit more and just be more prepared for what you're bringing to the table. So I think if they're able to like maybe make some changes, maybe throw their opponent off and use some things they might not be expecting, maybe that could lead to some success. As we see a fireball here with the Root Riders taking out that clan castle, but the furnace was already pulled there. He does have a poison. Yeah, that definitely didn't look like it was to plan there.
No, pulling out a furnace, that is not ideal, but he did have a poison anyways, so either way, he does poison that up to help clear. I'm surprised he took a poison. I didn't even see it that he had that. I was paying attention to the deployment of the Warden and the pathing he was pushing through, but now pushing into this town hall, King off to the right side. Is he going to move to the right into the scatter shot? Slowly but surely move around as a flank player is going to try to solo to the far left side of this base.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, this overgrowth needs to wear off really, really quickly so those roots will continue forward. If they go back towards the left side of the base, like this one's definitely going to be in trouble. But all the roots are actually melted. Yeah. Where did the healers go? I didn't see the healers even get taken down. The healers are gone already. Yeah, this one's in a lot of trouble too. I mean, these Root Rider attack just not working for AllExceed.
That's one of the problems of not going with a troop launcher, because a troop launcher could be launching those balloons where your roots and your main push is, and then having the protection for the healers through the trap. Because if you lose your healers, you lose all hope in the attack to keep the roots alive and healed up. But again, it looks like another 2-star that's coming in from AllExceed. They haven't tripled yet, and they're going to finish with 9 stars at this point. King's ability won't be enough to get through these final defenses, and this is definitely not the war they were hoping for, and AllExceed has to turn things around. We'll pop King ability there to get a final few buildings, but again, it's only in the mid 80s, and they're going to be sitting in the lower bracket. They're going to have to take all the risks to try to keep their hopes alive.
Carbon, their highest attack in that war, 2 of them, was 90%. That is definitely not what you're looking for here in this last chance qualifier. Your highest attack, well, obviously, aside from a 3-star, you want that to be really close to a 3-star. Like, the highest attack that weren't 3 stars for Dizi were 93%. So getting that over the 90% mark is definitely a big thing. But also, you have to be able to score and get a 3-star on the board at some point here. The 1-star from Horoya, obviously a big blow, but even still, they weren't able to get any 3 stars on the board, and that's ultimately a big factor. Take away the 1-star, make it a 2-star, they still lose this war big on stars and percent. So beautiful performance for Dizi Supersonic. AllExceed, they definitely have some work to do in preparation for their next matchup.
I guess at the end of the day, the one thing that Horoya can lift his head up on is that his 1-star did not cost his team a victory. That's one thing that you can at least be happy about, because you know that if you did not 1-star and you got that at least 2nd star, if you were to win the war and your 1-star cost your team a potential chance of advancing in a last chance qualifier like that, oh, it would be devastating. But that's not the case. That means going into the next match, which will be later today, they could take a deep breath and focus on that. But from the history of the performance that we've seen them through so far, they have not won a single match out of the 3 qualifiers or the monthly finals that they've been in. They've just been losing that, unfortunately not going their way. They're going to be taking on NGJC in the lower bracket, while Dizi Supersonic advances to take on only Badz. So we got some fantastic matches still to come. And the next one that's going to be after this, Team Electros versus stoer. And I am the one that went against the grain in that match, Bash.
Yeah, one thing to note in this war, though, I mean, just a dominant performance from Dizi throughout. They never trailed in this war. They were able to keep that lead and keep the pressure over to AllExceed. So NGJC can kind of take notes of that. If they can get out to that early advantage, they can maybe put that pressure on Only Badz, and maybe that's something that Only Badz kind of doesn't manage very well. But you're right, Electros versus Zowatstar will be our next matchup. Milsim MG versus Electros JP will be coming up a little bit after that. But let's take a look at our MVP of this last matchup. I think it's got to be Bepis, right? Yeah, 66% with Bepis. Such a dominant attack, well deserved.
Well, it's the only triple that came in the whole match, so it's gotta be the MVP votes right there, as it helped win. Granted, even if he didn't triple, they still would have won. Granted, it was from the... Wait, Horoya got a 1-star. Why? He got 5% of the
I was thinking
votes.
that too. I didn't want to point it out.
Why is he there? Oh, I guess, you know...
They just love.
They wanted to make him
Horoya.
feel, yeah. They just wanted to make him feel special there a little bit. Say, hey, we believe in you. You know, we understand 1-stars happen, but it's not enough for AllExceed, and they're gonna have to try to get the revenge in the lower bracket. So as we get ready for match number 3 here today, it's gonna be an epic one. You do not want to miss it. We're gonna take a short break and be right back.
And welcome back to our last chance qualifier. Welcome back, Judo Sloth, after a nice little break. Hopefully you're feeling nice and refreshed as we get ready to move forward into our next matchup. But any thoughts on our previous match with AllExceed going up against Dizi Supersonic?
Well, my prediction wasn't that great, was it? I just thought that maybe AllExceed would break that curse at some point. Let's see whether they can actually do that later today. But yeah, I mean, you never like to see 1-stars. It is hard mode. It's the pressure. It's so much different. And let's be honest, everyone 1-stars as well. So maybe that's why the audience did want to give Horoya a bit of a pat on the back there, cheer him up, and yeah, pretty close to that MVP.
Yeah, I mean, those things happen. Those things happen. I mean, it was definitely a dominant one. But let's move forward and look forward as we have Team Electros going up against Zowatstar. And look at these stats. Aside from the 3-star right here, I mean, the stats are actually pretty close in this one. We've seen Electros a lot. I don't think we've seen Zowatstar, but let's go ahead and take a look at our lineups, as these stats are definitely going to be interesting moving forward. But all that's out the window as we take a look. Diego, Crispy, El Tano, Rigo Torres, and Albo Allen making up Team Electros. Such a veteran squad, lots of worlds experience, definitely looking to come in here, make an impact in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they have so much talent, don't they? And they've got so much experience in these high-pressure situations, in the qualifiers. A lot of their team even getting through to the finals. So let's see what they have to say in their team video.
Hello, I'm Rigo Torres, Mexican player, and I'm playing these finals for Team Electros. We are preparing a lot for this time because it's just the last, and I think we have a lot of experience, so we just need to show how much we can do. For this last chance qualifier, I feel very good. I think we have a lot of experience and we are practicing a lot, so we just need to show the experience in this final stage. Yeah, I think the last monthly finals we changed a lot, not just in mindset. I think we prepared different, and also we did one roster change. but we are happy because finally we win more than one war in the monthly finals, and now I think we are in the best moment for Last Chance. I think what makes our team strong is the offensive power and also our versatility, because we can do a lot of strategies. So I think it's really hard to scout for my team. So the enemies need to do extra work.
Rigo spoke of the experience from his squad, and you see not only the trophies, but that $100,000 check from the 2019 World Championships, where he and Team Queso came in 3rd place. Rigo Torres has definitely been around and had a lot of experiences. We see them, one language, one team, one goal. They're all on the same page here, looking to get to that World Championships and make one more run and get another one of those nice big checks on the wall.
Absolutely, and you've got to say they are certainly one of the favorites in this Last Chance qualifier, so it will be interesting to see how they come out in this first matchup. But let's take a look at their opponents, Zowat Stir, and we can see the stats compare to what we just seen from Team Electros. A little bit lower in the stats moving into this, but a couple of names that we we have seen in the scene for some time as well. Arium there at the end of the lineup actually has the lowest amount of stats, but you have seen him around the scene for a long time, so maybe he'll play a bit of the experience and motivating words to the team. But let's see what they have to say in their team video.
Hallo iedereen, ik ben Jochem en ik ben de aanvoerder van het team Zowat Stoer. Het voelt goed om je spot te hebben bemachtigd in de laatste kans kwalificatie, omdat we zo toch nog 1 keer kunnen laten zien wat we waard zijn. We hebben het hele jaar niet de resultaten behaald die we hadden kunnen behalen. We hebben ons voorbereid zoals waarschijnlijk iedereen. We hebben bases gekopieerd en geoefend en hebben daarnaast natuurlijk onze verdediging voorbereid. Ik verwacht niet dat de maandelijkse kwalificaties onze mindset heeft aangepast voor deze laatste kans kwalificatie, maar zien het vooral als een cadeautje die we graag zouden willen uitpakken voor onze mindere resultaten. Ik heb zeker vertrouwen in het team dat we het voor elkaar kunnen krijgen om het toernooi uiteindelijk te winnen, maar we gaan het pas echt meemaken op het strijdveld. We pakken het hetzelfde aan zoals we altijd hebben gedaan. We zijn allemaal spelers met ervaring, dus het is niet totaal nieuw voor ons. De bal is rond, de einduitslag zal het eindoordeel vellen. Er waren al teams bang voor ons, dus ik zeg, laat ze maar komen.
You gotta like the confidence coming in here, and you even see the glasses on here. Strong support with known builders such as Sir Iron, Yo-Yo23 Vibe to aid them in getting golden tickets. So lots of experience. You kind of mentioned it, especially with like Arium being around the worlds, but look at those builders. I mean, those are some serious builders if you know anything about Clash esports. So that's one thing to keep our eyes on for them, is going to be their defensive layouts. But let's see what our audience is thinking moving into this one. I feel like this one should be favored to Electros. And yeah, 76% favoring towards Electros. Kind of to be expected there, Judo?
Yeah, I think as casters, if I recall from the very start of the broadcast, that's kind of what we had picked as well, because they have been in a few more of the monthly finals. But judging on the first matchup we've seen today, who knows? Zowat Stir, with the experience in base building they have, perhaps Team Electros, maybe they'll struggle a little bit, as we've seen with only Badz, but they are up first, Zowat Stir, and we have a queen charge with the Angry Jelly pushing her down towards the bottom here with the invis. Interesting.
And here comes that super wall breaker to go ahead and push her into that compartment. She does have that Angry Jelly, which allows her to target only defenses the first 35 seconds of the attack. We saw this kind of in that last war where the queen will just come in here and pick off these defenses, and then she'll be recalled with that warded, and they'll join up with the main force. Getting that enemy queen out is a big strike early on here. Let's see if we can get through that fire spitter. Nice invisibility protecting that queen. Tons of healing support on here. Looks like a strong entry. It looks like everything is going the way that Cass is hoping for so far.
Yeah, I guess the only thing is he lost one healer. It did seem that this was baited. A couple of Seeking Air Mines, Red Air Mines there as well. But not the end of the world, because he gets the value he wants. He's going to lose another healer there due to the, recall leaving that behind. But he's got the pathing, which is arguably the main thing. And there you see more red air bombs. Luckily, the balloons have took those out, so the healers are safe. And just cruising on around here. Should be seeing the overgrowth anytime soon, I'd imagine.
I agree with that. Should come in to shut down these defenses, direct traffic through here. And there it goes. It goes actually on the far side. I thought he might overgrow the town hall and even that other ricochet cannon to allow everything to go around that top compartment. But he's going to leave that town hall open, and that's going to allow these troops to spread out a little bit. And already being thin on healers, that could be a little bit of a mistake. There goes the warden ability to protect. The King's going to go ahead and keep everything pathing towards the middle. But yeah, everything is starting to spread a little bit out as the Queen's trying to get through this town hall.
Yeah, I guess he was a little bit nervous about leaving the town hall behind, especially from what we've seen in that last matchup. You see a couple of the troops on the outside as well, just trying to help force the Royal Champion through the center of the base, snipe those outside defenses. Core of the base, though, still standing. A defending Ice Golem now moving across to further slow things down. And it feels like it's all about percentage now, Bash.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just a weird split there in the middle of the base. King's still up with ability, but man, look at the percent. It's only 65%, and there's not much left. Gonna fight to try to get this to 80, but man, it's gonna be tough to even get there. And we talked about the defenses maybe for Zowatstor, but don't take away from Team Electros. They are a veteran squad. They have some incredible base builders, and they have the experience to be able to handle and know what kind of entries that their opponents might be making, as this is a 77% 2-star. Definitely not the way you want to start the war off.
Yeah, lower than average of what we see from that 90% mark that the teams try to hit here in hard mode. It'll be interesting to see how Team Electros come out here, because they had their best performance out of all of the qualifiers in the most recent one. So they are fresh. They have, you know, everything at the forefront of their mind. Nothing's changed in terms of the meta. Base building should be relatively the same. I wouldn't surmise we see anything else from these teams, but who knows? Diego coming out first, and across the qualifiers, he has got 7 3-stars in total. Let's see if he can add to that.
Yeah, Diego's definitely been one of the more consistent leadoff hitters. Aside from maybe Max of Elevate, Diego might be the strongest leadoff hitter for this Team Electro squad, coming out and putting up numerous, like you said, 7 3-stars throughout all the qualifiers. We've seen him come in clutch for this team time and time again when they need it to start off a war, especially when their opponent gets a 3-star early on. But with their opponent only putting up 77% 2-star, a 3-star here early is a huge strength. So if Diego can get the job done, this will put Team Electros in the driver's seat really early in this war.
Yeah, really nice approach there with the Royal Champion. Now we see the log launcher approach that I know Itsu is excited to see at the start of the stream. Giant Arrow weakening those buildings, and then the log launcher aiming to just finish those off in combination with the Earthquake he used earlier. And the Multi-Inferno and the Crusher Mortar went down like nothing. Monolith is next on the hit list, and now we see the Root Riders from the right-hand side.
Nice little strike here from Diego. There goes the King on the outside. That log launcher just getting amazing value. Now the Queen will go ahead and she'll step in. She should be able to help out with that enemy minion prince. Balloons out in front of the healers. That's exactly what you want. They do go down right there. They were able to soak up some of those traps. Here comes the ice golems and a furnace out of the clan castle. Definitely got to get that poison down on that furnace sooner rather than later. One overgrowth still to go, but a long way to go on this base as well.
Yeah, not quite able to snipe off that clan castle with the log launcher in this scenario. He's still got a lot of abilities left here, using the overgrowth to the backside of the base, catching that fire spitter most importantly, so he can snipe off the town hall without too much damage. And then once that wears off, hopefully he can pop those abilities and push through the back end of the base. He should get really good skeleton spell value towards the back end there, because there's no splash damage in that compartment. So all looking pretty good here for Diego.
And he can time up this rocket spear really nicely for the Royal Champion. If he can time it right now when that overgrowth wears off, let's see if he hits it. There it goes. There goes that rocket spear. Now she'll be able to hang back and get that multi-archer tower, maybe even get that fire spitter and take a little bit more pressure off. This is looking really great for Diego. Still with King ability and rocket loons. I think this one should get across the finish line for a 3.
Absolutely. Using the rocket loons in celebration, and I always love to see the spiky ball at the end as well. It just feels like cherry on the top. If you can 3-star in hard mode like this and save your hero abilities to the end, then you know you've had a solid attack. What a great start this is for Team Electros. Diego with his 8th 3-star across all of the qualifiers.
Wow, what a performance, Diego. You can smell it in the air. Team Electros are hungry and they are looking to spark and strike and put ZoWatStor down to that lower bracket. Big strike is now they'll be up 23% and that all-important star. Remember, wars are decided on stars first, then percent, and then if somehow we're tied after that, it goes to time. But in this new hard mode, we rarely, if at all, ever see those ties coming in. A great start for Electros, great start for Diego. Man, that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and like you said, 23% lead already. I know that's only one attack, so, you know, looking at ZoWatStor, they do have numerous attacks to catch that back up. If they got, you know, like a 7% advantage each attack, they'd be able to catch that up across the attacks. So it's not like they're at the end of the war and trailing by that amount, but it's more the mental state moving into the war. Coming out swinging like that, maybe that's why we see Arium stepping up with that experience, trying to get that 3-star on the board and spin things around for them early.
This is a long RC charge into Dragon. So far in our first two wars, 80% of our attacks have been the Root Rider attacks. However, we have seen a couple of the Dragon attacks, a couple of the Fireball Rocket Loons. So changing it up here, going with that kind of almost, I don't want to say off meta because it's definitely a meta, but lesser used meta strategy of the long RC charge into Dragons. Big thing here is keeping that RC healthy. You got to time this up just right. Like Carbon was talking about in that last war, timing those invises with the Spirit Fox. You really have to almost speed up the rotation to get as much value out of this charge as possible. He's really got to get in here and get towards the middle of this base as quick as possible. Oh, she's very vulnerable there on the outside.
Yeah, just managed to keep her alive. He did use an Earthquake spell there in order to weaken up these buildings, so should power through that. One more invis, which he will use to get the Ricochet Cannon. And then the RC is going to go down. Interesting to see where he comes with the Dragons here. So we zoom out, did he have any? So there is an air sweeper at the bottom of the base. That's why we're powering in towards the town hall in order to just ignore that.
He's going to send Dragons right at the sweeper.
He's going to come from the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to send the Dragons right at the sweeper. Multi-gear staying up is a little bit interesting there. This is definitely an interesting approach. I thought he might send the Dragons right through the town hall and the King through the top side, with those multis staying over on the left side. Usually you want to deal with the multis with those Dragons, so I understand it. But man, that sweeper pushing back in these heroes, it's going to be a tall task, Judo.
Yeah, that sweeper is definitely what I'm most nervous about, especially because he's got to get through the clan castle troops, the multis in range, plus you've got the risk of the town hall at the top. King using the spiky ball to try and force him onto the inside now. He's taking a lot of damage. He's got plenty of protection, but is he going to go for that town hall? Let's find out. Dragon's going down fast in the center of the base.
Yeah, but there's skeletons holding the King up. The monolith is there. Town Hall is sending out some strikes. The Fire Spirits are going to that multi-gear tower, but that is all the way back up to full health. Remember, that was almost taken out by the RC, so they're going to be distracted there. The King looks like he should get that Town Hall under control, but now with the Minion Prince going to Phoenix, the Dragons are on the outside. Actually, there's not too much. If those Fire Spirits can get the multi-gear tower, there's still quite a bit of Dragons. This is actually looking pretty good. The comeback could be real here for Arium.
Hey, sometimes you got to take those risks, right? I always look at the sweepers, and especially with the damage in front of it, it was dangerous. Let's keep an eye on the multi-gear tower, or the multi-archer tower here, firing at multiple Dragons at the same time. And it's good that so many are in range to split the damage. 11 seconds. This is the main thing. Can he get through these two buildings in time? Fire Spirit's onto the bomb tower. He's going to get it there, Bash. Arium with the 3 stars. Wow, that is exactly what ZoWatStor needed. And he's only gone and done it.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough approach on that going into the sweeper, but when you leave up the 2 multis to one side, you have to send the Dragons in that way, or else those furnaces in the clan castle are completely useless. If you leave up just 1 multi-inferno, it really can take out a lot of those fire mites, but leaving up 2, it would be impossible. So making the right call, sticking to the plan, even though it seemed like the RC didn't get 100% of what he was looking for, she got just enough to make that plan work, and a beautifully executed Dragon attack gets ZoWatStor back in this war. It's going to be Eltano coming up next for Team Electros, and he is going back to the ground with a World Champion charge into the Root Riders.
We were talking about Diego's hits earlier on. Eltano, unfortunately, only has 1 3-star across the qualifiers. So let's see whether he can add to that number. But if you're going to step it up, now is the time. With the invis spells, nicely keeping that Royal Champion alive. If you can keep the Spirit Fox up as well, it constantly keeps the RC, you know, turning invisible throughout the attack, and you never know when that can be pivotal, because she will be constantly getting ahead of the Root Riders depending on the base, because she's so much faster. Decides to recall her at this moment to protect everything. Now we see the log launcher approach again with the earthquakes. And here we go with the Barbarian King, just to dive into the base this time rather than the Archer Queen. Interesting.
Yeah, definitely an interesting approach, but with the log launcher opening everything up, the King can probably get right into that middle compartment and then join up with everything a little bit later on here. So not a bad approach here as we see the Clan Castle troops coming up. It's going to be double Ice Golem into Furnace. Very common Clan Castle that we see oftentimes. Overgrowth comes in, shutting some things down. A couple of rocket balloons in there out of the Clan Castle. The Queen, though, on the outside of the base, you lose a little bit of that firepower, but he's got enough in there with that King Earthquake boots and Spiky Ball to go ahead and get that Town Hall down in a hurry. Now here comes the Rocket Spear from the Royal Champion.
Yeah, I don't know if he had planned the King to be a little bit further into the base before he used the Spiky Ball, but you see the split there. Royal Champion moving up to the top. Thankfully does get the minion prince down, but now the Royal Champion is going to go down. King has moved back across though alongside the Yetis, so he's getting healed back up. He's got a minute to power through the rest of this though, and things are fading fast at this point. Let's see how much percentage he can drive up and when he decides to use that Queen ability. Surely as he gets behind towards that far compartment.
Yeah, there's not a ton on this backside, but there's so much heavy defenses. The multi-archer tower, the Expo, the ricochet cannon with the King guarding it. That is going to be a tough task to get past. And now with his King going down, going to the Phoenix, he'll lose just a little bit more firepower. But that one Root Rider is able to open up that wall. So if the Queen can sneak in there, I think she's going to go around and then maybe she'll come back in. No, actually the Baby Dragon gets it, so she'll go inside now.
Yeah, beautiful. And then he can press that Queen ability. He probably needs to, I was going to say, press it pretty soon because he's only got 25 seconds. So even if he doesn't get the 3-star here, he wants to get as much percentage as possible and make sure that the cloned queens are alive throughout the rest of the attack to do that. You don't want to clone them and then waste time where you could have had 3 queens smashing down those buildings. It is going to get close here, but it makes sure to keep the lead for Team Electros in terms of percentage due to the first one for Zowatster being 77.
Man, that was definitely super, super close there for El Tano. And now they will still have that big advantage, but we are a little bit closer to even playing field as Arium gets the better of that exchange with that Dragon 3-star. That was just a well-executed Dragon attack, and it looks like they're going to be up by 17% still, Team Electros will. But now, if you're Zowatster, you definitely got to be feeling better about your chances moving into this attack from Mies.
Well, let's see whether they can keep up the momentum. Feels like things have flipped after the first attack, right? So they will be diving in here with back to the Root Riders, not opting for the Dragons like we've seen with Arium, but we are seeing the Queen and Grand Warden approach as well. See what they can do with this attack.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those interesting approaches because it's definitely a lot safer. You don't have to control it as much as those big RC charges, but it almost feels like sometimes it just doesn't quite get enough. I mean, sometimes it does, sometimes it does. It's one of those like really awkward things, right? The Queen's going to continue to work with the Angry Jelly. Remember, Angry Jelly allows her to get those defenses for the first 35 seconds.
Recall.
And he pulled her out pretty early there. He could have maybe even gotten more, but she would have just walked around, I guess. So good call to pull her out.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's just a replacement for the Royal Champion charge, right? You're just trying to get that value, and you can get the value with less spells than you would have used the invis spells for the Royal Champion, but I just find it happens so much faster. So your reactions really do have to be quick rather than just checking out the timings and make sure you get the invis down at the right moment. But with that Town Hall overgrowth, the idea is to just spin around it and then snipe it off after the overgrowth. Healer's getting blasted though by the Fire Spitter, so he does have to use the Warden ability to protect them.
Yeah, that was definitely going to be a big blow if he lost the healers this early on. Town Hall looks like it will go down now, which obviously that's a good pickup. Still a couple of invises Last Overgrowth goes in on the top side to shut down the Monolith and the Scatter Shot. Queen's kind of over there on her own, but sometimes that could be a good thing, especially when she pops ability and splits into 3 Queens with the clones on the board. She can get just so much firepower on the board. World Champion, Warden, everything working there with the roots. I kind of like this little bit of a split, but keep an eye on this Queen when this Overgrowth wears off really soon. Here it is. This Queen needs to pick up as much value as possible right now.
Yeah, beautiful job there with the skeleton spell. I wonder if he had one of his teams counting when that Overgrowth was going to wear off so he could have the skeleton spell used perfectly. Everything actually moving through the base quite nicely here. We do have a couple of invis spells left over, so it really is whether he can get through this final compartment. Barbarians to just sprinkle on the outside. He's got a wall breaker as well, but even Root Riders to break into this last compartment. So honestly, all is looking good. Does he protect the Royal Champion? Does he protect the Queen? I'd maybe go for the Queen, given that you've got 2 invis spells. Get that multi, but he's got it anyway, Bash. It is another 3-star for Zowat Stir, really putting the pressure on Team Electros here.
We could have ourselves a whole different ball game if Team Electros fail to get a 3-star here. Remember, they were down on percent, but percent doesn't matter when you're putting up beautiful 3-stars like that. That was just so well executed. I think the timing on that Queen ability was perfect. The Queen stayed up through that. Just great management of all of his assets in that attack. And Zowat Star, huge underdogs as far as the community vote and our predictions for us casters, but they're showing why they're here in our last chance qualifier, keeping up with one of our better teams in Team Electros we saw numerous times in the monthly qualifiers. Crispy up next with the Dragons. It's going to be that long RC charge. Let's see if he can get the value that he needs to set this one up for success.
Yes, when you're doing those long RC charges, you've got to make sure you are careful, because if she goes down early, then it's super difficult in order to recover. So far looking good though, as he has redirected the RC to the Town Hall, perfectly predicted where she would stand in order to be right on the outside of that invis spell, then using the haze spell to power through that. Just got to be quick when the haze spell is used, because she will run in all different directions. But thankfully he's managed to get her right into the thick heart of the core, so that she's going to be pretty predictable now in where she goes.
He might even be able to get this clan castle down, but still 3 invis. She's going to hang out right on top of this clan castle, and the clan castle should be destroyed from those electro boots. And there it goes. The clan castle's down. Great value pickup from the middle of this base from Crispy, and it feels like exactly what he was hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful value with the RC charge. And you can see it perfectly now, right? Dragons on one side, just swooping around. Then you've got the Queen and the Siege Barracks up from the top side. Basically aiming to just attack both of those sides at the same time. Meet in the middle towards the back end, towards the Monolith and Multi. Everything going great at this point. Let's just see whether he can use those abilities effectively. But yeah, let's just say it's looking good for Crispy.
Yeah, I agree with that. Beautiful setup here. Looking for the Queen instead of the King on this one. Gonna wall breaker her in here. I wonder if he's gonna have super minions or furnaces inside that clan castle. Those are definitely the 2 options. There goes that minion princess ability to go ahead and slow all those defenses down. And here comes it is super minions out of the clan castle to back that Queen up. She needs to pop in there and get these defenses. She will go to ability very soon. There goes the Queen's ability. Monolith now locked on to the minion prince, but he's gonna go to Phoenix and pick back up and try to get through this Monolith. I don't know if he's got enough in the tank to get it. And this one is fading quick. Oh no, Crispy.
Oh gosh, I'll take it back. Oh my goodness, it was looking good, but hey, well, it's not now, is it? Got a little bit unfortunate with the minion prince, I'd say, with that Monolith locking on. I mean, it was powered up to that 30%, getting that great value, but I guess the saving grace is he did have the Phoenix, and if ever the Minion Prince doesn't go down, you've kind of wasted that pet. But I'll be honest, I am surprised how quick that one faded. I guess the Dragons towards the bottom did go to the outside of the base, so he didn't have a lot of reinforcement to those thick defenses. Queen was also kind of trapped on the outside, so, you know, unfortunate there, but you've got to say, Zowat Stir in a commanding position right now. They are still, you know, behind on percentage, just that tiny little bit, but they've taken the lead on stars, and that's all what counts.
It's only a 2% split between these 2 squads, but like you mentioned, stars are the biggest factor there. It almost felt like that was kind of baited to give him that front end for that huge RC charge, but then like on the back end with the 3 Infernos, the Monolith, there's just so many heavy defenses back there to shut everything down. Marek Hamstick will be coming in next with the Root Riders. Does have that giant arrow. We like to see the giant arrow paired with those log launchers along with some quakes. He's got 4 earthquakes on this one. I wonder if he goes from this bottom side and tries to go through both of those multis, or maybe he can go through the top side through the multi and the crusher. Either way, I guess we'll just see after this RC charge.
Yeah, I guess time will tell. I'm going to stop trying to predict at this point. last couple of predictions of how these attacks are going is not being great. Now you see the Yetis and the Wizard the Yeti and the Wizard just to try and take out some of those defenses at the top whilst he's busy doing the RC charge. Whenever you can multitask, that is going to help with timing, and it's just going to help with the log launcher and queen approach, like you were saying. RC charge already recalled. There's the giant arrow moving through the bottom. Don't think he hit the multi at the bottom, but not the end of the world. It's all about the center of the base. Trying to just snipe that off with the log launcher. Let's see whether he can get the clan castle in this one.
Yeah, and with that long launcher coming from so far away, it's really, if that town hall can stay off of it long enough, he might be able to pick up the clan castle, because remember, he put a lot of earthquakes there in the middle, but he's going to actually get this town hall down pretty early as well if he can keep everything moving through here. Now the roots will pair to the outside of the base. There goes the clan castle with this next log. Clan castle's down. That's a big blow. And now the Yetis are in position to take down this town hall.
Yeah, beautiful job there. Oh, the Yetis are going to peel off towards the Archer Queen. So look at that Headhunter. He sneaks in order to help out. Yetis go down fast, though, and they do miss the Town Hall. So we're going to have to see what he does here. Town Hall also blasting the healers right now, so they are going to go down fast. What is going to happen here, Bash? I'm not sure he has anything in order to correct this. Does he have the Rocket Spear on the RC?
Yeah, maybe.
Even then, like... It's waited too long.
Being healed, Judo. This is definitely in trouble. Everything went past the town hall. Really, it was that queen pulling those Yetis off to the side. I think the log launcher and the Yetis were in charge of getting that town hall, but between all those battle builders and the queen distracting the Yeti mites weren't enough to get through there. Now everything's starting to cut back in and go towards that town hall, but the RC does not have an ability. He's gonna have, oh my goodness, the RC's gonna go down. It's gonna be a 1-star, Judo. Oh no! So 1-star are falling apart right now in this exact moment.
It's one of those things that when you commit so much, you don't have a backup plan. But a lot of the time in hard mode, when there's so much damage, you can't really have those backup plans. You do have to adjust on the fly, and I guess he was so confident that the Yetis were getting the town hall that's why he just deployed the RC the way he did. Hadn't pressed the ability, so she got too far down the defensive track that he couldn't get the town hall after that. Oh my goodness, what a turn of events here. An 83% 1-star means that they had a star advantage. So, you know, if Electros do only get a 2-star, then the stars are back tied. But Electros were up on percentage, and as the war gets towards the end, that's when it gets harder to catch up as well.
Yeah, luckily it was very close. It was 2%. But anything above an 89, or I guess anything above an 85, excuse me, will be advantage for Team Electros, as those 4 battle builders in there, along with that queen, just shut down that attack. And Marek isn't able to get through. Man, that is a heartbreaker. They were looking so good coming into that attack. That's all it takes, Judo. And it just takes one attack, one mistake, one slip up, and the door can be open for your opponent to walk through and slam it shut. Now we'll see Electros and Rigo Torres coming in. Can Rigo get them on the board? A 3-star here would be massive, but he really just needs anything above an 85% 2-star to keep the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it, right? But this is where experience, especially in this scenario, really comes in. I feel this is almost exactly the same as what we seen from NGJC versus Badz at the start of this stream, whereby they were in the driving seat, but the experience and the caliber of Badz were able to see through. Feels like that's what's happening here as well. But hey, I don't want to go and jinx another one of the attacks here, so let's see whether Rigo Torres can pull this one off.
Great value, great job pulling that Royal Champion out before she takes too much damage with that Expo and Crusher mortar over there. Now the Queen's gonna go ahead and just start picking off these buildings on the top, so everything will go exactly where he plans. 2 overgrowths will help direct traffic as well. Right now does have that log launcher selected along with an earthquake as well, so can use that to pick up a little bit of damage. And here comes that log launcher and earthquake combination to go in, take out that fire spitter, and just pick up a little bit of extra value as he makes his approach to the town hall.
Yeah, should be able to easily get the Tesla fire spitter and the air sweeper, but to be honest, fire sweeper doesn't really help in terms of defenses. It's more about where the log launcher will be positioned in order to take advantage of the troops coming out, because you can see the Root Riders just swinging around the bottom side. Now the Barbarian King coming in from the right. Yetis in the center, though, are going to go down fast. And this is where you just have to keep an eye on that defensive pathing. But as he's overgrowth the Town Hall, just trying to mitigate that damage, he's got more than enough to stall time here on these defenses before the Town Hall comes back alive. But let's hope they don't go down too quick here, because he's under a lot of fire.
Yeah, but there's also the enemy minion prince in there, just slowing things up a little bit. The ice globes are going to slow things even further, and here comes the overgrowth wearing off. Rocket loons over there on the far side. The queen should be able to pop in here and take this Town Hall down as everything's continuing on that right side. Royal Champions throwing those rocket spears under the Grand Warden's Eternal Tome for protection, and everything is looking really strong. Town Hall falls, so no risk of a 1-star here, as that second overgrowth is on the top compartment. It's wearing off just now. King's going to go to ability right here on the outside with that ricochet cannon. Everything is really, really strong through the middle of this base, and Queen still has ability with that giant to come from the action figure.
Oh, it would have been really great if he could have picked up that fire spitter from the Royal Champion. Would have been able to save that Queen ability just a touch. I feel his overgrowth was phenomenal in the value he got and the timing of when it wore off as well. But just a little bit unfortunate towards the back end of the base here. It is the percentage that will keep Team Electros in the lead, but at this point, it's still anyone's game moving into this last attack, Bash.
Yeah, that was looking super strong and just fizzled out right there. Like you said, if the RC was able to just pick up that extra building, oh man, 92%. But you're right, it is still an advantage. It's 7% advantage for Electros with 1 attack remaining. So Zoroaster, if they can get a 3-star on the board, that will force Electros into a 3-star situation. Anything lower, and Electros are already in the driver's seat. So Zoroaster definitely need a 3-star right now just to put that pressure back over to AllExceed and Team Electros.
Well, this is the moment of the war where it gets so exciting, and I love that most of these matches come down to the final attacks as well. You know, the teams at this point in the last chance qualifiers, they're so neck and neck. The pressure is there. They've put all of the work behind the scenes, building the bases, practicing for their attacks. So it's just great to see when they clash together and really showcase the top end of Clash of Clans. But here we go then. It is the Dragons, which we seen Arium 3-star with earlier, 10 invis. So again, a deep RC charge. Really got to make sure he gets into the core of the base for the Dragons, and that you don't lose that RC early, like I was saying. Got to get these timings correct.
And he's got the overgrowth there as well. I wonder if he's going to use that to redirect the Royal Champion at some point here. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but you're right, keeping this Royal Champion up, keeping that Spirit Fox, and oh man, the timing's got to be just right, especially when you go in so close towards that Town Hall. You almost have to go to that early double rotation, but the Royal Champion just taking so much. There goes that overgrowth to redirect her into the middle of the base and maybe get her towards those multi-infernos. But man, she's already taken so much damage. She's doing a great job managing everything. Spirit Fox is still up, so he'll be able to get as much out of these rotations. And man, even pushing her forward, skipping through the Poison Tower and that Inferno is a great pickup.
Yeah, I think turning the Poison and Inferno invisible was amazing, because there was a slight chance if she'd have moved forward towards the Inferno, she would have gone off to the multi-Inferno. So managing to get the Monolith in there was amazing. Does he get that multi as well in the center? He does. Fantastic value here. But hey, I said that the other attack looked brilliant in this same scenario with Dragons. So, I don't know. I'll leave you to call that one, Bash.
I love the setup personally. I mean, getting those Infernos out early, he sent the Dragons right into the 3rd Inferno down there. That means he can likely run Fire Spirits out of the Clan Castle, especially with not too much splash on the back end of this base. King is getting held up there a little bit, but he's still got tons of support for these Dragons, including the Warden ability and that Minion Prince ability. He's really just got to keep them pushing through. He really doesn't have a whole lot to funnel them, and we saw that being an issue a little bit in those earlier attacks. When they kind of get spread out, that's when you start to see the struggle, but still, Warden ability hasn't been deployed yet.
Yeah, and I'm thinking the Barbarian King, I mean, he's got to try and get that air sweeper with the spiky ball. That's going to be a big issue for the Dragons on the other side, especially with the Fire Spitter sitting there, but he does have Fire Mites from the Furnace helping to get that. Warden ability now protecting the Dragons, but like you said, they had to go all the way to 9 o'clock and go to the outside, which really does stall things, but amazing Minion Prince ability towards the back end of the base here, and it's getting better and better. It's still tough to call here with 2 defending heroes. That's going to stall his air troops up a lot, but he's got so much here.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit, especially with those Fire Spitters coming out. I think, or the Fire Mites rather, coming out from the Furnace, and the Fire Spitter is going to go down very soon. It's really going to be on that multi-gear tower, which is already at low health, and with the Minion Prince having Phoenix, this should get through. Wait, time, 21 seconds. Time could be the issue here, as the King is the best air defense in the game, and Judo is actually going to be a defense thanks to the King. Wait, 13 seconds, wait.
Ooh, it's pretty close.
Oh.
How? Is there any damage on these buildings? Wizard Tower's not. Dark Elixir Storage is celebrating. Dark Elixir Storage had damage, Bash.
I called it too early. It was a 3-star. The storage was almost down, and that's gonna put them right back in this war. I thought maybe that storage was full and he would have time, but just enough time, and Yokum gets it done, and it's a 3-star with 259. Remember, you get 3 minutes to attack. He had 1 second to spare. What an attack.
Doesn't matter how long's left. If you time it perfectly, you time it perfectly. What an amazing turn of events here. So Team Electros can still win. They had a 7% lead moving into this last attack. Almual in, like you said, their final attacker. He has bags of experience. He was part of that Team Queso lineup when they took 3rd in the World Championships. But can he do it? 3-star and they win the war? If he doesn't, they move down to the lower bracket.
Oh man, what a crazy war we've had. Zowatstor being in this position after the 1-star earlier in the war just speaks to how prepared they are for this tournament. Almolin coming in with the Root Riders. We've seen lots and lots of Roots go many different ways throughout this tournament so far. But right now, Almolin needs a 3-star or else his squad is going down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, we talked about the different rotation timings earlier, and the Town Hall and the Monolith are the 2 defenses that fire super quick. That's when you need to potentially rotate to that different timing, but he quickly pulls her out before the giant bombs went off. Does mean he doesn't get the air defense, but it doesn't really matter. The funnel is set, so he should be good there. With the log launcher moving through, that's going to deal damage onto the Expo and the Fire Spitter. And there we have the Earthquake. Now it's just how good he can move around the base here. Can the Archer Queen step in and help out?
That's the question. That's the question. Can she get in position early? The Fire Spirit is going to go down, Expo goes down, and those Yetis should get dropped off right in the middle towards the Inferno and the Monolith right there. Goes ahead and overgrowths right there onto the Town Hall. Poisons onto the Clan Castle troops, and there go those Yetis. They're going to go up and try to deal with that multi-Inferno, but the Queen has to deal with this Ice Golem away from the Yetis. Deals with it perfectly. Now everything is in line to set this one up really nice. He's just got to circle around this Town Hall and pick it off once it comes back up.
Yeti's got the multi-Inferno, then the Queen steps in to get the Monolith as well, so that was beautiful. Everything skipped the Town Hall here, Bash. Can the Archer Queen step back around? He has to use the ability, so she will get the Town Hall, but everything's kind of locked up there and was taking damage from multiple angles, so he had to press the Warden ability. Look at the King at the top as well, doing a great job with the snakes, just assuring that when the Root Riders do get to this back compartment, they can stay inside towards the defenses. They're not tempted to break out to the outside. Or I say that, can the King get this Bomb Tower and Wizard Tower fast enough?
It looks like he should. He should be fine right through there. Tons of roots still. The Rocket Spears coming in from the Royal Champion. That Minion Prince, though, the Minion Prince is always such a force. And the King there in that last compartment. And it might shut this one down as all the roots are faded. King still has ability. And I don't think it's going to get there. The Royal Champion's trying. But that King is just going to shut her down. And this is looking to be the defense for Zowatstor. And they will win this matchup with an amazing come-from-behind victory against Team Electros.
Incredible. Wow. I mean, if these first few matches are anything to indicate what we're going to see this weekend, then this is going to be an exciting last chance qualifier. Team Electros, who would have thought it? Down in the lower bracket already. But like you said, credit where it is due. Zowatstor coming out with the 12 stars, holding Team Electros back as well. We mentioned their base builders that they had helping. But wow, even with the 1-star, I even forgot about that bash. 3 stars. What a performance.
What I really loved in that war is they went against the grain. They threw a couple of dragon attacks in there, and 2 out of their 3 triples were those dragon attacks. And those dragon attacks were so good. I mean, they were very close, but they were so good. And ultimately, that leads them to victory. 12 stars to 11. Look at that percent, Judo. 1 building difference. But let's take a look at our updated brackets here.
Yes, well, there you have it. Zowat Stoer moving forward. They will be playing the winner of Millicene MG and Electros JP. However, before those upper bracket matches, you see the lower bracket down there. We have AllExceed and NGJC waiting to go. Team Electros, they could even be battling against Electros JP, depending on what happens in our next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Ooh, that could be very interesting. Definitely a little bit of an unexpected result in that one, but I guess we need to take Zowat Stoer a little bit more serious. I mean, those bases so strong, their offense, their plans were so good. You have the experience, a lot of experience on that team, and they're showing exactly why they're here in our last chance qualifier. I mean, they came to play and they just took down one of, I would say, one of our favorite teams here, and Team Electros, maybe one of the top 3 teams for this last chance qualifier. But let's go ahead and let's take a look at our MVP and see who does get it. It's got to be one of the dragon attacks, right? Is Yokum coming in with that dragon attack to win it, Judo?
Yeah, beautiful job. I feel like they could have gave it to any of their players there that got 3 stars. They were all beautiful attacks. So fantastic job to them. And you said unexpected, but I think Carbon might want to disagree with you on that one, because he certainly picked them, didn't he, for that win. So it'll be exciting when he jumps back in later to get his perspective on how he felt that match went. But we will be taking a quick break before we move to our next matchup, which will be Millicene MG and Electros JP. Welcome back. We are just about ready to dive into that next matchup, but first, let's go over some of these stats. And welcome back, Itsu. What did you make of the last matchup we just seen? Bit of an upset, I would say.
Yeah, I could agree for that for sure. And especially, I think it was one of the first matches which we have seen where the winning team actually had a 1-star, and I mean the other team did not. So that was quite impressive to see how many 3-stars they still produced within that match. So that was for sure a really impressive one on a team which maybe a lot of us were not really rating as high as they should actually be.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'll be excited to see how they can continue that momentum now then. Being the underdogs is one thing and not having the pressure on, but now when the teams are looking at you, and can you maintain that? I guess time will tell, but let's focus in on the next matchup. It is Millicene MG and Electros JP. Wow, Itsu, look at those stats. Pretty close for these two teams.
I mean, those two teams are incredibly close when it comes down to their stats. The question is, which of those two teams can show up when it matters the most? I think we should take a look at the first lineup, and this one is for Millicene MG. They're coming in with the lineup where they have done really well over the last couple of qualifiers. They came close, but they were not able to claim that golden ticket. This is why they're in this qualifier with Isma, Anat, Mr. C, Nes4X, and as well Adi. but they are having a really tough opponent ahead of them, which, I mean, is not going to be easy to overcome, but they are getting ready right now on your screen, planning out their attacks, already taking a look at the bases of their opponents, because remember, those matches are overall 45-minute timers. The teams have roughly 8 minutes to plan, so not much time. They need to get ready quickly, and this is time where we can take a short moment to actually listen in to one of their players and a statement for the match.
My name is Anat. I'm the team captain of Millissime MG, which is composed of three French players, Isma, Ness, and myself, one American player, Mr. C, and one German player, Adi. Well, it's very motivating. We have only one last chance to be able to go to Worlds, so we are investing a lot of time to have the best preparation possible, both in offense and in defense. We were very close in the last stage 3 with the second place, so hopefully we can get the first place this one and this time and get the golden ticket. So of course there was some frustration being the runner-up, like we were so close to achieving this insane goal. We have done an insane progress this year. We are at our highest level right now, so some frustration, but also like we recognize that Synchronic was or Repotted Gaming was better than us during the monthly final. They had a crazy run, and honestly they really deserve to win. They have been better than us all the year, so congratulations to them, and we know we have the potential. Yeah, I mean, being the runner-up brings some confidence for the LCQ. We know we can do it. We have the team cohesion. We know we have all the potential we need. So it's just about practicing as much as we can and being ready both in offense and in defense.
I always like to see the confidence that the teams have, and I feel like you need that. If you're not going to back yourself, then who else will? MMG getting ready there, making sure they are prepared for the attacks. But let's take a look at a couple of stats here about the team. Could this be their breakthrough? Yeah, you can see how each of the months they were in stage 2, qualified to that point, not quite to the finals. Then in July, they finished 5th and 6th. Last month, 2nd? Pretty close, only just missing out. And they don't have to face Repotted. So will the LCQ be their time, Itsu?
That is the big question. So far, it only went up for them. And I mean, there's only one last spot if you're talking about only up, and you've just finished 2nd in the last qualifier. The question is this trend going to continue? But there are a lot of other teams in this bracket who have worked with the team as well and would like to actually deny this chance. So this is what we're taking a look at their opponents next on the list, because they're going to face Electros JP. And their lineup looks stacked as well, Judo.
Yes, we have Chihawa, Sahara, Wado, Kamua, and Nayu. They were super unfortunate, I feel, back when they qualified in July, because they only lost to percentage versus only Badz and Dizi Stamina. And versus only Badz, they put up 13 stars, which, as we see throughout the matches, that's normally good enough to win a lot of matches. So they have the capability to put up those 3 stars, even here on the big stage in the qualifiers. But can they do it today? Let's see what they had to say prior to this match.
私の名前はチハワと言います。エレクトロズ JP に所属しています。去年はパルスゲーミングっていう名前で、去年も同様に世界選手権の予選に挑戦していました。そうですね、ワールドファイナルの出場権がもう残り1枠っていうところで、今回のラストチャンス予選でしっかりワールドファイナルの権利を獲得してアトランタに行きたいと思います。そうですね、ラストチャンス予選に向けてはチーム内で実戦形式のフレンド対戦で、練習であったり、あとはベースの構築、ベースビルディングっていうところに力を入れて頑張ってきます。そうですね、マンスリー予選では結構悔しい思いを今までしてきて、 最後のチャンスでラストチャンス予選っていうところで、どんどんチームの考え方だったり意識っていうのは世界大会に行きたいなっていうところを軸にして、みんながどんどん一つになっていってるなっていう感覚はあります。ワールドファイナルに出場できる自信はこれ 100% あります。我々がゴールデンチケット、最後のゴールデンチケットを獲得するぞっていう気持ちでやっています。去年も惜しいところまでは来て、今年6枠から8枠に増えたっていうところで、絶対にアトランタっていうところを目指していきたいなと思っています。そうですね、7月に初めてマンスリーファイナルに出場したんですけど、それまで3ヶ月間マンスリー予選の方で足踏みをしてしまって、やっとつかめた7月のマンスリーファイナルっていうところだったので、そこから自分たちがワールドファイナルにふさわしいチームになれるように、練習だったり配置の準備だったりっていうところを進めてきました。
Both teams are full of confidence if we listen in their interviews, and they are ready. Take a look, we have a little bit of a change of a roster here, where one of their builders now with Kuma is in the roster, and he's going to try to really showcase that those builders know the basics of attacking as well, and is going to do his best to support his team, not just with the building aspect of the game, but as well with the attacking.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how that impacts the team moving into this last one. I'm trying to think back to the predictions. I think you even went with Electros, JP, did you? And was that builder moving into the team part of your decision making?
I mean, I looked at the stats from those two teams over the last 1 month and then did the prediction. I am really not that creative when it comes down to those things. But let's take a look at the prediction from the community, because it seems like that Millicim MG is still in the back of the heads of the community out there. They have been really strong over the last couple of months, and the question is if they can showcase this in this match again, with 68% of the community thinking that Millicim MG is going to win this match.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like after how they performed in the last qualifier, you've got to say, to me, that's just why I went with them. I don't think I could have picked against them. They beat Navi, they beat Carry Esports, a couple of teams that already have the golden tickets. They were just that little bit away towards the end. But as we've seen from the last match, who knows what is going to happen? And if you're saying the stats of Electros JP have been climbing over the last month, then I am certainly looking forward as to what happens here. We do have Sahara kicking us off for Electros JP, diving in with the Queen and the Warden, which is what we've seen in that last matchup as well.
Yeah, but right now he's skipping that air defense, and that is... Oh, he's even using that Queen ability! And that is not a good start for him and his team. The healers are getting dragged slowly into the range of the air defense, which is not good either for him. Losing the first healer, another invisibility spell, but the healers are not getting covered, and 2 healers at this stage already down. Question now is, did he get the value, and is he able to recover after losing that Queen ability and multiple healers early on?
Well, it's definitely going to be tricky. I was worried when it came to the recall part that he might leave some healers behind, but he managed to scoop everything up there, so thankfully that didn't mess him up too much. But you've got to say, normally once you do get to an area of damage, you're able to press that Queen ability and snipe it down fast. He's not going to be able to do that, so he is going to be stalled up in some of these heavy areas. Nice overgrowth catching everything, so he can just take apart the bottom area of this base, and then the town hall will be the next building as it wears off. But without the Queen ability and a couple of healers down, they're lagging behind here as well. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, the biggest issue here is really that those healers were staying behind for so long. He has lost so many Root Riders at this point of the attack. Trying to save now the Royal Champion and her ability. Town Hall finally going down, and with some of those healers staying alive, he has still a long way to go through the space, especially if the timing of where the overgrowth is going to wake up is bad for him, because the Fire Spitter is pointing right at his army.
Yeah, and even the Crusher Mortar there was absolutely blasting the Royal Champion that was standing at the back. That's why it's so devastating. Then the Royal Champion, because of the overgrowth wearing off, skipped those heavy defenses and took out the bomb tower behind. So a little bit unfortunate there. At this point, what is the percentage he's going to get to? He'll get into the 70s, but I'm not sure he's going to get anywhere near the 80s. He's really just got to use these super barbs to snipe off the buildings towards the edge.
Yeah, that is unfortunately not a good start for Electros JP. The opening with skipping the offense, with losing the Queen ability early on, was not really optimal whatsoever. Even catching some back and spring drops on the outside, losing those Super Barbarians means that he's not picking up as many percentage points anymore. With now roughly 25 seconds left and the minion at least on there, he can still pick up one more building most likely on the top side. So we can concentrate on that as well, because there are still some outside collectors which he can pick off.
Yeah, well, he does get... Oh, yeah, he got the collector at the top. I was going to say, the amazing thing here is that Zowat Stoer started their first attack in the last war with a 2-star 77%, sorry. Electros JP creeping over that with the 78. So, hey, they don't want to get too disheartened at this point. You can just look at the last war and 3-star from here. They're good.
Yeah, I think he even got 2 buildings with the one Super Baron, because it jumped up from the 75 to the 77%. So he somehow managed to get even 2 buildings out there. But this means not the highest percentage for Electros JP to start the match off. And now it's up to Milliceme MG to really put pressure on the other team. And their choice is going to be the Mass Invis Royal Champion charge with the Root Riders, and bring plenty of those Rocket Loons to support the pathing of the Royal Champion as well.
Yeah, I really like that actually, because often we do see those lighter defenses on the perimeter, which are purely just to try and force the Royal Champion in a different direction. So sniping a couple of those off not only helps to make the pathing so much easier, it also preserves a lot of the invis spells. Just using one of them there on the Expo to redirect her, and then quickly another one to force her closer towards the multi-gear tower so that she wasn't drawn to the Expo after that. Really like that placement.
Yeah, it was as well about the timings, because it was close by around the tunnel, which means he had to do the double invisibility spell cycle. Because near the town hall, you have mentioned it earlier, this defense is shooting just so quick, typically always hitting the Fox, and this is what he tried to avoid. Not getting the Expo in the end, but I feel like it's not going to be the end of the world. He still got most of the value he was coming for.
Yeah, it's one of those things with the amount of damage around it and the chance of losing the Spirit Fox. I think he's happy at leaving the Expo there. I was just looking in case... Yeah, he has a Barbarian. There is a couple of buildings towards the outside that he missed where he can just snipe those off with one Barbarian, which will be nice. Ice Golem immediately gets sprung, but does freeze a couple of defenses to make sure the snakes are a bit better protected, I guess. However, focusing on the Root Riders coming through the center, the healers in this scenario you can see sticking right next to them, and that balloon out of the troop launcher popping a couple of the air traps to beautifully protect them as well.
Yeah, now with the Warden ability, everything is protected. Moving into the last really big compartment, there is still like 2 dangerous other compartments on the back end, but this one stacked with the defending healers as well looks dangerous quite a bit. The Giga Bomb going off, but with those healers really staying close and the Rage Gem active, this is still looking solid. With the Queen ability as well, this should be the first 3-star of the match, right?
It certainly looks like that. I really like the invisibility as well, just to call it out. The Grand Warden was about to go down and he kept him alive just so that he had the Rage Aura, like you said, sitting back there already. He is good. Not even going to have to worry about the Archer Queen at the back end of the base. He can cruise through these final couple of buildings. And what a lead that MMG have here. Milliceme coming out with the opening 3-star so that they have that 22% advantage. However, again, just to remind you of the last matchup, this is exactly what happened for Electros as well.
Yeah, matches have always the potential to swing back when it comes down to those early leads, especially with having plenty of more attacks to come, and with having always the potential of a 1-star happening or such. Those matches can always swing in favor of those different teams. And for us, it's always exciting then to have a back and forth between those 2 teams. But at the same time, we need now for sure a strong answer from Electros JP, because they are behind by quite a bit. Not just a star, but as well plenty of percentage points. So they need to get ready to really pressure then on put pressure on Milliceme MG, and their choice is the Root Rider strategy to do exactly that.
I just love how casually he's sitting on the sofa with his phone. I don't know about you, but I really struggle to attack on a smaller device, especially at this scale. Like, I can do okay, but certainly when it comes to war attacks, I would always opt for my tablet. So I'm always super impressed when I see the pro players just casually sitting there like that. And so far, doing a great job with these invis spells to keep the RC alive. And the baby dragon at the top, just to snipe off some buildings to make sure that time isn't as much of a factor.
When you said baby dragon, I was like not looking at the map. I was looking at the camera because there's the baby dragon next to him, supporting him, cheering for him. So yeah, I mean, he has support everywhere, but the opening looks really strong. I mean, getting the entire top right side out there and now creating that pathing for the Root Riders to follow right into the town hall, and then the heavy part is going to be the back end with the monolith, with as well the crafted defense and such. So there's a lot of firepower on that back end, but if he's going to make it there, that would be good news.
Absolutely, everything funneling straight towards that town hall at the moment. We do have a nice golem going to stall him up a little bit, but he's thankfully out of reach of that minion prince. Let's see where the RC goes. She does decide to move across towards the town hall, so that's great news. Keep her inside that warden ability. Love the use of the overgrowth there as well, like you said, just to shut down some of those heavy defenses towards the back end. Everything's looking pretty good at the moment. RC ability is used, gets that fire spitter down so that she is now protected, but he's still got the king and queen ability for that back end of the base.
Yeah, he has that king and queen ability, the royal champion moving forward, going to face off against the defending minion prince with the support of his own queen. That's pretty good for him. And it's now all about the back end. Does he have enough Root Riders alive to really open up the back end compartments? There's only one wall break, and he's going to utilize it right now to open up the compartment to the expo. So the king is always having the chance to support those inside troops.
I feel like his reactions are just fantastic here. As soon as the monolith locked onto the queen, instantly pressed the ability. You got a couple of troops on the outside there now. Perfect timing, so they're not going down too fast, but they will funnel at the right moment for his troops to move in. With that king ability now going off, can he get through to these defenses? It is close. 27 seconds, he's got more than enough time, and there's the celebration. Electros JP getting the 3-star to put the pressure back on Millesime MG here.
And that was exactly the response they had to bring in this matchup. With that, Millesime MG is for sure under pressure again, because both of those teams now with their first 3 stars on the table. Yes, the percentage in the Electros JP first tech wasn't the greatest, but with having at least now the tied up stars and triple count, this is good news for them, depending now on the next attack of Millesime MG, because they're up next and they have still the one attack where they're tying up the attack count for both teams.
Absolutely. Well, let's see what Mr. C can do with his attack. It is going to be the Root Riders, just 4 invisibility spells for this one. But you mentioned it right at the top of the show, Itsu. A lot of those log launcher approaches we've seen in the August qualifier, and we've already seen quite a few here today. The team's really liking the approach of trying to just snipe buildings along the way and get some of those Yetis towards the core to help out with pathing.
Yeah, the question right now is how many more traps are located around there. The Fox is low, but not down just yet. More small bombs are popping up, but the Fox is staying alive for now. Okay, never mind, not anymore. This is for sure a dead Fox. I mean, how did that? There was like 2 giant bombs and I think all of the small bombs in there. Like, that was a really heavy commitment to get that Fox out of the way, and it worked in the end, and that is the good news.
Yeah, especially towards the end when she had that tiny little bit of health. It did turn the RC invisible just before she went down. He does lure one of the ice golems, but the log launcher quickly able to make short work of the archers. Shouldn't have too much of a problem getting through that. Now, the delayed Royal Champion, due to not having the Spirit Fox and being low in health, just means she's got a much better chance of getting healed up from the healers. Barbarian King still on the outside to help these Root Riders move straight through the pathing, but can the Yetis get the Town Hall? They do not, Itsu.
So you're going to use that rocket spear, and is the rocket spear going to target the tunnel? That's the big question right now. The spears are hitting the regular defense in front of those Root Riders. The Royal Champion now turning around and is going for the core. This is massive for him, but the Royal Champion is going to a lot of damage on the back end. He's not going to invest any more spells for her, which means she is going down, and now it's relying again on the combination of Root Riders, and as well the King and Warden ability have not been even used just yet.
I feel like he's got to. I was going to say he's got to use that Warden ability soon with the multi, the Giga Bomb, the cannon firing at him there, the multi-gear tower. I always forget which is so many multi-defenses at this point. But yeah, nice use of the Warden ability pushing through there. He's also going to get great time out of the freeze spell, maybe on the cannon, fire spitter, and the queen as everything moves through. It's close. This one's a tough one to call. I feel like he could still get it with good king ability and free spell placement.
It heavily depends now on where the spiky ball goes, but I think this overall looks really solid. He's using the Super Barbarian to clear out outside buildings to really make sure the spiky ball is going for the core. That's exactly happening right now, even taking down the defending queen, and it's going to be another 3-star. Milsim MG, they are just not slowing down. They'll keep 3-starring, putting on the glasses to make sure that he's finishing with style. And this is Mr. MG getting 2 attacks in and 2 3-stars to start off this match.
Wow, what a way to start out. Start as you mean to go on, right? This is the last chance qualifier. Whoever gets the victory and wins this weekend gets the final golden ticket. That is it. No second chances. So they have came out swinging, wanting to keep the momentum that they had from the August qualifier. And wow, I'm super impressed with those 2 attacks. Brilliant job. And the celebration as well. We've got to call that out.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not showing any weakness whatsoever. In Electros JP, even though they were able to collect their first 3-star, they still need to somehow stay in this mentally as well. We have heard some of the players talking about it earlier. It is not easy to really concentrate if the other team is putting non-stop pressure on you and your bases. But we have the next attack on our hands. This time around, it's going to the air. It's Dragon time with a lot of rocket dunes, and he's going to try to push as far into the core as possible with plenty of more invis spells. And as well, the Fox, which so far at least is still alive.
Yeah, just about kept her alive. See the defending heroes ready to pounce there as soon as the invis wore off, but he's managed to keep things going. What does he do here? Does he turn the X-bow and the Archer Tower invisible and push her into... Yeah, there we go. Pressing the ability so she does move into the core before that invis wears off, but a lot of damage there with the poison and the Town Hall. Can he keep the RC alive? Fox is down, so he's got to use these other invis spells to just grab what he can at this stage.
I feel like the value here with Dick getting the Fire Spirit is not bad by any means, but I feel like the Monolith would have been a great target for him. He's now starting with the Dragons on the far right side, which I am a little bit surprised about. I feel like that con would be perfect for the Archer Queen of the Siege Barracks, but instead he's starting with that, I think at the left side. Okay, so he's leaving that bottom compartment open, which I am not sure about. Like, what exactly is okay, never mind. He's now having the worst Dragon Spit of all time. I am so confused by the plan. Why is like the big question for me. The right side looked perfect for the Queen and Siege Barracks, and the bottom side perfect for the Dragons. But it seems like there were different plans.
I honestly think you were right in terms of the Monolith, that he expected the RC to go in and mitigate some of the damage there where the Dragons would have gone in, but then he was just worried that there was too much damage for the Dragons and he might miss the Town Hall due to that big compartment at the top where it might be difficult to funnel the Queen in. That would be my guess as to why he did it the way he did, because like you said, it's definitely unconventional. As much as, you know, he's racking up the percentage right now, there's a lot of damage towards the back end of the base. I don't really see any chance of him getting through there for the 3-star.
I feel like the pathing into the tunnel is just so dangerous, and with the more damage on all of those defenses, the tunnel is actually an incredible scary defense. The long range, the high damage and everything, and even the splash damage can take down groups of dragons so quickly. So in the end, this is going to fall short. And again, I feel like the Royal Champion charge was quite solid, but with the Royal Champion going to the far right side and taking down the defenses which were out of range of this Archer Queen, just get her started over there and put all of those dragons in from the bottom side. You could have even like taken down the Giga Bomb early on with a nice warden ability. So yeah, surprise for sure, but in the end it's going to be a 92% 2-star, and Electros JP falling behind already, and Military MG seem like they're not slowing down, so they are up next, and if they're putting up another 3-star, this match seems to be really slipping out of the hands of Electros JP.
Yeah, I mean, they would be 2 stars in the lead at that point, not to mention the percentage as well. So I feel like they'd have all but won it if they get this final one. I did jinx an attack earlier, so I guess I'll not speak too far ahead, but here we see Team Captain coming up next. Can he continue to keep that pressure on? And you've got to think as well that this will be massive for the momentum moving through today as well. Moving into the next matchup, should they win this one, you really want to be getting towards the final at the upper side of the bracket. And, you know, the way Milsim MG have started, they will be having that confidence. But we do see the Warden and Queen starting out again. All is looking okay at the moment. Obviously just a bit scared following that first attack.
Yeah, as long as the Queen survives though, this is looking really good. Oh, there we go. A lot of damage. The Warden as well, under a lot of threat. He's going to recall now early, but I feel like he got the value he was looking for. Poison for the Furnace. The Rocket Loons are getting taken care of. And now we're starting the Root Riders from the top side, but there's going to be a lot of damage early on. What is happening? Where are the rest of the troops? He needs to get them in quickly to really make sure he has the healers going as he's moving in.
Yeah, because like you said, not even the damage from the defenses. There was a couple of fire mites from the Furnace ready to pounce on the Root Riders there as well, just to really lower them down. I think he's just about protected. A lot of them, I think maybe 1 or 2 have gone down. You see another one going down there anyway, so he's got a few left, but he's definitely lost some Root Riders. And if you lose them early on, you'd be surprised how quick those healers go, the heroes go down in hard mode. Warden clinging on, now goes down. Royal Champion clinging on as well. Rocket Spear used and then goes down. Can he even get enough through towards the Town Hall here? Yet he's going down fast.
I mean, we don't see another 1-star, right? Okay. There is the Yeti, the MVP of the day, getting their first 1-star actually, because the 2nd star with the percentage so far at least is not collected just yet. But the King with the spiky ball should get towards that for sure. But it feels like that the 3-star is completely out of hands, and this low percentage 2-star is for sure a good comeback chance for Electros JP, because, well, that is really not the highest percentage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously just wanting to lock up the 2 stars at that point, right? Which does keep them in the lead at this point. They've obviously, you know, managed to get 2-3 stars starting things out. So they are still going to be in the lead by a star as well. I think the percentage will now actually flip over to Electros JP, but stars are what counts. However, that's a big momentum shift at the mid-war as well. Should Electros JP be able to come out and capitalize on that? That really puts the pressure on MMG now when they looked so good.
They looked so good indeed, and I feel like, if I'm not completely wrong, I think at least the left side compartment was like really popular for the base round we reported last qualifier, so maybe they just took some inspirations there, and it seems like that those setups still work quite successfully. But let's get back to the next attack, which is actually going to be Electros JP with, oh, let's go, Super Yetis. Let's go, nice. With the Warden Walk from the far right side, using Furnace to support a little bit, and using the Flame Flinger. I mean, it is still the strongest siege in the game, but this means as well that your healers are maybe less likely protected, which can always be a big problem.
Absolutely. I think he's probably right on the range of that Tesla there, so beautiful job. Just sniping off a few of those, whilst the Expo, which can normally outrange the Flinger, is on the Warden. He's got to be careful, though, taking damage, and the last thing he would have wanted to do, or I guess if he had to use an Invis to keep the Warden alive, he would have, but obviously that would redirect the Expo to the Flame Flinger more than likely. Manages to keep him alive, though, without using spells. Flinger will then move in towards the multi-gear cannon, so we'll be able to get some nice value as now the Super Yetis come in. Quick funnel as well to keep them on the outside, and then the Royal Champion to help reinforce these fences at the top.
And so far, the first couple of tests, yeah, that was the black mine into the red mine farm. And he has triggered most of those traps early on, but it really seems like that this entry is baited to some degree because he has caught already a lot of black mines. Another black mine catching those healers. At this point, there's only 3 healers left. Now the Eternal Zone for the protection in the core. But remember, only 3 healers alive, and they have to do the entire work.
Absolutely, and with the Super Yetis, they can go down super fast as well. As much as the Flame Flinger is taking out that cannon, it's already done the damage. So at this point, it's not like he was able to snipe it or anything like that. He's got a big, massive split across the base here as well. He's still got the RC ability, and she's relatively protected at the top. He's still got a freeze spell, but arguably he can't get amazing value with that. It's just all on the Royal Champion here as to whether she can get across to that multi-archer tower in time. Help reinforce.
I feel like that's going to be an easy 3-star, no? I mean, the Yeti at the bottom side easily took down that bottom right side. We have the freeze onto the multi-arch tower, and this is going to be indeed the second 3-star for Electros JP, even though he caught quite a few of those black mines early on, but he was still able to trigger most of the important other traps, and this means Super Yetis for the win. Let's go. Nice 3-star, and this means those two teams are now again way closer because Millissime MG now needs a solid 3-star, and even then they are behind on the percentage level if I just have seen the numbers correctly.
Yeah, I think they'll be 7% behind. Should they, I mean, that's even if they get a 2-star, they naturally drop percentage. So they'll be 7% plus whatever they drop should they not get that 3-star. So amazing turn of events here. And yeah, I'm done jinxing attacks for today, so I'm not going to call anything super close. I'll let you do that one. But here we go then. We do have back to the Root Riders, unfortunately for you, Itsu. But we have just a shorter Royal Champion charge to start out. A couple of Witches, which he'll use alongside the Barbarian King on the outside. A little bit of a dangerous area to dive into early on here, though, with the RC charge, I would think.
Yeah, especially with how the setup is looking like. Whenever you see a lot of defensive buildings close by, this means that the Fox usually is following really well. And this is then the moment where traps can hit you really, really hard. But luckily for him, there are no traps around this top side. It seems like that this entry was not defended, at least to this stage of the attack when it comes down to the traps and such. And he's even keep going, investing another rotation and getting the Expo barely with that last attack.
Yeah, keeping the Fox by the skin of his teeth as well. Root Riders in, you see the giant bombs on the outside just to get a little bit of damage. This is where, presumably, the defender expected the Royal Champion to dive in with all those giant bombs and tornado. That would have definitely been an interesting one to watch. But shouldn't cause too much damage to the Root Riders. They will be healed back up here. It's very difficult to see. Rocket Loons flying across, but they all look relatively safe right now because the healers are right there.
And it's a combination between Rocket Loons and as well the Furnace inside the Clan Castle, which is an interesting combination for sure. It's really, really damage heavy and not as much of delaying things with like Ice Golems. But so far it has worked not as successful because I feel like there is many Root Riders there are many Root Riders which are pushing around this bottom side with the core going down, and especially that Town Hall, the 2nd-star is secured.
Royal Champion has been the MVP up until this point, sniping out the Town Hall and then just beelining straight down to the Crusher Mortar to get that down as well. She has gone down herself, however, a lot of the key defenses taken out at this bottom area. It's really the Monolith and the Fire Spitter as we move across as well that are dealing a lot of damage onto the Archer Queen, so the ability is forced. He's got no hero abilities to help him out towards the back end. He does have to hope that the Root Riders are strong enough and he's got enough damage behind them moving to these defenses as well, because the Queen is now down.
Yeah, the action figure getting one shot off as well, damaging that Monolith a little bit. And the time is ticking as well. And there is one dangerous thing. It's not just the strongest air defense in the game, but as well, when the King is standing in its way towards that Dark Elixir storage, time is going to be an issue. He's sitting in this... Wait, what? That Dark Elixir storage was on 1 hit point as I'm saying that. but there's still one core defense. The question is time enough?
He's gonna get the storage, but the monolith is gonna be standing. Oh my goodness, a 99%, which means Electros JP were 7% in the lead. I said any percentage dropped in this attack would be added. So they are 8% in the lead. We're all tied up on stars. Wow.
I mean, what a crazy turn of events. We had now 2 matches back to back where one of the teams was quite in the lead, you want to say, and then somehow things are getting turned around. We now have Electros JP in the lead going into the last rotation of attacks. Everything is now on the line for those 2 teams. Electros JP is attacking first. And I mean, let's see, is it going to be another Root Rider attack? Yes, it is, with, again, a lot of invisibility spells. Question is the Fox going to survive long enough? Because that left compartment there looks interesting, suspicious when it comes down to traps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we keep mentioning it, but obviously when it comes to the defenses, I know you're well aware it too, but when the Royal Champion is constantly invisible, you're not really going to be able to take her down. So the defenders are often trying to snipe the Spirit Fox because it's a lot weaker, so the traps can get rid of it, and therefore you have to use more spells.
Oh, no.
But as I'm trying to explain this, RC runs across after a couple of archers. How on earth did he manage to recover that? Unfortunate not to get the fire spitter, but not the end of the world because he'll be attacking behind it. Good reactions there, but pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, but this is so many spells now wasted. This is unfortunate indeed. We have now the rocket loons in as well. Again, the furnace coming out. One of the fire spitters is, I mean, just really going the 180-degree angle there to fire at those troops. And now it's all about... Oh no, the Royal Champion's getting targeted, right? The Royal Champion under fire. Where is she? It's close.
Using the overgrowth just to make sure, because it was really tricky to see, but she does indeed go down. He put the invis in right as she was taking that damage, so the Royal Champion is down. That is a key damage component where the Root Riders can tank all you want. Healers can keep them alive, but you need the damage behind the troops as well. That's where we see the Root Riders, the Archer Queen, and the Royal Champion doing that. Once this overgrowth wears off, there we go. Monolith is going to lock on. It's right onto the Archer Queen as well. Everything going wrong here for Electros JP. Are they going to be able to hold on to the lead they had?
Oh, I'm not sure. Things are not looking good for them. The best news right now for Electros is that, well, that king is on the out. Okay, I was about to say it's on the outside, so you can collect a lot of percentages. This is where he's forcing the king on the inside to collect even more buildings. And wait a second, somehow this is not a 3-star, but like way higher percentage than I was expecting.
Yeah, that's where you have to give these players credit, because you also have to appreciate this is hard mode. We went over at the start of the broadcast exactly what that is, but remember, the defenses deal 20% more damage. The defending heroes deal 20% more damage and have more hit points, not to mention your attacking heroes do less damage and your common and epic equipment are capped. So with all of that in mind, with everything that went wrong, to get a 91% 2-star is a phenomenal recovery. But it does mean that MMG could tie things up here without getting the 3-star. They could get if they got a 99% 2-star, it literally ties the war.
I mean, this is for sure really close. I mean, it's now coming down to the last tag. I mean, this is always the most exciting for us. It's quite stressful for the players, but hey, we are here for the run. We are here to enjoy those attacks and as well enjoy the different approaches. We have now the Root Rider push again. We have, it seems like only a few invis spells, and this is while we're seeing the Queen charge in combination with the Warden to clear out this compartment. We have seen, I would say, mixed results with this approach because, well, if that Queen ability pops, you are in big trouble. So let's see if he can control this Queen way better.
I'm I'm struggling to focus right now because of how tight this one is. Look at the time, Itsu. 2 minutes 41 average as well. 99% would tie it up on stars percentage. It would then come down to time. I mean, but he's got to get that far. And arguably, it's harder to get a 99% than it is to get a 3-star, you would say. Or, well, I'm going to stop before I start jinxing again, but we would see less 99% than we do a 3-star. Diving into all sorts of damage here early on, though, Itsu. How do you feel this one's going?
I feel like with having the Root Rider taking a lot of damage, this is obviously not the most optimal thing, but at the same time, I feel like there's not too much defensive all-up damage, which means the Root Riders are staying alive. But I'm wondering what exactly the response is for the Town Hall, because yes, he has more overgrowth, but this at the same time is kind of like stressing me out, because if he's going to overgrowth the Town Hall again, he's going to really take the risk of like, okay, all or nothing. And with the Town Hall staying alive now for quite some time, and as well having the chance of firing, those healers are taking a lot of damage, and this is never a great thing.
Yeah, you can see as they are getting a lot of damage. There's one of the healers gone. And since they're frozen from the Ice Golem, they are just getting blasted from the Town Hall. They're slowly going down. I mean, laser focused on those hit points of the healers, but I feel he's going to lose a couple of them there. Using that final overgrowth, he still does have the hero abilities. Creeping up on percentage. Difficult one to call. But he's closing in towards that 3-star, and that is the only way that they get the victory here, unless he gets a super fast 99% 2-star.
That's a winning condition and a half. I mean, getting a quick 99% time fail is something really impressive to do.
Oh, that's very true.
I mean, that would be really, really strong. But I mean, with the kick ability, he should be fine. He should be completely fine here.
Let's go.
Really putting that reaction out there. I was never stressed. We just did that for content, right? Clip farming right here live on stream.
Not even close. Nez with the 3-star to grind out the victory for Milliceme MG. They do end up putting 13 stars on the board. Just that one attack that really didn't go their way. Other than that, they were in cruise control. 3 stars and a 99% 2-star as well. Really just that one that threw things up in the air. But at this level, that really can be the difference maker. Thankfully, their team helped to get that one done. What an incredible war. 13-12, so it will be Electros JP that moved down into the lower bracket. And they will actually be facing up against Team Electros later today.
I mean, that will be an intense match for sure between those two teams. But at the same time, Milliceme keeping their head cool, really making sure that they're getting this victory. And especially with how much confidence they were coming into this match or into this qualifier in general, I think it's really nice for them to really be able to show this off and get this first victory. And with then the matchup in the upper bracket versus Stoer, this should be an intense one. I mean, this will be a really fun one because Stoer, even though they had like 12 stars, they had 3 stars. They had a lot of 3 stars. So this match could be a really high scoring one, that is for sure.
Absolutely, and that is what we like to see. So in the upper bracket, we will have only Badz versus Dizi Supersonic, Stoer and Milliceme MG. However, before that, down in the lower bracket, AllExceed versus NGJC and Team Electros versus Electros JP. Let's go ahead and take a look at the MVP of that last matchup, though. Numerous 3 stars on the side of Milliceme MG, but of course, it is the main man himself at the end, Nez, with 64% of the votes.
Yeah, strong attack, strong reaction on camera, really getting the job done as the finisher for his team, which is never an easy position, but he really made that job look easy. And I mean, that's what it all comes down. He really can be proud of not just his performance, but of this team as well, because as you said, 13 stars in 19 as well. There was this one attack, which wasn't really like, let's call it the best. But overall, a really strong showing for them out of the different teams which we have seen so far. I feel like it was for sure the best looking, I would say. And the question is, can they push this now all the way? We're going to go into a really quick break to then keep moving with those matches. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And we are back, getting ready for the next match. But there's one question which I feel like after this last match we have to go through. Badz, you watched this match behind the scenes. What was your most exciting moment in that last match?
I mean, just that last attack was insane going through there. I mean, it looked very convincing, but I was looking at the stats and I'm like, wow, 1% difference. Like, what if the 99% happens? That was such a good war for those two squads. But let's continue to move forward here and go into our lower bracket as we're gonna have AllExceed going up against NGJC. And this one on paper, it feels like AllExceed should have the advantage, but we've already talked about AllExceed's struggles. It feels like there's like a mental block there holding them back.
Yeah, I mean, mentally resetting or like that ability in general is such an important thing in those qualifiers, because you're always playing at least, like always playing those two matches at the first day, and this is what AllExceed have to do. Their first match wasn't really the greatest whatsoever, but they are here to bounce back with Luca, Yororia, Kazuma, Invincible AG, and as well Naromi. Question is, can they do it? I mean, we all know that they're a strong team. They just so far cannot really show it on this big stage, and that is the big question mark.
Yeah, it would be such a heartbreaker for them to go 2-0 again. But man, they're gonna have their backs up against the wall. Now, I mean, anything can happen here. There's obviously a whole war ahead of us, but it definitely feels like the way that first war went, that they're just mentally, there's just something going on there that once they get here to the finals of whatever tournament is, they just have struggles, a little bit of issues that come in. They had the 1 star from Hiroya. They failed to get over 90%. It's just been a struggle. It's been an uphill battle the entire time for them.
Can they beat that struggle? Can they beat their inner demons, if you want to call it that way? Because I feel like right now the team or the opponents they have to beat first are they self, because they have to somehow be able to deliver what they're showcasing in tournaments of like community tournaments and such things non-stop. They are a really good team, but unfortunately in those qualifiers it is just not really their day. Can they bounce back? That is the big question. But their opponents are as well newcomers to this big stage. So the question is if they can maybe claim their first victory as well. And they were so close versus one of the biggest teams, I want to say, or like biggest favorites within only Badz with their first match, because that one was an 11-11 percentage loss for this lineup.
Yeah, 15% difference. But remember, they were really in the driver's seat the whole war. It kind of just came down to the last attack where Tim put up a 64% and cost them the war. I hate to word it like that, but that's ultimately what ended up happening in that matchup. So they definitely can hang in there. They just have to correct some of those mistakes. And if they can just get that last attack a little bit safer, a little bit higher percent, I think they'll be in a really nice situation. I think this one, even though like we're talking about underdogs and all kinds of weird stuff going on, I think this one could be a really close down to the wire, coming into that last attack type of war, kind of similar to what we saw in that last war.
I mean, that would be great for us. That is for sure, because those are always the wars, the matches which are the most fun to watch, the most exciting to watch. So that is, I mean, that would be just amazing. At the same time, though, I really hope that Tim is maybe getting his first 3-star. As I'm looking at those stats, that is looking a little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, Tim, Muffin, Koenig, or Loser, Gigi there. Definitely some solid stats all around, but Tim seems to be struggling, and we saw that in that last matchup. But I love the professional approach that they're taking here. They came to play. I am seeing ties coming off. I'm seeing them getting ready. Definitely have to buckle in, lock in, get those preparations as the war is getting ready. But we do have a short statement from them. Let's see what they have to say.
LCQ is the last chance to get a golden ticket, so every team is under huge pressure, because if you lose, you don't have any other chance to get the golden ticket. If your team wants to compete at Worlds, this is the final stage. This is the last chance you get to get a golden ticket, so I think every team and myself also is under huge pressure, and we need to perform.
Pressure is on the line for those two teams, that is for sure, especially for Tim after that last match. But as we have mentioned earlier, unfortunately, those two teams have not won a single match in this qualifier environment on the big stage. So the good news is that for one of those two teams, it is going to be the first one 100%. The bad news, the other team is going to drop out of this competition with not collecting a single win overall in this qualifier stage.
Just the sad truth of how things go here. I mean, that's any really major tournament, especially in esports. Someone's got to win, someone's got to lose, unfortunately. Someone's got to go out in first place, someone's got to go out in 8th place, or I guess technically 7th and 8th place here in Clash Clans esports. But both of these teams, I think, should be ready for this mentally. I think with those stats being said, towards the end of the war, towards the middle of the war, if things are tight, I think we could see some nerves playing in. I'm going to be looking for any mistakes. Obviously, it's going to be hard for us to determine if there's obvious mistakes because we don't know the plans. But if anything jumps out, that's what I'm going to be looking at for in this war. Who's going to be able to keep their composure when something does happen? Who's going to be able to bounce back and fix that mistake and keep the attack alive? You definitely don't want to see those 60% attacks in this war. I mean, you can't really make any mistake with your tournament life on the line. This is an elimination matchup.
Yeah, and we have heard that earlier interviews that some of the teams really consider this resetting their mental stage as one of their big weaknesses, for example. And this really shows that this is a big part of this competition where you have to play another match right after you have just lost one of your matches earlier. This is now the last chance for them, the double last chance, if you want to name it like that, because this is a possible lower bracket miracle run, because they would need to go all the way to get that last golden ticket.
Yeah, and it's those lower bracket runs. I mean, while they're super impressive, they are very, very rare, and there's a reason they're very rare. You burn through so many of your resources. There's so much extra effort in there, but let's take a look at the predictions and just see where we're at on this war. And ooh, you guys are all AllExceed. I'm the only one going NG. Okay, I see you guys leave me on an island. I mean, I looked at the stats. I saw NG in that last war, all aside from that last attack. I think they have what it takes to hang in there. So that's why I went with them. Why did you go with AllExceed too?
I mean, even though my heart says that I hope that they're going to win, because I mean, I know so many of them, I feel like. I still have to go not just on the stats of this one last single match, but as well more in general. And I feel like AllExceed is just more consistent within community events or community tournaments where they're showing up a lot of times at the higher ranks within those competitions. So this is why I went with AllExceed, and I feel like this is why some of the other casters as well might went with them, because of the consistency, not just at this specific weekend, but as well on the outside of that. Because just one match, I hope maybe it is going to be enough for them to claim the victory. So for me, again, it's one of those win-win situations where whatever is going to happen will be great. But it seems like the community is as well. I mean, come on, this is perfect, right? 78% to 22%. Exactly like the community, as the casters. So we are hand in hand here. So, I mean, this is going to be a great match, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it goes the way, well, I guess we'll still have to see. There's a lot of war to be played ahead of us here, but obviously AllExceed heavy favorites. I think that's very fair, and I even spoke about it in their last war. AllExceed, the fact that they made it to 3 monthly qualifiers is huge. That's not an easy thing to do. Even though, yes, they did get eliminated in 7th, 8th place each time, making it that far is nothing to slouch at. So they should definitely be proud of that. But I don't know, I just like this NGJC team, and I don't know, it just feels a little bit weird on this one. But guys, that's our predictions. You can sway these predictions down here if you go over to the event site, event.supercell.com/clash-clans. You can vote, you can watch there, you can earn some amazing rewards for your account. So make sure you guys go check that out as we get our final preparations ready and get ready for this first attack.
That's right, the first attack. Oh, actually they changed the attacking order. Okay, so maybe that was too much pressure then on Tim, and he said, okay, I want to go first. I feel like the first attacker, I would even consider having similar amount of pressure, because like that person is really setting the tone for the entire match for his team. Because if that attack is not great, it's again talking about the mental stage of things, can be tricky. But hey, we have that first attack with Dragons, the Royal Champion charge in from the far left side. So let's see how good he can control this and if that Fox stays alive.
That's the big thing there. It's to keeping the Fox alive as long as possible. You often have to go to that double rotation. Is going quite a ways away from the Town Hall. Fox does catch up to the Royal Champion, but she's taking so much damage. This almost feels predicted in here. Goes ahead and puts down that last invis. The Fox did have hers in place. But man, this RC could go to ability a little bit early. Yeah, there she goes. She's going to go to ability now, and he's going to just have to keep her in line, keep her going where he needs. Did he drop a rage on her also?
Pretty heavy commitment there to get that core out of the way, but at least for now it works. The question is if that commitment and that investment is going to be enough or maybe too much in the end. But right now, oh no, the Royal Champ following, but I feel like at that stage it wasn't the worst because the core was gone, right? So that should be totally fine. It's now all about the Dragons starting from this top side, but the King is walking the wrong direction as well.
I feel like the King needed to go on the top side of this. I feel like this is safe to go Dragons at the Town Hall, but I feel like King needed to go at Town Hall and push the King into that Town Hall compartment, and then Dragons go around the top side. There's ground bows on that top side, and with the Warden ability, Minion Prince ability, he also has this Golem. The King's now going to the top. Yeah, I feel like this approach was all wrong for this setup.
Yeah, the King should walk around this bottom side. That was where the wall break was planned with the Golem for the bottom compartment. But now with the King being stuck on the wall, it's not really how it should look like. The question is, can he still recover from this? Is the King going to be that big of a problem inside that compartment? Right now he's taking a lot of damage. There goes the Minion Prince ability to really push through. He has plenty of Dragons alive, so that is not a bad news for him whatsoever. And maybe that King is going to redirect eventually to maybe do something useful, except just beating up walls.
He's going to have to beat on quite a few walls to get where he's going to be useful. But the nice thing is those ground bows will not target the Dragons or the Minion Prince. This is going to run up a nicer percent. I think for Tim, after his big falter in the last war, if he can get this up to the mid 80s, even 90%, I think that's a win for him. I know that sounds kind of weird, but after you have that big mistake and you almost cost your team the war, getting back and just getting a solid attack to start the war is definitely getting on the right page. I think if he flips this attack, sends the Dragons to the south, sends the King at the Town Hall, cuts him in there, uses that Golem for support, I think this actually has a chance to 3-star, even though that RC charge didn't go 100%. I mean, this isn't that far off. If Minion Prince can get through this, actually, it's not that far off at all. It's just time, though.
I mean, that is crazy. Imagine that King would have not taken... How many walls did he take down? Was it 4?
Yeah, quite a bit.
He's right
yeah,
now on his 5th wall or something, but I mean, time is the only difference maker here. That is... Wait, okay, I was about to say if he was able to 3-star, but I was a bit confused for a second. 98% is not a bad start actually whatsoever, and for Tim, a really good recovery compared to his first attack.
Yeah, I mean, that had a chance to 3-star. Yeah, I mean, if he just flips it and puts the King, or gets the King funneled better, so the King maybe goes down there and gets some of those buildings. I know it's always hard to say because you don't know what the King might have missed that helped get to that point. But yeah, he wasn't that far off. And 98% after missing with the 64%, going first, I think that's a big pickup for NGJC. Now, Hiroya going first, lots of lineup changes. Hiroya was going in the middle of the pack. Remember, Hiroya had that big 1-star. Now Hiroya's switching to an air attack.
Okay, I'm not sure what exactly the handshake was those two teams agreed on, why they're suddenly switching to air. But hey, let's see if it's actually going to work, because we have a lot of traps in this left compartment. The Fox right now, though, saying, hey, Royal Champ, take all the traps. I will join you later when it's safe.
Yeah, that's the plan, but we've seen these things always get a little bit dicey. So far, everything's looking really good. Getting right into that town hall. If he can get in there, get these battle builders and multis under control, that'd be obviously a huge pickup. Royal Champion's still going with 5 invisibilities. I like this setup a lot here for Hiroya, and he's gonna go right into this multi. Oh wait, he's gonna pass her. She should go back over to the multi next. Yeah, she'll get that under control. And now he's got a really great setup here for these dragons to come in and sweep through this base. But the RC, she's not done. She's still going.
Yeah, she's still going with those. Oh, even getting another builder hut. That would be nice. And yep, there we go, another builder hut. The only issue now for him is that there's 2 sweepers, and I see that they're pointing in the dragon's direction, both of them. So let's see if that's going to be any problem for him whatsoever. A nice icebox spell on the lava hound to really make sure that that hound is tanking forever. And we have now the king and the siege barrack starting on the far left side to take down the ice golems as well.
Yeah, that's a great pickup over there on the left. Dragons are going to continue working through the top side. But you're right, those sweepers, man, they're starting to push back really strong. Lots of heavy defenses. Ricochet cannons won't be a factor, but the expos, that minion prince, even the king can stall things up just long enough so that multi-gear tower can do so much work. And you start to see these dragons losing health non-stop. There goes the minion prince's ability, which will slow down some of those defenses and defending heroes. King now working his way forward. I like the setup quite a bit. It's just, can he get through this last compartment? King still has ability. A lot of defenses remain, but he's still got some decent force remaining on his own.
Yeah, and with the minion prince having the phoenix on him, this is still looking quite solid. The defending air citizens are getting taken care of. The minion prince tanking the multi-gear tower. With that, it's going down. The king still has his spiky ball ability, and this should be the first 3-star for AllExceed. They are starting off strong, and well, 2% more for them than what we have just seen from Tim.
Very nice pickup from Hiroya. Great bounce back from the 1-star to the 3-star. Oh, just imagine if Tim gets through there, we could be so close, but ultimately AllExceed are going to have the advantage. 2% advantage and the star. Star is the most important thing. Great start for these two guys who kind of struggled in that last war. I love the lineup changes there, moving people around, getting them into a spot so that they can succeed. Less pressure on them. I like that quite a bit.
Yeah, really good start actually for them, but it's not all about the follow-up. We have seen now so many comeback stories of different teams where the first team leading the chart and then like comeback is happening into comeback into, well, let's see. But we have König Hugo up next, and he has done a great warden charge in the first attack, and he's trying to do that again with another one, but running into a lot of Tesla. There we go, fireball, and getting that fireball in there to take down a nice big part of that base. The town hall is as damaged as well. The great news here is that there is no builder hut close by, and that town hall is going to stay on the low hit points for quite some time, which means the warden should easily pick that up later on.
And with those expos going down, the warden will have a nice easy path right on through there. Does have those rocket loons going through the bottom of flame flinger rather, excuse me, over there on the right side, actually looking for an invis into some rocket loons to take out the expo so that the flame flinger can just continue to work and pretty much pick up that whole right side. Not only that, pulls out the poison as well. Beautiful play there by Hugo. And now the warden starting to make his way towards the town hall. Does have those furnace fire mites from the furnace to help him out as well. Town hall is going to fall easy.
Oh, I'm not sure if that rage was in there. Not the biggest fan of the rage, to be honest, but hey, I guess better safe. I don't know. I feel like that rage just for that one recoil cannon wasn't really necessary, but let's see if he's going to run out of spells again, because this was actually the issue for him in the earlier attack which he has done, where he has executed a really nice warden charge, but in the end he was short of one invis spell. Otherwise he could have 3-starred and actually would have put only Badz into the lower bracket. On this one, though, we have the King diving into this bottom compartment, while we have the Flame Flinger just being the star of the show again on this far right side, with the Royal Champion now pushing into the base, and we have the Queen getting defense after defense as well.
Yeah, he's picking up so many defenses here. Royal Champion might get too close to this Warden. Keep an eye on that. Remember, she can pull the Warden away, but you ideally want the Warden just to continue over there and just work and kill all these defenses, take him out. He's gonna have to fight the enemy Queen. Great job getting... No. No. I thought he had her with that last shot, but the Warden goes down. That's a big blow to the rest of this attack. Look at this. He's still got Monolith. He's got the Crusher Mortar. There's an Expo. There's still so many defenses in the middle of this base.
But he uses that Queen ability. He still has one more Furnace. When is he going to use that on the far left side now to really support that Queen? The defending King is getting taken care of. Now the defending Minion Prince is up next. Few more Rocket Loons to come in. Remember, the Siege can open as well, which there are Super Minions. But that multi-Inferno Tower in the core. Can he actually 3-star even though the Warden went down through, not through ability, but like in general, with the Warden charge?
It's looking...
It's a time fail.
Oh, he's flustered a little bit. Time is definitely an issue here. Oh, man. Can he get through there? Oh, no. Almost need to, like, make that invisible. Make them the... Oh! Make the Inferno invisible. Fire Mites are working. Yeah, it's another time fail for them. Oh, they've been so close, Itsu.
It is really unfortunate. I mean, he has done now 2 attacks with the Warden charge, which looked so good, but both times it was like... One time not really like paying attention for 1 second, and the other attack was like 1 spell short. So really unfortunate day for him. 2 close attacks, but in the end falling short both times. And with, well, AllExceed getting that first 3-star in, this hurts even more, falling short now twice as a team together with 2 98% back to back.
That's such a heartbreak, man. It's such a heartbreak for these guys. But at the same time, if they get a defense here, their percent is really good. So I guess there's that to look at. But at some point, they're going to have to get a 3-star on the board. Now, Nairobi's going to come in with another dragon attack. Throughout the first wars, we saw non-stop roots. Over 80% of the attacks, if not 80% of the attacks, have been roots. And this war, we haven't had a single root yet, which I'm not complaining about. I love these dragon attacks.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see how many different strategies, or like not many different strategies, but like different meta, it feels like. Right now, that Royal Champ is not really following the plan. She is having different plans completely, and she's not going towards that core whatsoever. Or is he trading her there? Yes. Okay, finally she's inside that core, but the Fox died quite early, which means that the Invis spells are really expensive right now.
Yeah, but he's almost out of them. He got some pretty solid value. He's actually going to Battle Blimp right at the Town Hall early. Don't mind that play. A little bit of an unconventional play. And the Queen goes down over there on the left. He's going to go ahead and pull out these Clan Castle Ice Golems and the Furnace to deal with that as well. He does have that 1 elixir collector up top. Hopefully he sees that and puts an archer on it or something so that the time is not an issue. But he's got a long way to go on this one. It's a direct path for the dragons, but he's not going to have that support of like the King and like the back end furnaces that we see in other attacks. But look at this Minion Prince just sneaking in on that top side. Great value pickup.
That is an interesting Minion Prince for sure, but at the same time we see the dragons taking a lot of damage from that defending Archer Queen because the Warden was like 1 tile too far back. Reichmann's hitting that Minion Prince as well, so was that actually good for him to deploy that hero so isolated, which is not usually the case. But the defending... Oh, where is he going to use that ability? There we go, Metal Pants activated, and that Minion Prince is now a really tanky one.
Yeah, he's very beefy. Tons of dragons working through here. If AllExceed can convert this over to a 3-star, they are going to be in a huge spot in this war. But the dragons are going to start fading out a little bit. But there's not too much that's going to slow them down aside from the air defense, which is going down. King is almost taken out. There's just really that Tesla and Wizard Tower. That's really not going to be enough to stop it, as that Phoenix is going to go over there, tank for that 1 dragon. And this is looking like yet another 3-star for AllExceed.
Wow, I mean, this looks completely like a different team at this point. This is crazy. Back-to-back 3-stars. And this, I mean, this has to feel like the worst possible, because we have seen on the other side now back-to-back 98%. And seeing the other team now back-to-back 3-stars. Resetting mentally now at this stage, it's yeah, that is not easy.
Yeah, you're right. It's just not easy. That's so tough. 98%, and then 2-3 stars. Oh man, that is a heartbreaker. Like I'm just like trying to wrap my head around it. It is such a heartbreaker if you're NGJC. And like it's not like they like fizzled out. They were right there. It's just time got to them on both of those attacks. Like this war could be so close. Now it's to the point where they have to get a 3-star and they have to hope some defenses come in with the way that AllExceed have came out. Their backs are up against the wall, Itsu, but we're gonna have our first Root Rider attack of the war. Let's see if Erlauser can get it done.
And let's see as well if he's running into any traps. This setup on the far left side looks for sure really nice for traps, because take a look at that. The outside building's going down, which means traps would be perfect in this position right here. But so far he has not triggered any of them, which is great news for him, because this means that the Fox should stay alive quite a bit if he's keeping those rotations perfect when it comes down to the timings.
That's the big thing. The timings were great. RC was pulled out. Spirit Fox pulled out with her. Let's see what he brings to the I'm just so nervous on this attack. This is so important. Mean's gonna walk through here. Giant's gonna get out front from that action figure. He's gonna try to get this monolith down as quickly as possible. Here comes the king to create the pathing there. Here come the roots. They're gonna cut across the middle of the base. Maybe the queen can join up with them as they make that approach. He does have the one overgrowth, a couple of rage spells in here, and there goes that troop launcher. Such an important unit that does need to throw towards those root riders so that the balloons coming out of there can tank for all of those healers.
Yeah, keeping the healers alive is such a crucial part for a successful Root Rider attack. And with more and more loons coming in, we have more and more traps getting triggered. Now even keeping the loon alive, and obviously also remaining troops to trigger even more traps. As a base builder, I can tell you, this is the most frustrating thing to see like half a Lalo flying in front of the healers. How do you get through that? He is keeping everything grouped together right now, which is really nice, but everything is going to split now in just a second, because take a look at that back end. There are so many key defenses lined up.
That's how this always goes. Those heavy defenses on the back. Oh, look at this Royal Champion. She surges forward. She gets through the multi-gear tower. She's going to get the multi-archer tower. That Royal Champion clutching up and getting all those big defenses. So now the queen can just kind of work through there. She's going to go back and get that crusher mortar. Now the scatter shot in the bottom is going to go down. Can they get through this final compartment? That's the question right now.
It feels like the haste power is so underrated. That was crazy from that Royal Champion. Charging forward, as you said, and this might be the first 3-star now for AllExceed and his team. Is the Royal Champion getting through that defense? Yes, 40 seconds left. That should be the first 3-star. And for him, that is a back-to-back performance of 3 stars in this competition. He really wants to push his team to the next match, to the next stage. But the question is, can they get another 3-star? Because without that and without a 1-star defense, they're not making it. They have high percentages, that is the good news, but they need another 3-star. Otherwise, no chance.
Yeah, but they have to get the defenses though. That's the big thing. Hopefully they have the basis to slow down AllExceed to give themselves a shot. But a 3-star here, and you're right. I mean, it's all but done for with a 3-star from AllExceed. It's really kind of sad for NGJC because they've been so close on every single attack. But at the same time, AllExceed has came to play. It doesn't matter if it's a 98, 99. If it's anything less than 100%, it is not 3 stars at the end of the day. Invincible LG will be the next attacker, and he had that low 77% 2-star using the Root Rider. So let's see if he kind of takes a page out of his teammates' books and changes it up a little bit. It looks like no, he's going to stick to the ground and pound of the Root Riders.
He's currently using an Earthquake, which means he is going to try to take down a big part of the space with the... I guess he won't switch the... Or is he going to switch the siege? Maybe from the top side? I guess time will tell. But for now, he's charging forward, trying to get the value, getting the expo first. Now going for that multi-inferno tower. But with that going down, the value for a possible lock launcher might be not there anymore, depending on what the Royal Champion is going for next. Because right now, she's just going for that defending king. And with the haste bar now activated, a lot of damage is maybe now missing.
Yeah, It's a tough one, but he does pick up some decent value through there and creates the pathing. That's the main thing, getting the pathing set up. We've seen a lot of like sideways royal champion charges. They can just recover really nicely. So let's just see if he can do that here. Troop launcher is in. He's going to have all those troops bouncing out there. There is a corner Tesla, so actually those Valkyries going up top are nice to pull that out so he doesn't get surprised by that a little bit later on. And now this is the big moment. Everything's surging through the middle. First overgrowth is in. Can he keep it all alive, especially with those fire spitters shooting at all those troops?
He's right now completely relying on the damage of the Royal Champion. Pretty much all of the Valkyries went to the top side, went down to either spring traps or either the minion prince on the defensive side. The healers right now are getting completely fried by the fire spitter. Take a look at that, shooting through everything and targeting those healers. This stage, there's maybe 2 or 3 healers left alive, and that might be not enough to push all the way through.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's definitely gonna be tough. Gotta get the town hall down first. That's a big thing. But that crusher mortar and that monolith staying up, that's gonna be a tall task at the end of the attack, especially with the queen standing in the way. Look at all those defenses on the back end. Scattershot, expo, so many big defenses, and there's not a lot of force. He does still have the king and queen ability, but with everything pretty much gone except for the heroes, I don't see this getting through.
The good news for him is again that the king is on the outside with that archer queen, which means a lot of more percentages are going to be collected over time. That is the best news for him right now, as he is falling short when it comes down to 3 stars, because with having king and as well queen abilities still left, this is going to collect quite a few percentages, which means they are not too far then behind on the percentage side, because with the 298%, this means at least that the percentage is not on AllExceed's side. This one though, getting still crossed the 9% mark, which is really solid recovered considering how many Valkyries went down in the early stages.
Yeah, I definitely kept it together really well. Things shaped up, but you're right. With the 98%, this one being 91, if NGJC can get one more trip on the board here and then hold another defense, they could actually be leading going into the 5th attack. This is a very interesting proposition here. With 4 attacks left in this war, there's still so much that can happen. Oh man, I'm definitely looking forward to this, but the first things first, NGJC have to come out and get a 3-star on the board on their next attack, just to put that pressure back over to AllExceed. I think that's where AllExceed starts to struggle, is when they start to feel that pressure. I think they start to get those little bit of nerves going, you know? That's kind of how it feels in all their matchups.
Yeah, I feel like we have seen what happens when they are not getting pressured as much in the beginning with the back-to-back 3 stars. And now we are up with Muffin. Another dragon attack, which so far has worked for them, at least on a high percentage level. Can he push the last 2 buildings? And can he get that first 3-star? But, like, with the dragons, the first 3-star. We have again a lot of trap possibilities here. But where's the Royal Champion going? She's so far going to the bottom side. A lot of damage taken now. He needs to make sure that those invis timings are perfect.
Yeah, that's the big thing. He had the 88% with the dragons earlier, but especially as you get closer to this town hall, you have to switch to that double rotation. The Spirit Fox is probably going to go down with this bomb tower. Yeah, she goes down right there actually from the Inferno. He's got to path her in and get this town hall taken down. But then, ooh, those archers pull her away a little bit. Still has the invises, but he doesn't have the Spirit Fox to help out. Looks like she's going to go right into the town hall. He'll pop off the ability that'll allow her to surge right on through there. Then she'll probably go down and pick up that multi. He's got to get those dragons through the middle of that base where there's the poison towers and those multis in there, which is no easy task for sure. But actually, this RC, she's not going to have too much on her. She should be able to keep picking up lots of value.
Yeah, and this looks pretty solid. Taking down another archer tower and as well the elephants close by. Would be amazing, get the fire spitter, but I feel like that is not going to be possible. He has got quite a bit of value. He could as well use maybe a bed dragon or something to trigger one of the poison towers from the bottom left side. Not sure if someone, or maybe a rocket loon should be already enough, right? One rocket loon on the multi-inferno tower could even possibly trigger both of those poison towers. Come on, Muffin, go for it. One of those rocket loons, go.
It's one of those tough things, like we see it here, but it's so hard when you're getting the attack going. There go the rocket loons on the top side of the base, and those poison towers are going to launch right into the dragons. There goes the king's spiky ball. The king is definitely under a lot of pressure early. Oh man, he's got to find a way to get to these multis, and those dragons are starting to fade. I'm just worried about the multis. That's the big thing right now. He's still got plenty of dragons, still got plenty of support. The mini prince does have Phoenix, so he's still got that, and the super mini. I mean, this is close into. I think it's got a chance.
Got a chance for sure. Another Blade Dragon coming in from the far left side. We have the Minion Prince not even triggered with the Phoenix, and this should be a 3-star for Muffin, and this means they are actually possibly in the lead. Like, what is going on over here? They were falling short 2 buildings within the first 2 attacks, and now they're back-to-back 3-stars. And if AllExceed is not going to 3-star with their next attack, they actually take the lead, as you just said, going to the last rotation of attacks. This match is crazy.
This match is absolutely crazy. But also, like, counter to that, a 3-star, not almost, it does put NGJC in a situation where they're going to have to 3-star their final attack as well. Oh man, this one is definitely living up to the hype. We felt like this one was going to be close coming in. Well, I guess not super close, 75-25 essentially, but it's definitely been a closer matchup, and this one could easily be swayed either way. Our next attacker will be Luca. This is a pivotal moment in the war. This might determine the outcome of this war, this attack right here.
I'm just always scared with those 2 teams because something, unfortunately, which is like a special ability for those 2 teams, is to somewhat throw an attack where they have pretty solid matches and then they just randomly have one of their attacks going horribly wrong. So as long as that is not happening, which is what I'm completely hoping for here, we're good to go. But this is the question: can Luca perform and get that next 3-star on the board to make this match even more exciting? The beginning looks promising, even though he has lost the Fox somewhat early. Luring out the Clancaster as well is giving him a solid chance of going in for this Town Hall compartment to then use the Overgrowth for the Town Hall, the same as that core setup.
Root Riders getting ready for the approach. King on the outside, pretty standard stuff right here. 2 Overgrowths should slow down the defenses, but it's also about timing on this. Gotta time those Overgrowths just right so you don't miss that Town Hall. We saw that previously in the day. I love that Overgrowth, catching both Ricochet Cannons, the multi and the Town Hall. Royal Champion is in there, but the Queen might come over here and distract her. Yeah, the Queen's gonna start to pick off this RC and gets the RC down. That's a big strike to this attack early.
And again, all healers are gone. All of those healers are gone, and again, no reaction. I mean, there is a ward ability, protect them. Those healer lives matters. Protect your healers and have the chance of pushing all the way through. But instead, the healers are going down, and this means there's now no hit point recovery for his troops whatsoever. And this is going to be a really rough time, because you're going into one of the heaviest splash defenses in the game, and those Root Riders are falling quickly.
Yeah, oh man. Oh no, I said this could be the pivotal moment, and this is definitely looking like the pivotal moment, as this percentage is so low. 61%. He's got to keep it going, but man, he doesn't have much left. It's really just the Queen, along with that giant from the action figure equipment. He's going to try to pick up as much as he can. Ice Golem will tank a little bit for the Barbarians. He might be able to push this up to 70, but man, it's not going to get much more than that. And now NGJC are going to be in the position where they 3-star and they win this war.
That would be crazy. Having them the first time in one of those qualifiers, and they would get that victory versus one of the teams, which, even though they finished on the 7th and 8th position with AllExceed, they made it to those top 8 stages multiple times. So let's see what the last 2 attacks are looking like. 1 attack each. You can see it with the percentage. The percentage is really not in favor of AllExceed, but we have seen them already earlier, unfortunately, really not taking advantage of one of their huge percentage leads they had. What are they going to do this time around? That's the big question.
It's a 32% advantage over to NGJC. So any defense, essentially, barring catastrophic failure here, almost any defense will win them this war. But GG is going to come in and a 3-star. I mean, then you don't have to worry about your defense. 3-star just secures it right now. This is the moment, NGJC. Can you squeeze through and get to the next round? Keep your tournament life alive. We have a long RC charge, 8 invises. We have root riders. Oh man, these attacks can definitely be sketchy at you. Let's see what he brings to the table.
Oh, okay. So he is going in with an early overgrowth to really push that Royal Champion to the far left side, which means there is not much of recovering when the Royal Champion not getting the value she was designed to get. Jumping in, Fox to follow. He's going to chase towards the far left side. Here, I would assume, is going to try to go towards the core, going to take all of that out, especially having the earthquake here. And there we go. Is she... Wait. I don't think that was planned, right? Like that the tunnel would wake up again. If it was, that was the perfect timing right there.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that was the plan, but it is very convenient because she was right in position to pick that up. And now she's going to be able to pick up one of these multis right here. And then he's going to have to recall her out of there. But he's also going to go ahead and get that clan castle dealt with. Just that one ice golem, it's going to pop. Oh, wait, there's another ice golem right there. I didn't see that one kind of hiding behind the storage. But I got most of the clan castle dealt with. That was a great pickup here. Beautiful start. But look at the spells. He does not have any spell support for these root riders, and that's oftentimes a problem.
Yeah, if the Royal Champion's getting targeted somehow, no chance of coming back. And even the Warden ability is forced early because, well, that Warden not having many hit points left. And this means at this point, the only thing which he can actively do is just a couple of support troops and the King and Queen ability. Everything else is now on the field, the same as some Valkyries seeding the healers.
Yeah, that's something to keep your eye on for sure. Healers are still pretty healthy. That's always the big issue. How long can you keep the healers alive? I think on the Warden right now, man, they need to go over to those roots. I think they're gonna... Oh no, they're still staying away from the root riders. The root riders are going down. Oh no, this is falling apart quick.
Oh no, they need a solid percentage, and that would look so good, and that would force AllExceed to get the 3-star. But if this is below the 70% mark, this would mean they could finish with a high percentage 2-star. But right now, with the King ability and Queen ability left, he should push across that line, which means this is kind of the second best thing they could do in this position next to 3-starring to really at least force AllExceed to 3-star just because of the percentage lead they have.
Yeah. I mean, AllExceed are going to have to 3-star because it was 32% was the advantage. So anything over 68% forces a 3-star. But you definitely, you don't want to give the ball back over to your opponent with a chance to win it. You want to keep control. You want to put it away while you have control. And unfortunately for GG, this one just, the healers just would not get onto those root riders, and they just got taken out. A little bit of a shrug, like, I gave it my all, guys. I gave it my all, but what can you do, you know? 86% 2-star, and that means with a triple, AllExceed could win this war. They could snatch victory after giving up the advantage on that last attack.
Wow, I mean, for us again, amazing entertainment, because yet another match coming down to the last attack between those two teams who are fighting for their first victory in this big stage matches. But the question is, can AllExceed 3-star? Because everything else does not matter. They're 3-star, they win. Everything else, and they lose. Simple as that.
This one isn't. Hey, we said it might come down to the last couple of attacks, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. It's actually going to come down to the final attack from Kazuma. Kazuma went with root riders, and it was only an 83% in their last war. But we've already seen that was the last war. This is a different war. They've already came out with a different approach. They came out with a stronger approach than this one. Let's see if Kazuma can get it done and push AllExceed forward. If anything short of 3 stars, and NGJC will still be alive in this tournament.
Oh no, I'm not sure if that was planned. I mean, the Royal Champion getting bounced into the base. I feel like she was supposed to go to for the defense, but she's now in an angle, I guess, where there are possible traps on the far right side would... Wait, was that planned now? I feel like she was supposed to take down the far right side, but apparently it was not, because he is starting now with that lock launcher dive from the far right, with having a Valkyrie to protect the lock launcher. The root riders are in now as well, but he wants to keep those root riders now on the... Wait, no, the root riders are going to push him from the bottom side.
Okay, but these fire mites are going to hit this log launcher. He still might be able to pick up most of the damage. The ice golems will come over and slow it down as well. Fire spirit is going to go down. Poison tower is going to go down. Can he get through this multi-inferno? One more log might do it. Oh, but he doesn't get the log as the ice golems had it slowed. So he doesn't get the full value there as the clan castle troops slow down his log launcher.
That's unfortunate. The Inferno Tower could have been down, but instead it's staying up and beaming on those attacking troops. The Queen has to pop her ability because that... Oh, wow, that defense dealing so much damage. But how many Hog Riders are still alive? At least the healers are alive. That is good news for him right now.
Yeah, that's definitely a big thing here. King is leading the charge here, still has one more overgrowth. Shutting down the ricochet cannons in the town hall, obviously a good thing. I'm curious to see what he overgrowths next when this wakes up, which it does wake up right now. He does have the warden ability, which should go off. There it goes, warden ability right now. Town hall is going to get targeted by the Queen and should get taken out really soon. There's not a ton of defenses and there's quite a bit of force. This is looking decent, but man, can't really call it either way yet.
Oh yeah, but this top side is really looking dangerous as well with the fire spitter start firing at those attacking troops. The Queen has no ability left anymore and there's so much power on the back end, and that core as well is looking dangerous. Royal Champion with a rocket spear has to carry a lot now. One phrase, one invis has to push all the way. He has two more headhunters for the defending minion prince, but this Royal Champion, as everything is tanking, has to carry. We have now the core waking up. The invis, maybe can catch both of them with the invis. I'm not exactly sure, but that would be so no, okay, he missed the Queen, but does this matter?
Oh, spiky ball. All right. Oh, the RC's barely hanging on. The minion prince, he's got it. It's a 3-star.
No shot.
AllExceed, get it done. It literally came down to the last second. I wasn't sure, but the king sneaks in there. The spiky ball gets the job done, and AllExceed come from behind because Zuma gets a 3-star, and they win this war. What a back and forth matchup for both of these squads. An unbelievable result, Itsu.
And take a look at the percentage. I mean, 96% versus the 92, but 13 to 12 stars. And as well at the same time, even though this was the lower bracket, this was one of our highest scoring matches so far. A crazy match between those two teams, but in the end, AllExceed clutching it out, getting 3 stars in total. Yes, they had this one attack with low percentage, but in the end, it did not matter. And I mean, what a crazy match this was. I'm speechless.
That was such a fun match, but man, it's a heartbreaker for NGJC. Those first two attacks, those 98s, if you just tuned in, those were time fails. They were so close. But ultimately, that means that NGJC will be eliminated from our last chance qualifier. Our first team going home. They will take home a nice little sum of money, but AllExceed finally get over the hump and get one of those first two victories that they haven't been able to do so far. So they will wait winners a little bit later, actually probably tomorrow, as we will continue to move forward. Next up, we're going to have, you could almost call it a civil war. Sister clans playing each other. Team Electros versus Electros JP as our next elimination matchup. And that's such a sad one, man. You're going to send your sister clan, one of them going home in the next elimination match.
I mean, there is so many good matches which we have over the day and still have to come, which is just super exciting. But let's take a look at the MVP of the match we just had.
I'm going
Kazuma.
Kazuma.
Final attacker. Let's see. Yes, Kazuma, 68%, clutching it out. I mean, not gonna lie, that last attack had ups and downs, and that was just really impressive how we recovered that in the end with really great spell usage.
Honestly, like for me, it felt like this looked like a completely different AllExceed team. They changed some things up. They did exactly what I asked. I mean, they kind of got out of their safety net. They were using nothing but roots. We saw some dragon 3-stars in there. They did exactly what we were asking of them, and they delivered on an amazing war. I mean, GG's to both of these squads. It was such a good war, such a strong performance.
Such a strong performance indeed. And I mean, as we just mentioned, we have plenty of more, hopefully strong performances ahead of us. But for now, we're going to throw to a really quick break. But don't go anywhere because we are right back.
Oh, baby. What a war. Man, all of these wars have been so good, Carbon. Hopefully it had a nice break. That was so intense. Welcome back, Carbon Fen.
Thank you so much. It was an incredible set of wars, and man, it was hard to predict, but I only got one wrong today. So far, so
here
good.
he goes.
You know, I gotta bring it up. I did get the Zoastro match correctly predicted there, but the rest of these matches here today are gonna be amazing, as well as we are in the lower bracket, meaning that they are up for elimination, and that is what is up here today. So the next match we've got is, like you mentioned, a sister clans going up against each other. Team Electros versus Electros JP. Bash, I'm gonna say that Electros is gonna win.
How did I know
prediction.
you would say something goofy like that? I mean, look at the stats though, Carbon. Realistically, either of these Electro squads could win. You're right, as they are so close. Just a few percentage points difference, 0.3 star difference, 0.25 3-star rate difference. I mean, these are really close, and all of our matchups have been so close. As we move forward and look at our lineups of these squads, man, if this war is anything like the last, I'm so excited. Team Electros, Diego, Crispy, El Tano, Rigo Torres, Albolin. These guys so experienced, so seasoned, put up 11 stars against Zoastro, and man, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with, but they have to bounce back, as we're starting to see those star totals start to climb. The last two wars, 13 to 12, 13 stars being the victory. So definitely have to step it up a little bit in this matchup.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and hear from Team Electros and what they have to say.
We're ready for beat any team in this last chance qualifier. Is the last opportunity, and also I see a lot of rookie players, so maybe this can be a advantage for us, but we need to show the experience as a team.
Rookie
Rigo
players.
Torres getting prepared here, ready to go. Oh man, I just love Rigo's setup, not gonna lie. Like, I like my setup a lot, but I think Rigo's might be better than mine with all the cool stuff he has.
I mean, if you look at the prize money that he's got on the wall
Yeah, I don't
up
have one
there,
of those.
you know, you got that and you're winning hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah, that might be a little a nice addition to your setup, but you know, to him, it was a while ago. He wants to do it again because it seems like it's a completely different competition than it was then. The all new meta, it's a whole different game, but their opponents is Electros JP. Since this is a lower bracket, no one is holding back. Chihuahua, Sahara, Wado, Kuma, and NYU. We've seen them advance, we've seen them get knocked down, but they are ready to step up. And of course, you know, I love Joao right there with his baby dragon, the Nita hat. We've got the minion plushie. They're all ready, they're chilling. But, you know, they have to step up at this moment, and it's actually really early in the morning for them, right? It's what, like 4 or 5 a.m. or so, and they probably got to be tired, exhausted. So I wonder what they have done to keep themselves awake and alert here.
The Chihuahua looks a little bit exhausted there. Although, I mean, you got to enjoy the swag as well. But they have a short statement for us. Let's see what they have to say.
そうですね、この LCQ は、負けたら何もないし、勝ったら、ワールドファイナルに行けるっていうところで、このラストチャンスのにおいては優勝っていうところだけを目指して、優勝以外は無価値っていうところで頑張っていきたいなと思っています。
Gotta love the positivity from our competitors. I love this moment right here, Carbon. This is one of my favorite moments, like watching them all dial in, get those final preparations, like communications, focusing up, getting those plans ready. I love that we get to see this moment. I think this is one of the underrated things in Clash esports.
Yeah, I mean, especially when they're in stage and they're preparing on with the lights on them and they're all there. You get to look back, see them ready to go, and the nervousness that falls upon them. But a lot of these players have that in-person experience, which is so valuable. You can use that experience to be able to calm yourself down, take a deep breath, and focus on your hit. It's not like you have to do 5 attacks and have to do it. You just have to do 1 attack, and that's it. Then for the rest of the war, you're watching and hoping that your defense steps up, and you're hoping that your clanmates get that 3-star. But every single time you continue throughout the bracket, more and more pressure starts to come upon your attacks and your team. And a lot of these teams, they've gotten so close, and each one of them in their own way have a hurdle that they must get past, because each time they've fallen so close, but just can't get that golden ticket. And this is the last chance opportunity to do it.
Yeah, now they're down here in the lower bracket, which those lower bracket runs, man, they're fun to watch. The Cinderella story is always incredible. Man, it's so hard to do. It's so many more wars. It's so many more burnt bases. It's so many more attacks. But let's take a look at our predictions and see what we're thinking. Ooh, all of us going with Electros. I don't think that's a huge surprise here, but I mean, if you look statistically, this is a coin flip matchup. The last few matches, pretty much all of our matches today have been really, really close. Let's see what the audience is saying, Garvin.
Oh, 45 to 55. It's as almost as close as a flip of a coin for the audience. But all of us here at the booth, we are all going one way. So I'm curious to see what the result of this one will be. My only one that I've gotten wrong so far was Electros JP. So they let me down, you know, other than that one so far. So they're going up against Team Electros, who did really good from the previous years. And they have from previous months as well in the qualifiers. But of course, if you all want to be able to be submitting your predictions just like that, you can then also get the community votes. You can get the MVP votes and even answers your trivia questions. You go to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, where you can also be earning in-game rewards for doing just that, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, go check that out. It's an amazing resource. It's really cool just seeing like your guys' votes, and even those like last minute MVP votes like we saw in that last war. Always a fun thing. But here we go, guys. It's the Sister Clan Civil War. Electros versus Electros JP. Sahara will be our first attacker going up against Alwalin's base. Remember, elimination is on the line. Win, move on, lose, and you're going home.
Cannot afford a slip up here in the lower bracket. Sahara was unfortunately not able to start off as hot in the previous attack, but he needs to step up here for Electros JP. And I'm curious, do these teams prepare and do friendly wars against each other for tournaments like this as their family clans? Or at least obviously this one, they know that they're potential enemies. They didn't know if they were going to face each other at any point in the competition. Obviously they knew it's a possibility, but they definitely are not happy that they're facing each other in the lower bracket, and one of them has to be sent home.
Yeah, you're right. That's the sad truth of it all. We're gonna start off with a dragon attack. I love seeing these dragon attacks. Sahara went with roots on the last war and only put up 78%, and we kind of saw in that last war where Heroia came out with a 1-star and switched up to dragons and came out with a 3-star. So let's see if that logic will work for Sahara here, as that Royal Champion's going to charge right in towards that Town Hall. Looks like the Town Hall takedown should be a breeze with all of these invisibilities, along with that Earthquake spell. It's really just about managing the timing, especially as you get closer to that Town Hall.
And he does hit the Gigabomb. Okay, so the Royal Champion does not hit the Gigabomb, but the Spear Fox does. Will probably end up going down, but he passes the Town Hall to be able to move behind to grab the multi, grab the builder huts, grab the ricochet cannons, and the boots were able to finish the Town Hall off.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup. Great pickup there. But he still got so much to go. Still 3 invises. I'm watching this Town Hall, or the CC, excuse me, see if he can pick that up as well. She's gonna just linger in there. Oh, she's gonna pull out some of these CC. Oh, so close to getting the clan castle down, but she ultimately went the wrong way. Now, he could really go either way with this, meaning king on one side, dragons on the other. It's almost still symmetrical as far as what's left. Still get the multi and they're on either side, still get the poison towers. It's really just about managing all that, and it depends what he has in that clan castle as well.
Yeah, well, the nice thing is they're ground exposed, so they won't be hitting these dragons. Plus, the Crusher Mortar won't hit the dragons, so this could be a really good attack. So it doesn't have to hit those defense or get hit by them. But Rocket loses snipe and air defense to the backside. He's got another 6, which he can snipe another air defense to the bottom side of this base. But notice, he doesn't have a queen in his attack. So he has the king running down south with taking out the ground skellies. Air skellies popping as well, but he needs to continue these dragons from the top side, and he needs... does not have the warden ability as it was already used, but the minion prince will be able to use his ability as he pushes into the defending minion prince now.
Big pickups there. The king doing a great job. Giant Gauntlet on the king negates some of that damage, allows him to get that splash damage in there as well. Gonna go ahead and take down the enemy minion prince. That's looking really strong up top. The king is there. The merged multi-cannon is there, but with the still one more invis, he can actually use that invis. There it goes, invis to protect the dragons and the minion prince and make that king invisible so he can get right over there. This is looking pretty strong. Just that multi on the bottom could slow things up. I'm not really too concerned about time. 35 seconds is plenty. So baby dragon in here, and Sahara is looking really great for Electros JP.
Well, he drops the baby dragon to the left, trying to angle the minion prince towards this multi. Only 27 seconds. I was interested to see that rocket loom placement onto the multi archer tower. I decided not to go with the archer onto the archer tower to the bottom side, because it would have taken out the collector there, but the minion prince is working right through it. The archer's on the store. He's trying to do a little bit of a damage, and the dragon splits off. 10 seconds. His Sahara's pushing through, and my friends, it is a 3-star to start off this match for Electros JP, and the dragons are delivering with 3 stars here.
I told you, Carbon, not worried at all about time. That was never even close. A little bit of a nail biter there at the end, but Sahara keeps the cool, calm composure, gets the triple. There's that smile. Kind of interesting that we see like some of these lower misses completely switching strategies, completely moving around. I guess Sahara was the lead off attack in the last war, but completely switching up strategies and getting better results and kind of changing the tone. Now all the pressure goes over to Electros. They have to respond, but luckily for them, they have Diego, one of the best lead man in Clash Clans esports right now, who put up a 3-star earlier and should be able to keep them in this war with a solid attack. Even if he doesn't get the 3-star, Diego's always putting up good numbers.
Well, it just takes one more to slip up, and let's see if he can do it here for Team Electros. The pressure is on, as we just saw that 3-star from Electros JP. Diego is deciding to go not to the air, but to the ground with the Root Riders. And we are going to see 5 invises for that Royal Champion straight away to the bottom, and a giant arrow for the Queen. And notice he's got a log launcher, and when you have the giant arrow, typically you do pair in a log launcher to help grab a defense that is deeper in the core, which typically can either be the monolith and or try to damage the clan castle, try to pick it off. But he does have a poison spell, which tells me he's not going to try to snipe the CC. It would be a little bit difficult to do that. But this RC is taking her sweet time right through here, and now just pulls the RC back.
Yeah, I feel like he did about what he was hoping to. Obviously, you want to try to keep that Spirit Fox up. Diego understands this attack really well. I don't know that I've ever seen Diego use anything besides roots throughout all of our qualifiers. He's just so consistent with it, so strong with it throughout. I believe Judo said he had 7, make it 8. What'd you see, Carl?
The log launchers got targeted by the ricochet cannon and opened up. He did grab behind the Crusher Mortar and stuff, but he wanted that log launcher definitely to be staying up way longer than that.
Yeah, I see it now. I was looking at the roots being deployed there. Queen is going to be able to make her way in, but she's not going to have access to that town hall, which is definitely a little bit of a problem. Does have the overgrowth. Here comes the overgrowth onto the town hall in that poison tower. That'll slow up all that damage. Poison down on the CC, on the furnace and everything. But you got to keep an eye on that enemy queen. His queen's going to have to engage it, and she's already gone to ability, so she can definitely take some big shots right here and maybe even get taken out. Great freeze spell by Diego.
With the freeze to try to keep the queen alive, but unfortunately all these defenses are going to come back soon and pick this queen off. The town hall is now able to be targeted back onto, uses the Royal Champion Rocket Spear to go for it. King's got his ability. One ice golem to be used on the outside of this base somewhere. But finally the town hall has been secured as he tries to continue to push in the model. The king, unfortunately, is getting stuck onto the wall.
Yeah, King needs to continue his path down there. He's doing just that. The healers need to swap back over. They're coming back over now. Royal Champion's working through there. Roots are going through there. But that Fire Spitter, man, that Fire Spitter can melt those healers in an instant. Still has King ability. There's not too much left on this, especially with King having Spiky Ball still remaining. Warden's in there. It's all about the RC. Can she hang on? All right, now it's going to be about the timing on this King Spiky Ball. A little bit worried about that Clan Castle in there. I don't know how open it is on the top. He does have one Super Barbarian, but he's got to time this King ability just right.
Yeah, he drops the Super Barb somewhere, probably to try to run into the core. Where is it? I don't even see. There it is, from the far right. He's trying to run around the wall, trying to make its way into the core to the store. It's only 13 seconds left. The snakes are going to jump the wall. The Clan Castle needs to be super low health, but the Super Barb, unfortunately, not going to take down the store. It's going to be a 98% 2-star for Diego.
Man, a bit of a heartbreaker there for Team Electros, but at the same time, like I mentioned, Diego's always going to keep you in the ball game. He's never going to make any crazy mistakes from that leadoff position. 98% time fill. We saw in the last war. Ultimately, it came down to the final attack, but it is always a heartbreaker when that happens. But now Electros JP have that advantage and are going to look to push it forward. But we know that Team Electros, that they can handle this pressure. They're not worried about the pressure. They have lots of seasoned veterans. They've been around it a long time. The nerves won't get to them. But let's see what Chihuahua can do. Can he get another 3-star against Crispy's base? That'll put them in a really, really nice position.
Well, here we go. Can he get delivered a 3, or we'll falter with the 2-star? But it is Super Yetis as the plan of attack. Only 2 invises, so not going to be going with a Royal Champion charge, as this Warden is placed to the top side. And we are going to see the Warden walk charging through here with the Yetis. So as the Baby Dragon is being used to the far left on the Wizard Tower to set that funnel, he wants to get the funnel to the top side in between the Baby Dragon from the left and the Warden to the top. Most likely going to see those Super Yetis come right through.
Chihuahua is really good with these Warden charges into these type of smash style attacks. We did see his teammate Kuma using the Super Yetis in their previous war and got a 3-star with it. So Super Yeti's definitely viable in this meta. It's just, it feels like it's going to be the right setup. And with this big cluster in the middle, I believe we saw this base a little bit earlier. With that big cluster, those Super Yetis and those Electromites can just pop out of there and get so much damage. Setting the stage here, taking his time with this Warden charge. And so far, it looks like everything's on par. But keep an eye on that time as 1 minute has gone by.
Yeah, you just want to grab the Crusher Mortar, but the Warden's taking some damage, but he's okay. You should be able to drop the Queen to the top, pull the Grand Warden up, and release the troops. King is also going to be placed to move into the core as well, while the Siege Barracks P.E.K.K.A. to the far left side. There's that jump spell to give him access straight to the core of this base, as you want to protect these healers, but I don't see any more balloons, so watch out for these traps on approach. But out comes Rocket Loons, Ice Golems, a Furnace is moving in with a Rage, and we're going to power our way right through the core, and there is that Grand Warden Eternal Tome.
Beautiful tome right in the thick of it right there. Ice Golems do stall things up for just a little bit, but man, those Super Yetis are nice and beefy, nice and healthy. And there goes the King Spiky Ball Earthquake Boot combination to open up the bottom side of the base, but everything else is actually going to the top. One Yeti went down there. This Royal Champion, she's over there on the left with some Super Hogs now coming out of the Clan Castle, joining the party. She's still got the Fox alive there, but everything's just stuck on these walls and now just kind of going side to side and just taking non-stop damage. There's not too much left, but they just got to break through some point. It is open on the bottom side, so that'll give them an access point, but the King went around.
Yeah, though he was able to open up the wall to the bottom. Queen's trying to stay alive. She's not going to be able to. The Warden, can he stay alive to help benefit the Royal Champ? He's cheering. He's liking it as the RC continues to move through with that Warden's Rage Gem. You can get a Wizard to clean up to the bottom side. Moving around, Warden finally goes down. 1 invis left with a Skeleton spell, maybe to use that as a cleanup. But that is going to be a 3-star here for Electros JP. Back-to-back triples for their team, and starting off this match in the lower bracket with 2 triples over their sister clan Team Electros. It must be feeling so confident here. If they can get a 2-star, it is looking great for them.
Great attack there from Chihuahua. Look at this celebration. Oh, that's so fun. Doing that on phone too. Beautiful, beautiful attack. And Electros JP are out into a commanding position against their sister clan. I mean, all of us casters, we picked Team Electros, but man, Electros JP looking so strong. Obviously, we still have a ton of war to go, a lot to be played here, but man, Electros have to find a way to slow down Electros JP right now. Kind of awkward saying Electros versus Electros, but it is what it is there, Carbon. I think we're gonna have our next attack coming in for Electros, probably Eltano, and he's gonna have to get a 3-star on the board. He's been kind of up and down throughout the season. Yeah, it's gonna be Eltano, but right now he has to get a 3-star on the worst way.
This really feels like the most pressure attack right now for Team Electros of the year, because if they don't triple here, they're going to be down by 2 triples and their hopes could be dashed. So this has got to work here for Eltano, with Teslas popping up to the right. Oh, Tesla farm it looks like, which one positive thing is that removing a Tesla farm early is so valuable, very nice, but you don't want there to be a tornado trap in this section which stalls up the RC. Oh,
there it is. There it is. You called it, Carbon. You called the tornado trap, and as soon as she moved, she caught it. Not to mention that the Spear Fox go down. Oh my goodness. She is just taking a beating right here. He's doing his best to keep her up, and there goes. Oh, she stayed up barely. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Go, go, go. No. Oh my good. How did she get that town hall? She barely had a spear in the air right there.
There's no way. The town hall went down, I feel, from the final boots of the Electro boots there, but he managed to take it down. The log launcher unfortunately opens up very early, so it almost feels like it didn't do much there, as it did just grab the geared up cannon, as now the roots are pushing their way through, but he's going to get stalled up by these ice golems as the push commences into the core. With a mile left to the backside, he's still hanging on his overgrowth.
Overgrowth can definitely shut down a lot of big defenses, especially those ricochet cannons, as he's making that approach to them right now. Let's see where he elects to put the overgrowth in. Kind of surprised it's not in. I guess Warden ability will negate some of that damage. He could use it on the monolith, maybe use it on that back end right there. Okay, it goes on the ricochet and the crusher mortar there. Still a lot of base to go here. Minute 30 of half the base still remains. World Champion's out in front, and she's going to get taken down. And this is really that pivotal part of the base where the king and the minion prince are there just blocking the path. And man, everything is just falling short here.
Roots are gone. They disappeared. King can still run around the edge. But hang on, we have a king ability, 3 rocket loons, and a freeze. There can't be a way this works, right? With headhunters clearing the defensive minion prince. Now headhunters going to work through the defensive king here. But with all those defenses still left, this just seems too much. King is going to do his absolute best to try to spiky ball through this section. But Queen is now going to get taken out. Oh, wait, where is she going? Not going to that ricochet cannon. So he goes with a freeze, but the spit on the backside is hitting and killing this Queen off.
Oh, man. Eltano just up against a wall here. Just can't break through. Oh, it was so close. It's really not that far off. Just a couple of defenses here. Does have the giant in there just doing some nice damage. Oh, man, but that Royal Champion down there at the bottom is going to shoot down that rocket balloon. It's going to be nice percent if that's any consolation, but it is ultimately going to fall short and be another defense here for Electros JP.
Well, the percentage is in the 90s, like you say, it's good, but their opponent, Electros JP, their percentages are a triple and a triple, 100%. So they're up not only by percent, but they're also up by the 2 stars at the moment. So Team Electros at this point, they need Amualan, Crispy, and Rigators to all triple their final attacks, and then hope that Electros JP do not triple anymore, or they could triple twice and then hope the final remaining attacks get very low percentages. So there's still a chance, but this attack right here can really it feels like it could put a nail in the coffin here for Team Electros if Electros JP get the triple.
Really, they just need 3 defenses here because the misses aren't that bad. Their misses, they're down what, 98, 96. They're down 6% total. So really, if they can get 3 misses, odds are it's going to be at least 6%, but they're going to have to get the triples on the board here, and they really can't afford any more mistakes. NYU will be the next attacker for Electros JP. Did fail with a dragon attack earlier, going with the Root Riders now, and send that Royal Champion in over on that left side of the base. Set up the pathing, set up the funneling, and just get the stage set for these Root Riders. But looking at it, he's actually got a huge investment here. This is going to be a long RC charge. He's likely going to go in, try to take down the town hall or gut out a big portion in the middle of this base.
Yeah, as the RC is going invisible through the scatter shot, then into the core. Does he use the invis off to the right on the air expo to push the RC straight to the middle towards builder hut and the multi? Doesn't look like it just yet. He's being patient. There's the invis. He continues to this air expo. Pops the ability now, and she does actually path her way into the core to the multi and this monolith.
Ace File's gonna go. She's gonna continue pushing. She's gonna go up towards the top of this base now, get that crusher mortar out, and after the recall, he'll just have the overgrowth for the Root Riders. So it's not a ton of spell support. Well, I guess he does have the poison and the one invis that he didn't use because she was kind of caught there on the king. It's not a ton, but it could be just enough. That one overgrowth could really shut down this town hall of those ricochet cannons and allow these roots to just negate a lot of that damage and then circle back and finally get that town hall down. But those big RC charges, man, it's a big investment, a lot of spells, and sometimes it just does not work out.
Well, he goes right through past the town hall. The overgrowth is going to prevent him from locking on just yet, as we have the king and queen to the top side. He's going to have to slowly deal with these defensive ice golems. Going to get stalled up one by one. King still moving around. He does wall break into the defensive queen to try to remove that section. As now the town hall is active again. He can look to help take it down. He does that very quickly, as he needs to try to keep these healers alive to protect the roots moving into the core now.
They're nice and protected there. The Eternal Tome, Healing Tome combination there, keeping them very, very nice. But can he get through the back end where the minion prince and the king is? That's where we always see the problems on these attacks. Gonna elect to put the invis on the RC and it pushes her forward. She gets taken out instantly. Now that minion prince is locked onto some of those healers. The queen needs to get in there and help out as quickly as possible. He's losing troops left and right. Lots of force in here, Carbon. Can he get through here with the queen ability still had? It looks really good.
Oh yeah, the only thing is the time. He's got archers down on the bottom side. He's moving his way through. The Gigabomb will be a little annoying, doing some damage to his troops, but the defensive RC's to the left, she's not really doing anything, so he'll just leave her alone. And Bash, this is looking like he's gonna put a third triple on board if he can take out the bottom side buildings with the mortar down there. Time's ticking.
Close.
Oh no. He needs more cleanup down there.
I mean, this could be the break that Electros needs. 4 seconds and 4 buildings. It's not going to be enough time. It's going to be a 97%. And yes, that's not a lot, but that could be all that Electros needs. They just need a couple of defenses. That puts them, that's already like in the middle of their 2 attacks. So if they can get some 3 stars on the board, they're right back in this. Carbon, Team Electros are still alive with that time fail from NYU.
They have a chance. It's all they are looking for, because the 2 fails from Team Electros, 98 and a 97, or 96, because this one was a 97 in between those, which means that it was lower than at least one of the hits from a Team Electros. If Electros JP get another lower one, while we're seeing finally some triples coming in from Team Electros, they could swing this war back into their favor and have a shot. But Crispy's got to step up here for his team with the roots as well, and does need to get incredible value with the Royal Champion. Again, you don't want to find those tornado traps when you're charging with an RC, as those could be a huge issue.
Crispy went with the dragons on his last attack, switching over to the Root Riders. Going to push her in. We're seeing these players a lot of time now going in for the town halls. Gigabomb's going to force that RC ability. She's going to be hasted, but he's got to get the town hall.
Oh, no.
She's down, Carbon. Oh, this is a big issue.
This is what I say. You don't want to find a tornado trap, and then he finds it right into the Gigabomb. And now this one feels like it's over. If you can't get the value of the Royal Champion, the attack is completely negated. At this point, he needs to just try to get as high a percentage as possible. He does have some spells. He didn't invest all the 3 invises, but if he's able to turn this one around, I am going to be so impressed here with Crispy. It's going to be such a difficult task, because look at this Town Hall fighting back. He's forced with an early warning ability, as even rocket loons are coming out early here.
Oh man, so close. But Electros JP saw that entry coming, and they had it baited perfectly. Spun the tornado right into that Gigabomb. RC was just low enough that she was able to get taken out. Town Hall staying up, got healed up by the battle builders. Oh man, Now Crispy has to get this up. I don't know how he can push this up too high, but this really needs to be in the 90s to keep them alive, because they're still technically alive if they can get more defenses, but they have to get nothing but defenses or somehow get this to convert.
What he could do is recall the queen out of the core and then send it to the far edge to get percentage at that point. But let's see, because he still has the spell to use, makes the queen and the giant invisible. I would recall them and then send them maybe to the far bottom side at 6 o'clock so that they could get that value down there. Still reaching over the wall to grab the spitter. There you go, and there we go, 6 o'clock to the bottom side. But unfortunately, Bash, he sent them when the healers are gone, so this queen can't get healed up.
Yeah, and the percentage is definitely going to be low here, and this is going to leave them very vulnerable. They're going to need some big defenses, and then they're going to have to get triples from Rigo and Almolen, and it's looking really dire for Team Electros now with a 77% 2-star. The tides have turned for sure over to Electros JP. Really, 2 solid 2-stars should be enough to win this war for them.
That's all they got to focus on now. They don't need the triples. They've already done that at the beginning part of this war. And now Electros JP, you get some 2-stars, add up the percentage as well, and you are walking on to the next round and eliminating Team Electros just like that. Team Electros coming in as one of the favorites to try to get a golden ticket, but just their performance is not up to par what they are used to. And if they just don't deliver on a single day, you could get these sent home just like that, losing back-to-back matches. Something we did not expect from a team like Team Electros here, but we're gonna see it now. Kuma gonna charge in with the Super Yetis. The Super Yetis have been strong. They've been working really well. Could it be the fact that bases aren't trying to stop them? They're really trying to focus on the Root Riders. So if the bases are not focused on it, you could take advantage of the opportunity.
Let's see what Kuma can do here. Kuma did have a beautiful attack with the Super Yetis in the last war, and then he's going with the Super Yetis yet again. A 3-star basically puts this war away. That'll give them 11 stars. Electros could still get to 12, but it's still going to be very, very tough and difficult with Electros JP still having another attack after this. But setting the stage here with this Warden Walk into the Super Yetis. Let's see if Kuma can put this one away right now.
Yeah, taking his time with that Warden Walk. No Fireball mixed in, just want to grab the outside value. Working through the Ricochet Cannon. The healers are on this Warden, keeping him alive, perfectly healthy, while Furnaces are off to the far right side next to the Flame Flinger. While that's going through, and here goes the Super Yeti. He's going to pull the Warden to the right, but left that Ricochet Cannon up as a builder is going to repair it back to full health.
Yeah, that's always a tough thing, those battle builders. I mean, they can really kind of shift in a complete attack, and we kind of saw in that last attack where the Town Hall got healed up from Crispy when he missed it. Super Yeti's going to go ahead and make their approach into the Town Hall. Here come the Ice Golems out of the Clan Castle with a couple of those Rocket Loons. Rocket Loons onto the Super Yetis, super vulnerable. Jump spell into the middle. Still got all of his abilities remaining here. Still putting spell support as well. Can keep those healers raged up and keeping those Super Yetis alive. There goes the rage spell. There goes the Warden's Eternal Tome. What do you see, Garvin?
Oh my goodness, the Warden's Eternal Tome protecting these healers through the Seeking Air Mines right in the core. I love the fact that he waited on that Warden's Eternal Tome after the Ice Golems. And I don't even know if it was Ice Golems, might have been Rocket Loons or things, but he dealt with the defensive Clan Castle, then went with the Warden ability to really get that value through the core. But a lot have faded so much here through the core. You want to try to keep these healers alive, getting the value on your heroes with another rage down. Queen's got her ability, but now it's up to the cleanup to the backside. Is it enough with these heroes remaining?
Oh yeah, that's the tough thing. Can they get through here, especially with that Crusher Mortar? And that Crusher Mortar can deal so much damage. Royal Champion's doing a great job. He's still got Queen ability in there as well. There it goes. Giant is gonna come out and provide so much tanking and support. Royal Champion's doing her best. She's finally gonna get taken out. Does use that one wall breaker to open things up. The Warden now gets taken out, has that Yeti up top, which will throw a few Yeti mites out. Let's see if they can land a little bit more damage onto the Expo. It's all about this Giant. Can he tank and get enough support through here? Time's also ticking, but man, this is still really high percent. This is exactly what they need. Even if this doesn't get a 3-star, which it's not, it's exactly the percent they need. They just need these high 90, mid 90 attacks, and their victory is secured.
Yeah, that's what they're focusing on here and delivering. It looks like Super Yetis is a very high percent attack, if not getting those 3 stars as well. So Kuma, great attack there for Electros JP. At this point, Team Electros, Rigators, and Amualen are required to triple to have the slightest of hopes, and hoping that their defenses, at least, well, would be from Watto, has to really fall short, be like in the 70s, in order for them to have any hope to try to make the comeback. Since it is the lower bracket, you lose this match, you are sent home, and you have no chance of getting a golden ticket for the entire year. This is the last opportunity. That's why this is called the last chance qualifier.
Carbon, it's going to be a 77% for Watto. But first, Rigo and Amualen have to get 3 stars. So 78% would be the tie, 79% would be the victory, as they are up by 22% after assuming Rigo 3 stars. I mean, if Rigo misses, the war's over. But we know Rigo's capable. We've seen him do it in the past. However, in the last war, Rigo and Amualen both only came in at 92%. Switching to the Dragons, going with that airstrike. Let's see if they can get their team on the board. Let's see if Rigo can at least keep them alive here.
You're telling me there is a little bit of hope. The tiniest bit here. There's a chance, as that RC is charging her way through the Builder Hut towards the scatter shot. We do have a poison spell over here as well. Will she path her way backwards to the Tesla? Hopefully not. Another invis is down, popping the ability to get past this poison spell into the core towards this monolith, and he's got the pathing down for the RC, and luckily he did not find any tornado trap.
Yeah, that's the big thing. We saw it on that last attack for Electros. A tornado trap was the game changer. World champion continuing to charge along here, but oh, she's distracted by that king. Needed to make that king invisible here. She's just gonna be stuck there. I don't know if he recognizes it there. Now she's finally gonna go, but wasted essentially 3 invises right there.
Yeah, unfortunate wasting of those spells there, but he is able, the ground expo stays up, but it's not the end of the world with a dragon attack, but he is sending the ground heroes, P.E.K.K.A.s, Ice Combs into that ground expo, so that is a little bit unfortunate there, as the dragons and a lava hound, he can drop that ice block on the hound, perfectly placed, so it can protect longer over this air defense and the enemy queen.
Big moment here in this war. These dragons have to ride right on through this town hall, pick up all of the value. Curious to see how they get through this town hall, how he manages it with no spells. King and the siege barracks up top are working really nice. The snakes are going to pop over to take out that hero hall, so no time failed there. But what does he have in there? It sounds like super minions. I hear those missile strikes from the top. I see those shadows. So super minions are going to accompany the king as they path into the bottom of the base now.
Yeah, the snakes jumping the wall over the enemy RC. The orb does hit the backside. King pops the ability. 4 rocket balloons left. He can send to the top side if he wants. The king's going up there. He sends one of them into the multi. Rest of them down to the bottom side. Ooh. The mini prince does have the phoenix. He comes back to life to be clutch right there, trying to take out the Tesla, but it's barely surviving here.
It's the archer tower.
Multi-archer tower remains here.
Oh, he's got to get there. He's got the minions. He's got the minions. He's going. It looks fine. Okay. It looks fine. They're still alive. They're still alive here, Carbon Fen. It's not over yet. I mean, it's not over yet. It's close, but it's not over yet. Rigo Torres with the 3-star keeps his team alive. So again, the numbers right now, Electros JP are up 22%, 22 buildings. So a 78% is a tie. 79 Electros JP win, 77 or lower, and Amualen can get a 3-star and win this war.
So right now, if they were tied on percent and everything, right now Team Electros technically has the advantage on time. So they have the advantage on that. That would only factor in if this war was 100% tied at the end of the day, which means that they would have to get, like you said, a 78. But Team Electros is hoping for 77 or lower than that, but we don't see that often. We've seen it very rarely. Only a handful of times throughout the qualifiers. Obviously, we've seen 1-stars. Oh, what it feels like we've seen. I feel like, I wonder what the stats are with that. I feel like we've seen more 1-stars than we've seen lower than 70% 2-stars. I don't know. That's just what I feel.
Today alone, there's been 6 attacks, 77% or lower, Carbon.
Oh, okay.
So there's a chance. I mean, you're right. It's a long shot. Or what, 6 wars in, that's 60 attacks. So what is approximately 10% attacks? It's a small chance, but there's a chance it could happen. But especially if you're Watto in this situation, you kind of know what's on the line and you just play safe. I love the entry here. I feel like this is the safer entry out of the two between this and RC charge. Love this entry. Now all he's got to do is just manage everything, keep the healers up. Should be fine. Should be being the key word.
Should be. Pulls that RC, or not the RC, the queen back. Redeploys probably to the bottom side. There you go. Not too far from where the original deployment was, but this is going to path into the town hall. There goes the overgrowth. Right over the town hall, so he can focus on working through the bottom side. He doesn't have to worry about the town hall hitting his troops. Out comes the clan castle, rocket loons, furnace. Rocket loons are going to be hitting him. Hopefully he can take that pretty quick. But the king is deployed to move his way from the bottom all the way to the right to try to keep these roots moving their way on in.
It's a great king placement right there because he'll get out in front, get that mortar under control really quickly. Now overgrowth's going to wear off and everything's right there, right on top of that town hall, along with that warden ability to protect. And look at that king with the giant gauntlet. That new skin looks kind of silly with the giant king. Not going to lie, but I love it. All right, here we go. RC's in there. I didn't see, I think she was throwing some rocket spears in there. Still has queen ability, which should produce that giant from the action figure. Still has 2 invises. But look at that percent, Carbon. It is climbing up and there's plenty of healers. This is looking pretty good for Electros JP.
Yeah, all he needs is just a few more percent and he'll wrap it up as the Root Riders are making their way to the top side. 66 still has the queen ability, a couple more invises to use as well. He's past the 70% mark, just needs a handful more buildings to lock this victory up. 75, 76. Queen Bird's ability taking those defenses down, and Electros JP have just eliminated their sister clan Team Electros from the last chance qualifier.
If you ask the audience, it was a close matchup. If you ask us casters, this is a big upset. So I guess it kind of depends on what perspective you go with there. I mean, beautiful attack here from Watto as it looks like it's going to get through for a 3-star actually. Queen's going to get locked onto by the ricochet, but yeah, there's not enough to stop this. Queen's going to go over and get that air defense. Beautiful attack. GG's. Well deserved to Electros JP. Their lowest attack carbon fill was a 96% 2-star. This was a well-earned victory.
They earned it 100%, delivering when they needed it for sure. Putting up 13 stars. We do have one more attack coming in from Amo Allen, but it's more of an attack that you know your season's over. It is an elimination match. You can't make a comeback, and it definitely hurts. It stings knowing that you cannot compete on the world stage trying to get a golden ticket. And all they could do is try to hope for next year. They just weren't able to capitalize over the previous monthly qualifiers, the monthly finals. This was their last chance, but that means the door's open for the other team. For Electros JP, they are going to be advancing through the lower bracket, but there is still a long way to go for them down to the lower bracket, and they're going to have to get to the grand finals and force a bracket reset to have a chance. Well, let's see, as this RC is going to charge away through the bottom side of this base with a lot of invises.
Lots of invises indeed. Definitely the riskier play, but big risk, big reward type of situation. But unfortunately for Amo Allen, it's all for naught. But like you mentioned, Carbon, only one team can walk away with the golden ticket this weekend. We still have a lot of wars to determine that, but we know, unfortunately, Team Electros, personally a favorite of mine watching these guys play. Great attitudes, positive people in the community, fan favorites out there. Seeing them go home early in this tournament, a bit of a shock, but that's okay. We have 6 more amazing teams remaining after this yet to play, and we're gonna have some amazing clash action. But let's see if Amo Allen can finish his season with a 3-star nonetheless.
You know what I didn't think about, Bash, is these players here, this is your last chance, obviously, in the last chance qualifier. If they get eliminated, some of these players are probably also be like, this is my last season I'm ever playing, and they may retire, right? So this could be some of the players' last attacks if they don't qualify getting that golden ticket. So if you're loving these players, you better enjoy it because you never know when you might see a player again, or they could be on completely different rosters. A lot of things change when it goes into new seasons of Clash of Clans going into the new year. But we are seeing the Roots continue their way through the scout shot, trying to path towards the tunnel as the king and queen have now pathed all the way up and around.
Great warden ability here, protecting everything. A big chunk of force right in the middle of this base. Everything's gonna path over, get this town hall under control, nice and in a hurry right here. Still has king ability, still has queen ability. Decent amount of support through here. The Root Riders did pop out to the outside of the base, leaving that royal champion vulnerable, and she goes down right there in the big mix of it all. But man, it's starting to thin out quite a bit here, especially with that monolith. That monolith just did so much work there in the middle. King and queen ability though still might be enough to clutch it up, especially with a couple roots able to open up this last compartment for the queen with that giant.
Yeah, with that queen ability going off, king ability will also grab these outside buildings moving around, and wow, the final attacks. Look at that. It gets the 3 stars for Team Electros, and they still fall short. They needed to triple their last 2 attacks, but NYU, he didn't get the triples at 97, and then Kuma didn't get triples 96, but those were the higher percentages, and Team Electros, Team Electros JP advances over Team Electros through the lower bracket of the last chance qualifier. But hey, at least Abu Allen can say, I got a triple my final attack of the 2025 season.
It's really a heartbreaker because it ultimately came down to the attack from Crispy where he got baited. That RC bait was the big look at the other attacks in this war. 98, 96, 97, 96. If Crispy doesn't get baited, man, this is such a closer war. I mean, assume Crispy 3 stars, Team Electros would have won by 1%. I mean, that's all, you know, ifs and wishes and all that kind of stuff, but just kind of shows the level of gameplay we have here in the last chance qualifier this weekend.
That's all it takes is a 1 attack to fall short, and you hate to see it come, but someone has to be eliminated, and 2 teams have gone home today. NGJC, Team Electros are heading home, but here's the updated bracket where the next match we will be jumping into. Only Badz taking out Dizi Supersonic in the upper bracket. Then we're going to see Zoat Stoer versus Millicene MG, and now then those teams that lose will be going down to the lower bracket matchups where they will be flipped. So the loser of the Only Badz versus Dizi Supersonic will go take on Electros JP to the very bottom of how that will unfold. But again, this is the last chance qualifiers. You got to make it to the grand finals. If you're going from the lower bracket, you got to win twice. If you're from the upper bracket, just got to win that 1 time in the finals. You get that golden ticket, and you will be competing in DreamHack Atlanta at the end of next month. Crazy enough to think about. But let's take a look at the MVP of this match.
Oh, let's see. It could be so many people. Watto, it makes a bunch of sense there that Watto would get it with that final attack 3-star to clutch the war. Beautiful performance, but man, the way that Electros JP and AllExceed just played those last 2 matches, if you're coming from the top bracket, like, I don't know, man, they feel like they got a little momentum on their side. So if you lose your match in the top bracket, it almost feels like you get a little bit of the wind taken out of your sails, and then you got to go play these 2 teams that are playing really hot, putting up 13 stars, high percent. This is gonna be an interesting tournament the way this finishes up. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna finish out our upper bracket, set our grand final for that for tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a short break.
And welcome back as we are getting ready for the upper bracket matches. But I'm welcoming you back, the one and only Judo Saloth here. Judo, what was your thoughts on Team Electros, who's probably one of the favorites coming here in the last chance qualifier, getting eliminated on day one?
Yeah, I mean, right at the start of the broadcast, I said alongside only Badz, I felt they really were the favorites. Those were the top two teams. So crazy turn of events, and what a roller coaster of a ride. I feel like we've had that in so many matches. Really looked like they had that chance of coming back, and Rigatores, Almo Allen getting those 3 stars at the end when they really needed to. But Electros JP staying strong, and, you know, as Bash said at the end, I think they thoroughly deserved the victory.
Yeah, they deserve the victory, and as well, they will be advancing to tomorrow, where they're getting one step closer of trying to get that golden ticket for the last chance qualifier. But this next match is an upper bracket match that you do not want to miss. One of the probably the favorite team coming in here, only Badz, taking on Dizi Supersonic. But only Badz, they are finding ways to kind of almost trip themselves up in a way. They're from the last match. They were probably not proud of themselves. They were able to sneak out a victory. So let's see if they can bounce back from that performance and try to focus on this one to advance to the semifinals, with their lineup being Demo, Endy, Dima, Sean, and Ninj. They only put up 11 stars in their previous match, while we've been seeing other teams putting up 12 and even 13 stars. So 11, they know is not going to be enough to try to continue to get further in this competition if the other teams are putting up those 13-star performances. And all it takes is that one slip up. But let's go and listen in to hear what Demo has to say.
I think it literally in the question is do or die. If we don't make it, our year will be a very big disappointment, and if we make it, we will continue working to try and win the championship.
Well, you said they got those victories, and I feel like that's what only Badz do best, is they grind out victories even when they're not on top performance. And that's what a top-tier team does. That's why they are the #1 seed moving into this last chance qualifier. Like you said, though, a bit of a shaky start in that first war. Just about were able to clutch out that victory, but I surmise they would be hoping for a few more 3 stars in this one.
They've got to deliver the 3 stars, because if they don't, they're going to be sent to the lower bracket. But their opponents, they're ready. They're ready to take them down, trying to join their family clan of the Dizi Stanima, who is already having a golden ticket. And we got Juan, Marari, Brian Love, Pepsis, and Vincenzo. Look at their percentages, such high hit rates, percentages as well. And Dizi Supersonic is ready to go. They haven't been to many monthly finals, but they have plenty of experience. And I think they have what it takes to take down a team like only Badz. I know only Badz is probably coming in from all the community and you guys picking them, but from that last match that we saw from only Badz, it kind of made me waver. So I'm picking Dizi Supersonic in this one here, thinking that they're gonna pull off a victory and send only Badz down to the lower bracket. But let's go ahead and hear what Juan has to say.
Yeah, at the end is last chance qualifier, so it's win or your year is done. Your chance to play at Wall is done. So basically, yeah, you are every work, every time you spent all this year came to this moment, and at the end, if you win, all was worth it, and if you don't, good luck next year.
Win or your year is done. There you are. That sums it all up, right? This really is their last chance. But I have to say, Carbon, I don't necessarily disagree with your pick of Dizi Supersonic. I feel like not only aside from only Badz having that shaky war, you've got to give them the credit as well. They held AllExceed back to 9 stars. And when you compare that to what we just seen a couple of matches ago versus NGJC, AllExceed were firing on all cylinders. To think they only got 9 stars shows the level of bases that Dizi Supersonic have. So I really feel like this one could definitely go either way. I've gone with only Badz because they really have shown throughout the season they have been so close to that golden ticket. And like I said earlier, it feels like their special ability to me that they can grind out victories even when they're not doing well and not putting up good amount of stars.
Yeah, well, this is the opportunity. You got to take advantage of it, and let's see what these teams can do as we're just getting quick little glimpses as they are preparing for their attacks. We're a few minutes away from the first attack of this upper bracket match, and we have this match plus another two after this. No, another one after this. That would be the final, the 8th one, as that would be the second upper bracket match of today. And so let's take a look at our predictions. We've been talking about it, just giving a quick little glimpse into it, and I'm the other one going with Dizi, Supersonic. The rest of you are all going only Badz, and I'm gonna have to say it's because of the performance of only Badz from the first match. I would have picked them winning it, getting the golden ticket going into this weekend, but seeing their performance kind of changed my mind in this prediction. That's why I picked Dizi, Supersonic. So let's see what the audience is picking here, Judo.
Yeah, let's take a look. I have to say, I don't put too much thought to it. I just go off intuition, quickly pick the team that I think. I'm not surprised that this is a relatively close one. 57% to only Badz, as you can assume, being the #1 seed. So yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting match. However, I will say that a lot of our predictions have been one-sided, even from the audience prediction, and yet the matches have been flipped on their head or been super close. So it really does feel like today anything can happen.
That's correct. Anything can happen. You just don't want to get sent into a tornado trap, into those Tesla farms, and you lose those world champions. Well. that's literally what happens. You just speak tornado traps, and they just show up and they pop up out of nowhere. And if you don't do RC charges, well, maybe that opens up different attacks. We've been starting to see a little bit more dragons. We've been seeing some super yetis as well. But what you also want to see is you over on the event site at Supercell, event.supercell/clash-a-clans. That is where you want to be able to go to get rewards in game, where you could be answering trivia questions, and that's the place to be to submit your predictions for who you think is going to be winning these matches.
Yes, you'll be able to sway that percentage you just seen. There will be some ore that you can gain as well based on your predictions and engagement of the stream, so definitely worth checking out. And you'll be able to vote for the MVP of the matches as well, which obviously we will find out after the war kicks off. So we're just about ready to dive into this one. As you said before, Carbon, this is the second to last match of today. We have the 2 upper bracket matches. So we have this one, then we have Milliceme MG and Zowat Stoer. But we will be finding out exactly who goes down to the lower bracket and who actually meets in the final, because you really want to be going into the grand final from the upper bracket, especially when it comes to the last chance.
It gives you such a competitive advantage going into the grand finals from the upper bracket. You just have to win one match and you get that golden ticket. But we've seen teams get sent to the lower bracket from the very beginning and make a comeback and get a golden ticket. It is a very tough road to do. It doesn't happen often, but it has happened before, which means that the opportunity is there. But we are going to see Dizi, Supersonic lead this match off here with Morari, and it is going to be the Roots, not going with the king, not going with the dragons, but he is starting with the king, and that angry jelly just charge into this bottom compartment as the ice cone gets sprung right away.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting just to set things up alongside the Royal Champion charge. I was trying to look at the timings there of when he deployed the Royal Champion as well, see whether he did wait an exact 10 or 20 seconds. But just allowing that king to take out the right side means he can force the Royal Champion to exactly where he wants. So an interesting approach. I've always thought that maybe we would see some of the teams doing like a Warden walk on one area of the base where the Warden's safe alongside the RC, and then pull the Warden to the Root Riders. But this is the danger, right? You have to be able to multitask, and if the RC goes down, yikes.
My goodness. No, she's down. The poison spell finished her off, unfortunately. And he didn't even use the recall, so the RC is still alive, and the healers are fighting the red air bombs!
Oh, gosh!
Oh my god,
I guarantee that was a Ninja move right there. That was Ninja from Only Badz with that base build. I know he loves to put those red air mines on the side of the base. Oh my goodness. Amazing base building. You have to give credit where it's due, but starting out here for Dizi Supersonic, this is a nightmare.
This is not what I was thinking is going to happen to start off this match. And you know, being Only Badz, they are smiling. They are happy. But there's only one person watching. The rest of them must be planning, right? So I guess they don't know too much what's going on because they got to focus on their attacks as we have the Queen ability going off with the Giant coming out in front of this Queen, trying to continue through. But there's a lot left in this base. And at this point, it's going to be a low percent.
At least he got over the 50% mark for a second there. It looked incredibly sketchy getting the 2 stars. So, you know, there is that point of view, but certainly coming out here against the #1 seed, you've got to be having a good start to the war. Mirari did have a 93% in that opening matchup where they faced AllExceed. So this is, yeah, I mean, not the start that they need, but I guess we seen earlier today in that of Zowat Stir, they started with like a 77% 2-star and still got the victory. So I guess they have to just try and pick things up from here, keep their head in the game, but obviously it's very difficult. Again, you got to say great base building from Only Badz to be able to predict that entry, snipe off those healers straight away.
Able to get that entry, the baited entry right there. The healer's getting absolutely shredded. Didn't have any balloons out in front, unfortunately, of those healers to kind of pull all those traps. And it paid off for Only Badz. Great job there. Only a 66% from Mirari, and that is unlike him. And that is going to hurt Dizi Supersonic. They know that could come back to haunt them later in this war. But now Only Badz and Sean just got attacked by Mirari, and Sean is going to be the next attacker for them. So can he be able to lead off the plan after just getting a really good defense? That's just not a solid defense, a great defense against a team like Dizi Supersonic.
Yeah, I guess it's really tricky to know how they feel about that. Obviously, they're happy, but they have to be able to stick to their own game plan and almost not worry as much about the defending side of things, because you don't want to get carried away either. They need to be able to focus, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure they will be able to do that, but they haven't got to get too hyped this early in the war. They've got to be able to put the stars on the board themselves at the end of the day. Sean did get a 2-star 79% in that opening matchup, just didn't quite go his way. So let's see what he can do in this one, because across all of the other qualifiers, he's had just shy of a 50% hit rate. He's had 5 3-stars, 7 2-stars, so he's had a fair amount of success across the qualifiers they've been featured in.
Yeah, he's pushing with this Grand Warden to the right side, and it is the Super Yeti, so he doesn't want to go with the Fireball on the edge, but the Super Yetis to grab the initial value, or at least the Warden for the initial value, and then push through with the Super Yetis through into the core of the base. He does have that jump spell to be able to get the value. Ground Expo goes down, and the Anger Jelly has worn off. So he set the initial funnel. Fantastic so far. As then he could pull the Warden maybe to the bottom, or he's going to push right into the Town Hall. Let's see. Hold on, Warden, where are you going next?
Yeah, I'm wondering how long he's going to commit to the Warden Walk, because it feels like he is going to try and get one of those buildings. Like at this point, it feels like he's committing to, no, he's going to pull the...
Oh no.
My goodness me. Yeah, I think maybe he was in two minds there as to what to do, but yeah, Warden ability goes off, which is definitely not what you need at this stage, because the Super Yetis are going to be very vulnerable in the center. That's if they go into the center, Carmen, because they are walking on the outside right now.
Oh no, one Super Yeti went into the middle, but it's gone. The other Super Yeti's to the top side, which means that defense, the multi-arch tower's down. They're going to continue to stay to the outside. Queen is trying to move into the core. The Warden's gone. Everything is going wrong for Sean.
Wow, this is definitely not what we expected from these two teams. I mean, every once in a while you see an attack that you know, just goes pear-shaped, but you don't expect them back-to-back at this stage in the competition as well. He is going to creep over the 50% mark here, so the 2-star is secured. It's definitely not going to be the 3-star, and it's difficult to say if he's going to get past the 66. I'd imagine with the King and RC ability he will here, but really he's just trying to get a decent percentage lead over that of Supersonic at this point.
Yeah, he's got to get above the 66, pops that King Spiky Ball, Earthquake Boots. He's approaching that percentage, so he'll at least have the lead for only Badz at this point. RC will be able to burn her ability pretty much now. If you wait, she's going to get picked off and not be able to get a full value. Oh, it's the Hog Riders, so I guess it won't really matter that much because those hogs absolutely vanished.
Yeah, I didn't see the equipment at the start. I wasn't paying enough attention to that. I just assumed he had the rocket spear and was going to snipe off a couple of buildings there. Super Yeti in the middle, trying to get that Rage Tower down. Didn't quite manage. Just trying to pick off any buildings on the outside here. Does creep up to the 75%, so that is a 9% lead to only Badz at this stage. But you have to say that is definitely a let-off for Dizi Supersonic.
Dizi Supersonic are definitely happy with that. They're probably expecting, if it was going to be a fail, to be in the 90s. But it didn't 3-star. That's just, at least that's what they're happy about. It wasn't a triple, but the fact that it was a low percent 2-star means that this war is close after the first set of attacks. And we are in the upper bracket. So if any of these teams lose, they still have another chance down the lower bracket. So it's not like they're going to be sent home or anything. So they still have a little room for taking risks. But again, you have to manage those risks. If you're the last attacker of this war, sure. If you want to go all out for the triple to win, that's perfectly fine. But going all out to triple at the very beginning of the war, now that is something that is different.
Well, here we go, Carbon. Fireball rocket loons. Let's go. Anytime we see attacks that are a little bit different, it obviously is very exciting to see, and it's also, I wish the players the very best of luck, right? They're going a little bit off meta, so I really wish them the best of luck when they do that. And I know the Fireball Rocket Loons is obviously incredibly popular in the regular game mode in Legends League, but we don't really see it as much here in hard mode because the defenses hit so hard that you can lose your Warden super quick, which we have already seen earlier on today as well.
Yeah, you just look away from the Warden for one quick second. Bye-bye. The Warden goes. His Rocket Loons are trying to snipe the left side to help force the Warden to the right towards that Air Expo, or yeah, that's the Air Expo, I believe, over there. Hitting the Angry Jelly, and the Warden is now targeting the regular defenses. No ice block for this Warden, so he's going to just continue to move his way in. While that Flame Flinger takes its time through the top side, looks like there's no threat to the Flame Flinger. So let that go, but if he can Earthquake the Clan Castle, he can grab some nice value as he does not have a poison spell in the mix.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's got to be going for that Builder Hurt. Even the closest one gets the Monolith, so that will indeed land. Takes that out. This is the dangerous part as well. Warden getting blasted by the Ricochet Cannon. As you're throwing that Fireball, you can easily get into trouble as you're focusing on where it's going. Looks like he missed one of the Earthquakes on the Monolith as well, so that's actually going to be repaired back up, which is a big deal here.
Actually, he didn't necessarily miss it. It was just too slow. The builder went straight to it and started repairing it and stopped it from going down. So unfortunately, the timing was off there. As we have the King's Earthquake Boot, Spiky Ball skips across to the top side. Warden continues his way through, but get ready for the heavy shots of this Monolith about to hit this Warden.
Yeah, with the Crusher Mortar as well, that can be damage that is underestimated on your Warden. I know even in my Legend attacks, I do not like to go up against that Crusher Mortar, so we've got to keep an eye here. Freezes the Monolith to make sure. It's a really nice job, and gets that Rage in as well, just to make sure, because the Warden is agonizingly close to the Giga Bomb, and the Minion Prince hits so hard. Taking a look at the top area of the base, the Barbarian King is diving into that compartment. Yetis, unfortunately, from the Flame Flinger will go to the outside, but we'll be able to reinforce the Royal Champion, who's just about to snipe the Town Hall. He's not too far away here, Carbon. I'd like to see some Rocket Loons right onto the scatter shot. That's what I was about to say. Just get into that dead zone. Let's see whether he can close this one out. It's very, very close.
Yeah, you got Rockloose coming to the bottom side. Baby Dragon off to the right, 25 seconds. The Rockloose take out the scatter to the top side. Warden goes up there. You can see he's smiling on his face. 20 seconds left. The RC still alive. And Dizi Supersonic getting the first 3-star of this match. Gonna put some pressure on to only Badz.
Well, I am happy for him. Like I said, anytime you see attacks that are outside of the norm, especially here in the qualifiers, doing a Warden charge like that, high pressure situation, great job. And that definitely adds a little bit extra momentum to the team as well, I feel. So putting the pressure right on only Badz now, like you said, and they have not had a great start to today.
No.
I guess their saving grace is no matter who loses in this match, at least, even though they go to the lower bracket, there's no more matches for them today, so they can reset and try and come back tomorrow fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. And for a lot of these, it's not like Electros JP, where being in Japan and it's like 4 or 5 in the morning, at least it's not super late for some, but obviously it is for others. But they all have to manage that, as we are seeing ND charge the Royal Champion in through the left side. Don't lose your Royal Champion. You gotta get that value. Do you have the Earthquake Boots with the King, as the RC is utilizing the Spirit Fox timing, goes past the scatter shot, hoping that the boots finish it off. Maybe no, the scatter barely remains, and the builder is coming back to repair it.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Maybe if he gets this... Oh, no, I was gonna say maybe he could sneak like one Rocket Loon into it and get the def damage onto it once the multi-archer tower went down, but never mind. Recalls are out of there, not gonna get too clever like that. Just get back to that scatter shot at the far end of the base. That's not going to be the difference maker, whether it makes or breaks this attack. Crusher Motor getting damage early on here. A couple of the Valkyries running astray, but most of them do follow the Root Riders there. Pushing in towards that Town Hall. Healers up nice and close, so everything looking relatively good.
Yeah, it does pull a red air bomb, pushes right through the Giga Bomb. And now we have the Queen and King passing to the bottom side. Earthquake Boots already used for the King. Unfortunately, you don't really want to use it that early on the bottom side. You want to save it for a little bit later towards the back edge of the base. But now he's moving through. There's a nice Warden ability to protect as he passes his way into the core now with 5 Rocket Loons still to use to the edge. Probably try to move together as he freezes the Monolith and the multi-target Inferno, as he needs to try to keep these roots alive.
I was keeping an eye on the Royal Champion there, but unfortunately that one Expo was just sniping her from the far side of the base. Healers have unfortunately split. There's a couple of them trying to heal that one Root Rider in the middle, but that does mean his main troops across to the right side really don't have the healing they need. The Root Riders are now down. Rocket Loons trying to snipe off that heavy defense at the back, which they do, but with only the Queen ability left, this is not going to get that high of a percentage here either, Carbon. So only Badz really in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, Queen will burn her ability, have the Giant come out, have to push through this defensive King now. But percentage is completely on Dizi Supersonic because of that triple. A 75 from Sean, and this one is barely passing the 80% mark here. So only Badz are going to have to hope to get some defenses and then turn around and triple themselves. Their previous war, they only put up 11 stars, and Dizi Supersonic, they held opponents to 9 stars, right? And that's where Dizi Supersonic has been doing a little bit better. Only Badz have struggled, but 86% got the percentage up a little bit higher. But right now, Dizi Supersonic are both the star lead and the percent lead.
Yeah, 5% in the lead, total percentage, and that star, like you said. So commanding position, but 3 attacks left. We've seen some certainly flip-flop of events as we've moved through the matches. Teams being able to be multiple stars behind and then come back as well. So only Badz have definitely got to try and, you know, just keep their head in the game. They've got, I would imagine, 2 of their most experienced attackers coming up next in that of Dima and Demo. Ninja normally finishes off for them, so they're really counting on the experience to pull them back. But Pepper did get the 3-star in the opening war, so if he's able to replicate that in this one, well then they are looking very good and putting only Badz in an even more dangerous position.
He's going with that King Giant Gauntlet right from the right side of the base to grab those defenses to help out the Royal Champion. But the Town Hall does get a shot off, kills off that Spirit Fox as the RC continues her way through with another 5 invis, has an Earthquake. Let's see how... Oh, goodness. Okay, the Town Hall doesn't send off any shot. The RC does path her way to the Town Hall and shoots and follows the RC as the Earthquake goes off and pops the RC ability.
Oh, it always worries me when you got like Clan Castle troops running past the RC like that.
Yeah.
But she does manage to get that Town Hall. Gonna get the Ricochet Cannon. And no, she doesn't quite get it. I mean, he kind of had to recall her there. He was in danger of losing her, but one extra little tiny fraction of a second might have been enough for the boots to get that. Never mind though, diving everything in from the top of the base here. Shouldn't be too much trouble to get that cannon on the way.
Look at that one balloon. Look at this one balloon. He's trying to have that one balloon potentially. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Air Skelly's pop and the Ice Golem goes off. He wants that one balloon to get into that Ricochet cannon. Maybe even drop some minions because nothing's... Oh, there's the red air bombs. Never mind.
Yeah, he would have completely dodged that as well. Sends in another balloon though now. That should be safe, hopefully. Let's find out. Maybe there's a Seeking Air Mine right behind that as well. Rocket Loon now flying into that area, but look at the Royal Champion here, Carvin on her last legs, moving to this area. Is she going to survive or go down? Down she goes.
Unfortunately, loses the RC. Rocket Loons are still moving through on the defensive side, going to the Root Riders. And a lot of his main Root Riders have lost that push. The King's ability's already gone off. And we have quite a bit on this backside. Queen will have the burner ability with a Giant, but a Crusher Mortar remains. Pops Queen ability. She turns back around into the Poison Spell Tower there. A couple Super Barbs to the far left. And this one is going to be a defense for only Badz. So this is what they need for sure.
Yeah, and again, like I was saying, just the flip-flop of events. Dizi Supersonic get themselves in a driving position and then, you know, kind of just completely give it away in this one attack. Like 79% now, only Badz. They have the chance to really catch up on the percentage. Should it be a 3-star? I think, does Dima normally go third? I guess Demo sometimes goes third, so we'll find out who goes next. But either way, like I was saying, they both have a lot of experience. So should they now be able to capitalize on it? Oh my gosh, we're just back and forward here, Carvin.
So it was Dima that actually tripled for them in their last match that allowed them to advance to this point. If Dima didn't triple, they would have lost and only put up 10 stars. So Dima is definitely the player we got to keep our eye on, as he has been delivering with 3 stars. And can he do it again? But I think the next player up for only Badz is going to actually be the captain of their team, which is going to be Demo. And he's going to have to step up for them. And he didn't get a triple last time. Neither did Ninj. But Demo will probably be after that, as Ninj likes to attack last. But only Badz, can you triple? Take advantage of the opportunity now to tie up this war with the stars.
It is indeed Demo. He's had 5 3-stars across all of the different qualifiers, 7 2-stars, so a little bit below a 50% hit rate. Then Dima has had a 50% hit rate, and that of 6 2-stars and 6 3-stars. But either way, they're both capable of putting up these 3-star attacks. It is one of those deep RC charges, though, that we're seeing in combination with the Root Riders. So let's see if he can get in there and keep that RC alive. Lovely use of rocket balloons down to 6 o'clock just to try and steer the RC exactly where he wants her. And then, I was going to say he should be able to get her into the core relatively easy here, but he actually uses 2 invisibility spells to get her to the multi-inferno. I think he could have allowed her to go left first and then got her there with 1, but never mind. She's in the core and he's got a couple of invis to try and take advantage of that.
Oh, okay. Pulls her back just like that. Doesn't lure. The unfortunate thing is didn't lure out the full CC. The nice thing about pulling a full Clan Castle out, so you can deal with it on the edge of the base. You don't have to get stalled up in the core. In this case, this Clan Castle might be a problem. Rocket Loons coming out. Overgrowth goes down. The Rocket Loons can do a lot of work, as there is a Furnace also. So the Rocket Loons are meant to try to pull your poison quick so you don't have time to react. And then the Furnace just waits there and is such an annoying thing to deal with if you don't have a poison spell for it.
Yeah, especially because now that the Root Riders are ahead, that Furnace could easily target the healers. Tornado Trap's probably helping him to pull the Root Riders closer to the Furnace. But should one of those Fire Mites go to the healers, you can be in serious trouble and lose them all. Does use the Warden ability to protect everything through the Town Hall and the Fire Spitter. He's got a lot of defenses to get through on the back end of the base here, and everything is going to be stalled up right now.
He is pushing through the core. The Furnace on the defensive side is gone. The King is going to the top side alone. Not really helping on any defensive structures, but he's going to stay at the edge. We do have another Baby Dragon, but there's a Monolith remaining on the backside of this base as he tries to continue through. Seeking Air Mines hitting the healers. Sneezy triggering. Oh, Sneezy pulling a Seeking Air Mine. Oh, another Seeking Air Mine right in the core, losing troops one by one. As we do have a defensive Minion Prince also there that's going to be hitting his Queen and the Grand Warden, trying to keep him alive.
Just about gets through that, snipes the air defense. Thankfully, with all of the healers on the Queen, she's just about staying alive. Gets that high HP storage out of the way, but with the Barbarian King going down fast, the spiky ball is forced, and there's just going to be too many defenses by this multi-inferno, I feel, to get through.
The Giant's going to go to the top side, I think. Yeah, he goes off to the bomb tower. There's another building up there, so he's got a wizard, I think, so that should be fine. But the King is going to die off here. Doesn't have the Phoenix. One Baby Dragon, one Super Barb. And time is not on his side. He's trying his absolute best. The Super Barb will be used. Sends that Baby Dragon, trying to angle it to the left. And unfortunately, Demo is going to fall short. And this is another 2-star. So we had ND with an 86. We had Sean with a 75, and now Demo with a 93%. And Dizi Supersonic will still have the lead by a star, but only Badz now take the advantage on percentage here, Judo.
Yeah, they certainly do. So 1 3-star from their star player in that of Dima in the next attack could indeed bring them back, but all depends on what Dizi Supersonic do here. I feel like it's just so up and down, so difficult to predict right now. You can feel the nerves of these teams, I feel. And yeah, it's just really difficult to know what to say and what to predict right now. I feel like Demo is probably kicking himself a little bit because he, you know, I feel like he could have definitely got more from that Royal Champion charge had he got the Expo and then directed her into the middle. But still a super close attack, high percentage, so at least they have that on their side. Let's see what their bases can do to hold here.
As this RC is going to go through, notice with that Grand Warden, there's no Eternal Tome. So Paul's decided to go in with a Healing Tome and that Rage Gem for that Grand Warden. As the RC is going to charge away slowly through this right side. Nowhere near this Town Hall, so he doesn't have to worry about the Town Hall hitting his RC. Pulls the RC and the Spear Fox back together here.
Interesting. Uses the skeleton spell there just to test for the log launcher first, which was phenomenally done because of popping them all. Protects the log launcher a little bit, but it's going to go down relatively fast here. Can he get the fire spitter and the scatter shot fast enough? One more log would have got them both. Yetis will have to take those down and get stalled up. Not the end of the world, but it would have just been nice to get those down a bit quicker. Riders moving through the top side of the base.
Yeah.
Hard to make a prediction as to how well this is going, I would say, right now. Everything's kind of staying alive, but I think he's got tricky pathing through the base.
The problem is the Ice Golems are now coming delayed to deal with the Root Riders. Once he takes them out, he's going to stall up. The red air bombs are popping up near the healers. Does have to think about that storage that is off to the right side. Don't forget about that, as the King is moving through with ability, but now he's going to be able to protect with the Healing Tome. Remember, no Eternal Tome as he's pushing through the core now.
Yeah, that is already gone. That Crusher Mortar has to be frozen because taking a lot of damage there. Root Riders going down fast as well as the healers don't know what to do. Heal the heroes, heal the Root Riders. The tanks are down, which means the heroes are now vulnerable. And once this overgrowth wears off, he is going to be in a thick lot of damage. Has the King ability, but it's just not going to be enough moving to the end here. So the percentage will remain in only Bad's favor.
He's got a chance here. The Monolith is going to go down. A couple Super Barbs. This King Spiky Ball has a shot through these final remaining defense. The Giant can hit the wall, reach over it, take it down. Spiky Ball skips, takes that down. Go. Baby Dragon moves through. And my friends, the Super Barb is hanging on with a Baby Dragon, and he Dizi Supersonic have 2 triples, while only Badz have 0.
All right, next time when I see the attack not quite going well, I'll stop looking at my notes and just keep focusing on the attack. I'm too busy trying to sort out the percentages here to figure out what they need. But wow, that's incredible because percentage can be whatever it wants. They have 2 3-stars on the board. So at this point, I mean, Dima and Ninj, they've got a 3-star.
Yeah, they don't have a choice at this. They have to do it and hope for percentage, low percentage that comes in again from Dizi Supersonic, because they did have the percent going into this attack, but stars is not on their side. So Dima, he is the only one that tripled in their last match. Dima, you gotta do it again. Sorry to put the pressure on you, but the time is now and you cannot fail, as we are going to see the Royal Champion charging her way through with 8 rocket loons, probably to be used as an assistance with the RC to help funnel her.
Well, let's take a look at which way he decides to go. If the last match is anything to go by, Rigatores and Almualin did get their closing 3-stars. So only Badz have just got to get that on the board and then hope that their defense holds. Gonna snipe off that air defense with 2 rocket loons. RC will then move forward. Should be able to easily redirect her after this towards the multi-inferno if that's what he chooses. Yep. There we go. In she moves to the center, and it's always nice to get a couple of those deeper buildings as well, because that's what's the trickier part, to cut the funnel for your root riders.
Don't have that town hall hit you. And look at this perfect pathing so far through this monolith. Can move on to the crusher mortar as well. And the boots finish off the monolith. Pull both of them back? No, just keep going. Keep grabbing the value. The ricochet cannon goes down. Can go for the multi on the backside. Does he want it? Yes, why not? As you keep the RC going, another invis pulls a little bit of the skelly. Oh, the skelly's out. He'll go down pretty quickly and easily. And even grabs the Spirit Fox back in the same process. I'd say that was tremendous value. What an entry for Dima.
I honestly think that was one of the best executed RC dives I've seen. Like, I know we see them a lot, but that was so well done. All of the timings were perfect. I don't even think he took damage on the Spirit Fox. Like, he was just in full control the whole time. So brilliant job. Now the Root Riders move around. What are you seeing, Carbon?
I was just going to say it's because he didn't find a tornado trap, right? He got lucky. No tornado trap found. That's the type of value you could get.
Well, he's got that poison on the furnace, as you mentioned earlier as well, just to be able to get rid of that so the furnaces or the fire mites aren't then dealing damage to you. Look at those rocket loons as well, just diving straight into the dead zone of the scatter shot to try and take that out. Ice golems were a little bit of a nuisance there, stalled up the healers while the Root Riders are ahead, but they've managed to move on up to heal them as well. Town Hall, he's just leave it till the end. Dima's no sweat. I'll take out everything else and go for it right at the end of the raid.
Time is ticking, though. Gotta keep your eye on the timer. 40 seconds. Pops the Warden ability right through the Seeking Air Mine. And this is a lot of troops still alive with the Eternal Tome. Pops the Queen ability as well. We got the we got the bomb tower on the bottom side. Hold on. He's got his hands over his head. Does he have enough? He's got to wait to use this king ability. He'll be able to skip through these final buildings and one-shot him. And Dima delivers a 3-star in the previous match. And he delivers again in this one. And I didn't want to jinx anything, Judo. I was going to say earlier, after the value he got from the Royal Champion, that it would have been impossible to fail his attack. After that value, but I was like, I probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah, just leave the jinxing to me today, I guess. Or reverse jinxing in the last case. But yeah, not looking at the notes on that one, fully dialed in. I think I was just looking at Dima's expression at the end and thinking, you know, he's got it. He's got so many troops, but I guess given the context of the whole war, that's why he's not getting, you know, too excited right now, because his team are still behind. Ninj needs to get that 3-star, and they need a good percentage defense from 1 at this point. Still anyone's game, but, you know, Dizi Supersonic, they got the star advantage, so all the pressure on only Badz.
Here we go. One sending that RC through the bottom side, right near the monolith. Gonna continue to keep her invisible. A couple rocket loons to grab his hand. Oh, there's the tornado! When you find that, you know that it is tested for an entry.
Forced ability. I saw the giant bomber.
Oh god.
Not considering the ability, getting too excited, but yeah. Spirit Fox goes down. RC is now running in each and every direction. It's actually going to be able to snipe the Town Hall here. Wow. I mean,
yeah.
Planned all along.
I think it came down to the timing of the invis. He didn't let the Town Hall get any of these final shots off. And because the Town Hall didn't get any shots off, the Royal Champion did not get slowed down and got this value. That's why it's critical. If you're doing an attack like this, do not let that Town Hall hit your Royal Champion if you do not plan to pull her back. In this case, he was just letting her get the value and then dying off.
Yeah, really nicely done, because sometimes it's very impressive, as we've seen from Dima, to be able to control the RC the way you did. But sometimes it's just equally impressive if something goes wrong or you hit into the bait, to be able to react in the moment and have those fast reactions, which is what we've seen from Juan there, making sure to get that Town Hall. And now he still does have that perfect pathing for the Root Riders. They did take quite a bit of damage there early on, but with all of the healers right there, it's pretty much getting those Root Riders all healed back up.
Yeah, they're pathing their way through to the top side with a couple. Rocket Loon 6 actually remaining. As that Warden Healing Tome goes off, it doesn't have the Eternal Tome, so the Rage Gem hopefully is trying to also boost them through towards the Giga Bomb on the backside, but still has a Queen and King abilities to use.
Fire Spitter proving quite a nuisance there. It really, I think sometimes the Fire Spitter is underestimated, but it's blasting his heroes right now, especially in hard mode with that 20% extra damage. It is shredding through those troops. And now in combination with that top area coming back alive after the freeze spell, there is not much left here. Only Badz had the percentage lead, remember. They were a star behind, but they were 8% in the lead after that round of attacks. Which means
they're
they
in the
still
lead right
need a
now.
3-star.
I mean, they're still in the lead at the moment, but they're down by a star. So if Ninja triples, then it's a completely different ball game going. Actually, no, this is the final attack. It's coming down to Ninja at this point. So Ninja triples, they win. What am I talking about? It's not like they get 6 attacks.
You had me confused.
I was confusing myself.
They have the percentage.
Yeah.
So they do need to triple because of the, the 2-star here from Juan. But if they triple, they win on percentage. They've got that in the bag.
And that's why you want to have the lead on percent. It feels like when you're in the lead on percent, it's almost like you're up by 2 stars. But since they don't lead on percent, they're only up by the single star. So if only Badz, if Ninja triples, they tie on stars, but only Badz takes the lead with percentage, and they win this war. Oh my, it's got to be a 3 or nothing, because a 99% 2-star, and you are getting sent down to the lower bracket. Good luck, Ninja.
Absolutely, good luck. What position would you choose right now? I would still go with Dizi Supersonic. I'd still far rather have the stars on the board. But would you have the confidence to be like, no, I'm picking the percentage and needing the 3? What would you say, Carbon?
Oh no, I'm picking the Dizi all day, every day, 100%. This is being in hard mode. You make one mistake and it's over. And you know how many times it's come down to the final attack? Very rarely, MMG was the one that was that clutch in the end, but majority of the time they don't, right? Because it's so difficult to do. We don't see that many 3-stars compared to just getting that defense. So 100%, 100 out of 100 times, I would pick the situation that Dizi Supersonic is in.
Absolutely. You've got to say Ninja's had a really interesting start here with the Rocket Loons to just allow the RC to beeline straight forward. Unfortunately, he's pulled the Clan Castle Furnaces, so he's got to be careful here as to when the Royal Champion becomes visible. Using that Earthquake to get damage on the Crusher Mortar and the Multi-Infernos. Also the Town Hall. Oh my goodness. Talk about...
Oh no.
He did actually take damage. I think the Spirit Fox was not in the Invis spell, but the Royal Champion was. That's what it looked like.
Okay, she is going for the Ice Golem, unfortunately. Going to the Builder Hut can pull her back. Moves the Ice Golem a little bit out of the way, and the Ice Golem does not die off. It's just got a little bit of health here. Remember, this attack has got to be a 3-star for only Badz to have a shot at winning this war. If it's not, only Badz will get sent to the lower bracket. As he's moving through, let's see, can he continue this power through with 1 minute and 40 seconds left?
Yeah, it would have been nice for him to get that monolith, that is for sure, but he should be able to surround it. Actually has one of the boogers move across to that building over the side. I was thinking to put an archer on, so probably a good idea not to put that archer on it. Save that, because you never know when that could be handy. Headhunter's running across towards the RC there. They're actually going to get her down very close, actually. That would have been massive moving towards the back end of the base. Focusing on the attack now, using the warden ability. He's got good pathing through the base. Still has the king ability, still has the queen ability. Difficult one to call. I know we don't want to jinx it here, but
it's tough.
It definitely is a tricky one to call.
The Giga Bomb and those defenses on the backside of the base, you got to imagine there's got to be a bunch of giant bombs over there as well where the bomb towers remain. But the Queen's got her ability. She's stuck behind some walls, so won't be able to really help. But the time is ticking here. 45 seconds. I don't know if he's got the time to continue through the back end of this base. He's got to rely on the spiky ball, and this Giga Bomb geared up cannon is going to be a big pain to slow him down. Ninja's got a 3-star, or they lose this war.
He needs this ice golem to move forward into that compartment to freeze everything.
Oh, gosh.
Honestly, time is his biggest factor. He's got more than enough power to get through this. The tornado trap really being a nuisance. Trying to rack up the percentage, waiting for that king spiky ball. I feel like that elixir storage is going to be the bane of the life for him.
There it is. Spiky ball. Skip. The wizard remains. 4, 3, 2, 1. The Wizard Tower remains, and Dizi Supersonic advances. And if he only had like a super barb on the Wizard Tower, or a baby driver, some balloon, just look at Ninja, his hands on his head. He knows how close he came, and Dizi Supersonic send only Badz to the lower bracket. They are 1 win away from the grand finals, and what a match we had. So close for Ninja there. 99% time fail.
Wow, I'm so speechless. Gosh, I can't imagine how that feels. Goodness me, you throw you under the bus here, Carbon, but you literally said a 99% is not enough. Oh my goodness me.
This is why I said I would pick the situation Dizi Supersonic is in 100 out of 100 times, you know? Because something like that could happen and it goes your way. You just need any sort of defense and you win. And Dizi Supersonic pulls it off, Judo.
They absolutely did. I mean, I said I felt like only Badz's secret weapon was like grinding out victories even when they're not playing well, and they were so close to doing that there. I mean, the Wizard Tower literally had 25% hit points on it or something as well due to the spiky ball, so wow.
You know, I just want to
feel for them.
I want to hear the comms of Supersonic, you know? I just want to hear them screaming, I'm sick, stop! What are you doing? Don't grab the Wizard Tower! Oh my, that would have been just perfect, but unfortunate for only Badz. Ninja. Hey, at least you're not eliminated. You're sent to the lower bracket, but that means that they are going to have to win out, and they can't afford another loss. They would have to then also force a bracket reset to have a shot, as we are seeing an updated bracket now. Only Badz will have to take on Electros JP, which will be tomorrow. They won't be playing today, but we have one more war in the upper bracket, Judo.
We certainly do. That will be played momentarily, but oh my goodness, I mean, think of that matchup, how Electros JP played before. They put up such a good performance against Team Electros. Even that in itself is really hard to predict. Only Badz moving into that match, that is really, really tough for them.
I
mean, at least they have the ability to like reset, like I said, because
Judo, the problem is, look at the scores. Only Badz put up 11.
Yeah.
And then Electros JP, they put up 12. They lost. They put up 13 and barely won. So only Badz, I think, is in a really troubling situation right now, because 11 stars is not enough to defeat a team like Electros JP.
Certainly not. Maybe their bases have to be their secret weapon, but focusing back in on things, Dizi Supersonic getting that victory. Next up, we will see Zowatster and Millicene MG to see who will be moving forward to face Dizi Supersonic tomorrow. However, the MVP of that matchup it is Byron Love getting that 3-star when it was unexpected from me, but a beautiful job either way. And in the end, that was the determining factor as well, right? That was the second 3-star, which is what put them in the lead.
They needed the triple, and he delivered, getting it done, forcing the pressure onto only Badz. And Dima, he came in third in terms of the voting, and he's been on fire. He tripled the last war, he tripled this one, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to have Ninja also triple and help them advance to the upper bracket semis. But Dizi Supersonic, well done. You got it done. You'll be one match away from the grand finals, and they know that that is a fantastic position to be in.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, moving to the matches tomorrow. I mean, 2 victories, and that's it. They have their golden ticket. They're going to Atlanta, but that's 2 big victories they have to do. Either way, if they perform the way they just did, they can beat anybody basically, because you know, they held it together when they really needed to. But we still have one more matchup today, Carbon, and I think that is equally going to be as interesting. So we'll be checking that out in a few moments' time. First, let's go to a replay of that last matchup. What a ton of events we have had. It feels like each and every match today has been so up and down. Welcome back to the casting desk, Itsu. What did you make of that last matchup?
I mean, it's kind of crazy on how many close matches we had. In this last match, one building being the difference of 3-starring and turning this match around. That was crazy. And I mean, that was a really crazy finish just a few seconds earlier. Maybe, I don't know, I just watched the chat. The chat was going crazy. Yeah, he could have saved one loon. And then there was the next comment of like, oh, he could have saved this or that. But like in the end, it was so close, coming down to the last second pretty much. And the last building, I mean, that was pretty much all about that.
Yeah, it's so tricky, isn't it? Like maybe one super barbarian on the outside of the base wasn't needed or something, but even then helps to reinforce the army. It helps to speed things up a little bit. So it's so hard to micro-analyze in the middle of the attack like that. Either way, great job. Just missing out, but Dizi Supersonic doing what they needed to do, getting the victory. However, we do still have one more matchup today, and this one is going to be equally as exciting because Zowat Stoer, definitely the underdogs in their first matchup, and yet they came out and got it done. Millesime MG just missing out in the August qualifiers, and they equally had a bit of a rough time. It looked like they were cruising the last match, and then they had that one attack which just kind of flipped the war on its head. So I think this one's going to be interesting.
I mean, that's for sure. I was really hyped for this match because to me, Zowat Stoer really delivered on a high level. Winning a match even though you're 1-starring in the first round, that is not easy to do whatsoever. So let's take a closer look at their lineup and the players who are coming in with. because they have made it work. And as well, if you take a look at their hit rate, it feels like there's not a weak link, if you want to say it like that, within their team. I feel like a lot of other teams, we have performance up and down, but this team really close all together, working great as a team, and were able to really deliver in their first round. They have to repeat that in this one as well. They're coming in with Marek, MES, then as well Joachim, Kaz, and Ariam, but again, they have to really perform to make this work and stay in the upper bracket, because they have still the second tournament live.
Indeed. And I think one thing that was pointing out to me there in the stats is Marek. He got the 1-star in that other match, but he had a 40% hit rate. So it shows he really can pull out those 3 stars. Maybe that's one thing that he goes all out for, the 3 stars, and that's where it can backfire. But either way, should he be on form this war, then that just puts them in so much of a better position. I love how serious everyone is, and then Ariam just nice and chilled there, waiting up the matchup. But let's have a short statement from their team.
Zoals de naam al zegt is het do or die. Het is de laatste kans om ons te kwalificeren voor Atlanta. Het is nu of nooit, voor op zijn minst dit jaar.
Short and sweet. Let's just hear what they have to say moving into this last matchup and then get back to be dialed in. Let's move across to Millicene MG, though. They had such an amazing run in the August qualifier, just missing out to report it at the end. So you've got to say they would equally be one of the favorites in this last chance qualifier, especially given the momentum. Taking a look at their stats. Again, just dialing in on the hit rate, just looking at Nez there, 60% hit rate here in the qualifiers in hard mode. He also got the 3-star in that last matchup as well, closing things out. So they have some solid players. And yeah, right now they just seem to be so solid. It just seems that one attack from Annette in the first war didn't go their way. Other than that, they were cruising.
Yeah, and I feel like that happened to actually multiple different teams, that there was always this one attack where they were running into a bait, for example, and something horribly went wrong. And this then resulted in a really low percentage. I feel like this is something which we have seen now over this qualifier more than in any other qualifier, that we have seen a lot of low percentage 2-stars or even 1-stars just because of those baits. I mean, you guys were highlighting it with the train trap especially, but in general, if you're running into those traps with the giant bombs and small bombs and losing the fox early, that is just such a big momentum swing within the attack.
Indeed. And here we have Millicene MG all dialed in, ready to go. Bash was saying how much he admires this screen, and since he said that, I have to agree. It is kind of cool to see that prior to the match how focused everybody is. So let's hear exactly what Millicene MG have to say prior to this match.
Yeah, of course, we know this is the very last opportunity of the year. We were very close 2 weeks ago. So we know we have to all in this time, like being at our highest level in offense. We have trained, I think, even more than what we did for the last monthly final. Especially, I know Adi has committed a lot. Like, I've never seen him training so much. So it's really nice to see we are all giving everything we have. So yeah, very last shot. We have to be at the highest possible level ever in offense, and hopefully the builders can cook the best bases as well, and we are having the best commitment we can to test the maximum number of bases.
Yeah, I love to hear that. I feel like obviously the competitive community knows how much work goes into behind the scenes of these events, but maybe people that do just tune into the stream for the first time don't really recognize how much time the players commit behind the scenes to trying to get their offense as solid as possible, but also then all of the separate base building players for each of the teams, which Annette highlighted there, who are also putting equally hours and hours of work into what you then see as the finished product here on the qualifiers. So I love to hear all of the highlights of what they've been doing behind the scenes, because it really is a lot of work, and you've got to take your hat off to all of these players.
Yeah, that's for sure. There is a lot of work of just practicing, as you said, as the player, but as well just the behind the scenes work of the base builders, of testing the bases, but especially as well those who are scouting then the other team, like specific tendencies of how they're approaching specific styles of bases and what they like to bring into the attacks. And I feel like this is as well one of the reasons why we see so many good defenses this weekend, or like today so far, because of really solid base. We have seen healers getting completely taken care of, red mine farms in the beginning, tornado traps hitting more often than usually with the traps around that and everything. So many trap baits, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. We can go ahead and take a look at some of the predictions. First, the caster predictions. I know I haven't necessarily been doing that great today. At least we've had a few of us picking Millesime MG on this one. Bash going with Stoer, which, again, given their performance in that first matchup, you can definitely see. I personally just look at the teams and try and make a decision in the first 5 seconds. That's my game plan. I know you look at the data a little bit, so why did you go with Millesime MG?
I mean, to be honest, looking at the data so far is not really like doing great, to be honest. Whatever Carbon is doing, I feel like we should all do it. But on this one, we can all be happy, except Bash, because he's not picking the same team as Carbon. But, well, Millesime seems to have a good run based on our predictions. The community thinks as well, with 72%, that Millesime MG is going to win this match. But to be honest, that is somewhat to be expected. With, I feel like for sure, we have on the other side a really big underdog, who so far though was a big surprise in a positive way.
Yeah, absolutely. They came out, got those 3 stars, like you said, numerous 3 stars. Even though they had the 1 star, they still managed to get that victory. So every match we've had today has been super close. It's been really tough to predict who it's going to be, and this one is going to be no different. The winner will move on to face Dizi Supersonic in that higher matchup, and the loser will still have another chance in the lower bracket tomorrow.
That's right. This match still giving you a big advantage moving forward within the tournament, but at the same time, you have the, second chance still open, that is for sure. But if you want to throw your prediction into the mix as well, make sure that you're visiting the event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans website, because over there you can as well get your predictions in, interact with the stream, and get some nice rewards. But we are getting ready for the match for the first attack, because Millesime MG seems to be ready with their first attacker.
Yes, they are. Let's see. I think they're actually...
Yeah, there's something mixed up.
Got the names a little bit mixed up there, yeah. So Kaz is from Stoer, and he equally was their opening attacker in the first matchup, where he did get the 2 star and 77%, so didn't put them on the best of the forefront. But then they had Arium following up with those 3 stars. However, I know when the players don't quite get it to work, that they'll be trying extra hard to be able to pick that up for their team. Just feeling the pressure. I feel when there's a team, you definitely feel the pressure a little bit more yourself. Diving in so far, not hitting any of the traps. He's still got that Spirit Fox alive. Only just mined. Didn't quite get the Fire Spitter, interestingly. So maybe a bit too hasty on the recall there. I guess he's going in behind it, but he'll still take some damage.
Yeah, I think the Tesla still won't go down from that 1 loon, right? Or is it? No, it's still alive. But not really sure about those loons there. Let's hope that it's not going to cost him, because he's not having any loons. He already lost 1 healer on the far right side due to the air defense. The Log Launcher going down early, running into the Giga Bomb now. Rocket loons on his Root Riders, and there is a lot of damage on his troops early on.
Yeah, I mean, the Yetis were supposed to be, like, in the core of the base, right? But due to the Tesla, like you said, and then the Fire Spitter stalling them up, pulling them into the Giga Bomb, they've actually gone to the outside of the base. So he does overgrowth the core, but that means he's going to have to deal with that later, and it's going to be a bit tricky, because he's going to pass it right now, essentially, from the Town Hall, and then take all of that flanking damage, and he doesn't have another overgrowth afterwards. Everything being healed up, but stuck on the outside of the base right now, Itsu. So I feel this is really tricky for him to be able to path into the core, where he meant that Log Launcher to get value.
Yeah, the core looks really dangerous with this stacked compartment. But we have the Wardens struggling to stay alive and going now down. He still has the King and Queen ability, which could be helpful on the back end. But with losing so much power non-stop, this can be tricky. Rocket Spears are running out, which means the Royal Champion has to go on her own into the core. And there's a lot of firepower waiting for her.
Yeah, and the healers are on the Royal Champion as well, which I guess, you know, protects her a little bit in the center, not too much by the end of it. But it does mean the Root Riders on the left-hand side just went down super fast, which means he didn't have the protection on the King. Is creeping over the 80% mark, but definitely not what you need for the opening attack. Better than how they started the last war when they got the victory, but when you consider what Millesime MG did in their first matchup, it's not where they want to be. However, it gets a little bit higher than I was expecting, to be honest, getting close towards the 90s.
Yeah, but if one thing really has shown during the first couple of matches of this weekend's qualifier is for sure that those teams are having really different performances. I mean, some of them are performing not too great in the first match, then having incredible performance in the second match. I think I should remember and point out AllExceed, for example, who had not the greatest first match, but then pulling out 13 stars in the second one. So everything really is on the table. It all depends on if you're in the head of your opponents and really get them to run into those baits, because this is the big deciding factor. In hard mode, if you're running into baits, you are going to have a hard time. And this is what we have seen, those crazy defenses. So anything can happen at any point. This is what makes this really interesting.
Yeah, especially because I feel like we've seen a couple of examples today where things like when the healers have gone down, you have no option at that point. Like, you can't heal your troops back up. They have the Warden ability, and that tends to be the only option. After that, you're just taking all damage, and there's nothing you can do. Your troops, once they're down, they're down. So if as a defender, you can snipe off those healers early, then that's where you see big mess ups. Or again, if you lose the Spirit Fox, it being a pretty big deal in the Royal Champion charge, since unless the attacker makes a mistake, it is really tricky to take down the RC in itself.
Yeah, and this right now looks not good either. I mean, I am not sure what he's doing there with those rocket loons. He did try to push the Royal Champion back into the right direction, then he did not do it. I am a little bit confused right now, but well, let's hope that that was the value he was hoping for, which I don't think so. But he's going now from the far side with the Town Hall completely on the other side, having already early spring traps against his troops. And yes, to really go
King's
far
gonna
away.
Blast the log launcher right now. Quickly gets the headhunters in to slow him down, but the log launcher has already taken immense damage. Then overgrowthing, so the logs can't even do damage on the center of the base. I feel like things went a bit wrong with the RC charge, and he wasn't able to... I mean, it's tough, right? But in these situations where it's the best of the best, you really do need to be able to react. I feel like he's just made a few wrong decisions, and now he's going to be in a really tricky spot to get that Town Hall. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it, in all honesty. His Queen's way too far away. King's took damage on the right side. Feels like he's all but given up, to be honest.
Yeah, this Town Hall completely on the other side did not work out for him whatsoever. The Royal Champion getting lured away from the Tesla, and he reacted really quick with those rocket loons. Had the unfortunate entire Tesla farm pop up, but he had more rocket loons to redeploy, so I'm surprised that he didn't do that to push the Royal Champion into that compartment. And yeah, I am just not sure as well where the rocket loons were planned otherwise, because I feel like the Tesla farm would have been the perfect place to use them, and maybe that was even the reason why they brought out them as like a reinforcement to push the Royal Champion in the right direction, because they were expecting the Tesla farm over there, but just not deploying enough of them, and that really has cost the pathing for the Royal Champ. And he was not really solid with the timings of the Invispell as well, and if there's a lot of damage around, the Fox going down, we have seen this is where the problems start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you always feel bad for the players, but I mean, we have to call it how it is, right? When they're on this stage as well, they've clearly got the caliber to get to this level, but you've got to be able to hold it together in the pressure. So that not the best start from Zowatster, like we said, but I mean, they're in a pretty good position. They are 1 star and 34% in the lead after that first attack. They do have Marek attacking, who did get the 1-star in that opening matchup. However, as I mentioned, he's had a 40% hit rate, so he's certainly able to pull out those 3 stars. And this time around, look, RC positioned right next to that town hall. Let's get that down early.
Yeah, sending those rocket loons in there. But again, the Fox, without even traps being there, has not even made it to the first compartment, kinda. Another invis now to get the Royal Champ is not going for the town hall.
Oh my goodness.
I am not sure what we're witnessing right now. This is the upper bracket right now, and I'm not sure what exactly is happening right now. The Fox going down without making it into the first compartment, and now he's again up there to try to save the attack. The tunnel was supposed to go down. This is what the investment was all about, because the pathing in there is not existent for the Root Riders, because there are non-defensive buildings around it, and this now means that everything is going to split now, and maybe the overgrowth can save the pathing.
He should be fine to get the town hall, but like you said, he can overgrowth. I mean, he's still got quite a wide path for the troops to get through. He really wants to try and get that bomb tower down fast after the Archer Queen so that he can move on through, but we're into just damage control again at this point. We'll be able to push a much better percentage than what we just seen, obviously, and locking up that 2nd star. But just really unfortunate stuff to watch. I mean, I know they, like you said, they clear mistakes on the attacking side, but it's still unfortunate to watch and see it unfold for them.
Maybe you can save it. I mean, there's not much space left, which would be a really impressive turnaround after that start. But the...
I think with the 2 defending heroes, he's... yeah.
I mean, it really depends now on how things are going to target different heroes. If the Queen can take down the Poison Tower and as well maybe damage the back end a little, there is hope. There is the chance of bringing it back. The Fire Spirit going down, that would be crazy.
He's got Frosty, thankfully, which is slowing down the Minion Prince. Otherwise, that Minion Prince would have shredded everything down to the bottom side of the base. Royal Champion now going over to help take out those troops, though. Archer Queen, you know, we normally say when she's banging on a wall, but right now that's actually doing him the biggest favor because it's healing her back up. Can he get through the Royal Champion? He can. Will get the scatter shot. 97%. I don't think he's going to be able to get through the walls in time.
Sneezy,
but
no.
a super, like you said, managing to push the percentage as high as he did, having to react, getting the town hall and then overgrowthing for the pathing rather than like pure mitigating damage. Nice job to push up the percentage the way they did, but we're definitely seeing mistakes from the attackers, which at this point, I know the pressure's on, but they've got to be able to get rid of that.
Yeah, surprising mistakes for sure, but again, I feel like the one really thing you have to highlight here is how he was able to save this and turn things around. So let's forget about the opening, but everything after that was really well executed in the attack. So this is why he was able to push it really high on the percentage level and even was so close. I feel like if that Queen really shoots a little bit faster with the last scatter shot, she is completely fine and can finish off the base completely. So it was close, but in the end, this means we're still waiting for the first 3-star. And this now means that we need to see the first one from Millesime MG. And that would be, again, a tight match, even though they have started with a 1-star.
Well, let's reset here, Itsu. We're going to see flawless attacks from this point out. Mr. C got the 3 stars in that opening matchup. And let's see whether he can do it here. We do have the Royal Champion charge again. There's the rocket loons in order to snipe off some of those defenses. You can see clear as day the pathing now from the ricochet cannon to the air defense and in towards the middle, where he's already used the earthquake to weaken some of those buildings. No traps at the moment. May have to... No, he's not going to have to deal with the Giga Bomb due to turning the Expo invisible and can just move through the defenses towards the clan castle.
Is the Royal Champion going for the tunnel? That's the big question. The defenses are slowly getting... Yep, perfect redeployment there. And we have the invis spell to keep that Royal Champion alive. All of those defenses are going down, and this is what we want to see. Really nice job with the opening so far. If he's going to get the multi-arch tower, even better. But recording the Royal Champion as we speak, but the pathing is set, the opening is looking solid.
Yeah, and I feel one thing is just don't get too greedy with the Royal Champion as well. When you get down to the end and you're about to recall her, don't try and snipe that last building. It's so tempting, but just rips her out of there before she takes any damage, because she's got so much of a better opportunity to stay alive. Now we've got those balloons cruising on in front. One seeking air mine is found. Air defense gets rid of the rest of them, but then the troop thrower nicely now deployed to continue popping those loons to check for the healers.
Yeah, check for those healers, but so far the healers are staying safe, which is great news. The grenade trap did not really do anything to his push overall, just delaying things, which is not really the biggest deal anyways, because the ice golems were doing the same thing. Now the overgrowth to really make sure the push is looking strong, and everything is now pushing back together around the outside where the king is located right now. Defending minion prince is taken care of as well. We all know that minion prince can be really frustrating to face on the back end, so having that hero out of the way early is great. The queen though, she's going on her own.
She is. He does have the ability, having to pop it now just to keep her alive. Giant will unfortunately get locked onto by the monoliths, so go down pretty quick as well. Queen gets the multi-archer tower, or should get the multi-archer tower, but no, she does not. But what I was going to say is, other than that, she's just stuck in the middle of the base, and even with the ability, got nothing, unfortunately. Still looking okay towards the back end of the base here. Multi-target Inferno compartment and a couple of other defenses, but as long as he can keep the Royal Champion protected, he should be good.
Yeah, the Royal Champion being really the MVP on this back end. If you can keep her alive, that would be the game-changing factor as well, DPS-wise. And it seems like that is the case. Dizi with the stun coming in. And this means 12 seconds and Mr. C getting their first 3-star in for Millsim MG. And again, we have a match being tied completely. Even though the percentage are on favor of Zowaster, right? Yes, and that percentage lead is still quite big.
Yeah, it's 32% in total for Zowaster due to that opening attack from MMG. However, you think of how many 3-stars they put up in that opening matchup. If they continue with that pace, or even just one more 3-star puts them in the lead, as long as Zowaster don't 3-star. So, all being tied, clearly they want to try and catch up on the percentage, but at this point, they've got to catch more than 10% per attack, which I feel is very tricky to do. So the stars is what they have to be counting on, basically.
Yeah, but I feel like just how the teams feel like right now, with, yes, we have the lead, percentage lead on the side of like not Millsim, but at the same time, I feel like just momentum-wise, Millsim is up by a lot, because they were just able to come back from a 1-star with the other team not really taking advantage of that so far. So if Ariam now is not going to 3-star, Millsim MG are going to be really happy coming into their next attack. But Ariam, he wants to get the job done. He wants to get that next 3-star in, and he usually can complete those tasks which he is given from his team. But for that, he has to make this dragon army work. And he is starting with the Royal Champion charge on a complete opposite side to the Town Hall.
Yeah, very similar composition to his first attack, where he used the Ice Hound and the Ice Block. I love how chill he is there as well. Just legs up in the air, ready to go. Managing to do everything pretty flawlessly at the moment. Does lose the Spirit Fox in that position where the Crusher Mortar got a fire off, but he's controlling the RC pretty good, getting in towards those 2 multi-target Infernos, which are key targets. Where does she go after this? Yeah, she goes to the Ricochet Cannon. Will move to the Town Hall, but not sure he'll be able to get that other multi.
That would be great if he would get the other multi-Inferno tower, turning the Town Hall even invisible to skip that a little bit. Nice job there. Now turning the next few buildings invisible. Doing a really great job with the redirecting of the Royal Champion.
Wow.
And this means the entire core is gone. So, I mean, Ariam really showing off with his redirection skills here on the Royal Champion charge.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Just knowing when to turn buildings invisible to push her to the next one. And then the last invis, obviously opening up the Ricochet Cannon again. Very nicely controlled. Now you see that Ice Hound just absorbing all of the damage whilst the initial dragons take out the trash buildings for the rest of them to move in. They are obviously looping from 3 o'clock up over, whilst we have the king and the siege barracks down the bottom to take care of that side of the base.
Yeah, the king with the army of snakes around him, making sure that he's doing quick work of those defenses. But the important part right now is the top side, where the dark crown is getting stacked up slowly but surely from that minion prince. Other dragons are now joining from the right side, from the beginning, from the opening with the ice hound, and joining up forces now with the dragons from the top side. The question now is, when is he going to use that ability from the minion prince to really slow things down? And as we talk about, this is the moment, and there is no base left.
Yeah, that was literally perfect. The only defenses he didn't get was the Arch Tower and Wizard Tower on the back end of the base. Perfectly done. Love the celebrations. I mean, he's got the six-pack today, so at least he can celebrate, and that certainly keeps Zowatster in the lead at this point. They had that 32% advantage. We mentioned MMG getting into a bit of a momentum shift. This is what Zowatster needed to shut that down. Arium getting the 3-star, making sure to keep the pressure on them.
Yeah, really great job. And now the pressure is back to Melissa and MMG. I feel like that was exactly what Zowatster needed in that position. A 3-star for Arium to come in here and really make sure and tell the other guys, hey, whatever you're going to bring to the table, we are going to keep our lead for sure with that next attack. All they can do, again, is tie things up on stars. The percentage lead is still going to be on the Zowatster side. So, K-Meta seems 3-star again. I mean, we have seen one attack where the attack didn't look too great, to say in a nice way, and then the second attack was a really, really clean attack with a great 3-star. Can they repeat that and get the second 3-star on the table? Because of the 1-star, they need to do quite a few of those.
Annette, team captain, needs to step it up now. He obviously had that bit of a mishap in the first war where, again, like you said earlier, things just went down a little bit quick for him. And when it happens at the start of the attack, can't really recover it too well. All right, we say that, but obviously their last attack, they did incredibly well. But when you lose things early on, it's hard to recover. If things go bad towards the end of the attack, it's a little bit easier because you've already got through some of the damage areas. This is where it went wrong for him as well with this Queen and Warden dive. However, so far, moving in okay with those invis spells. And I guess some players prefer this because you can get the same value as the RC charge with less spells. So all look pretty good there, even though he left some healers. Not the end of the world, because he's just deploying them right next to them so the healers can redirect.
These few Super Barbarians or Valkyries to take down the storage on the top side, so the Archer Queen is not like going that direction. And as we talk about it, there are those Super Barbarians to really push those troops in that important direction and make sure that nothing is falling back. Stealing healers, that is always the biggest nightmare, to have like some Valkyries going that direction and taking the healers. But for now, it looks really good. The overgrowth is not going to catch the fire spitter on the other side, which is going to be constant DPS on his troops while he's pushing around the town hall.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, it's definitely one that can be sometimes underestimated, especially because it can splash through onto the healers. However, he does now use the Warden ability as the Town Hall comes back alive. Second overgrowth, he will hit that Fire Spitter again with the Monolith, but allowing the Town Hall to be visible, get that snipe down, getting the Minion Prince there whilst everything is inside that invisibility spell as well. And there is the Sneezy troops, or the Boogers from Sneezy, getting rid of all of those red air mines as well, so those healers will be safe. But he's lost a lot of the Root Riders in the center now, so he will be taking a lot of damage from those heroes.
He will take a lot of damage indeed, and he's relying yet again on the King and on the Queen ability. It's all about them. We have in the core the Fire Spirit and as well the Monolith staying up and being the important last factor. Can he overpower that? That's the big question. No more wall breaks. Root Riders, I don't see any Root Riders left, which means he's relying on his heroes to get through the compartments. There's still some time left, and maybe with the action figure, he can break through the walls and compartments quickly. This is why he's going to pop the ability early. The Royal Champion trying to take down some more buildings. She's not going to go invisible again, so everything relies now on the spiky ball and on the action figure and how quickly he can get through the compartments.
The Monolith had taken damage. I'm not sure if it was repaired back up or not. Yeah, it looks like it was. So just got to get through 2 here. It's all about getting through the walls. Oh, the Giga Bomb pushed the queen over the wall. She still goes for the same one, granted, but that, imagine if that was the difference maker. Can he push through here? Monolith should go down. Can he get to the clan castle in time? 6, 5, queen is there, firing on the clan castle.
No
2 seconds
shot.
to spare. Not even close.
What? The Archer Queen getting pushed over the wall. I mean, I'm not sure if that was really the big difference. Maybe if she redirected, but if she would have went for that corner compartment, like for that corner wall, it would have not made any difference, but it looked cool either way. I mean, that looked really, really nice. Where she's like, oh, let me join you guys. I will just quickly hop over the wall and join you for the rest of the attack. I mean, that was really fun to watch for sure. And that was exactly what Millicene needed in this position. The team captain really, really showing up. I mean, that was a great attack. And this means we are back to even. Both 3 stars tied up. And this means only the percentage points are in favor of So What's Stir.
Yes, indeed. So the ball is back in their court, and wow. If there was nerves and mistakes happening at the start, they have certainly been struck off the last couple of attacks because they have been so well executed. Here we go with this next RC dive, turning the Mortar and Wizard Tower invisible to push the RC towards the Crusher Mortar. Does get pushed back from the Giga Bomb, but not the end of the world because she takes out those defenses. Moves across to the left side. Do you think he wanted to go to Monolith or...
I'm not sure, but the one thing which I want to highlight is I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. But with the second invis, he did not turn the outside gold storage invisible. And this means the Fox stayed back and only the Royal Champion was hit by the Giga Bomb. No clue if that was intentional, but if it was, wow, that was next level. I mean, that was crazy right there. Keeping the Fox for a little bit longer alive there. In the end, it still went down, unfortunately. But it feels like the value he was looking for was secured. Now it's all about the Root Rider push as the Log Launcher pushing through and the Town Hall with the core. I would assume there's an overgrowth happening really soon.
I would think so. The Log Launcher about to come out. I love that the logs can help to get rid of some of the archers and even the fire mites as well from the furnace. There is the Yetis now diving in front of the Archer Queen. A little bit of a split on the Root Riders, but like you said, there's now the overgrowth. Ooh, I thought it was going to push them all back up to the Town Hall, but some of them do go down towards the Monolith, so he's got a little bit of an awkward split, but to be honest, he's got a lot of stuff left alive, so let's see whether he can get through the back end of the base here.
I mean, the Warders now with those Yetis, which might be not the worst overall. The King with the Royal Champion on the far left side. Nice freeze to keep that Royal Champion safe. He still has the Queen ability, and she's fighting for her life in that middle part of the base. Royal Champion staying alive for a little bit longer. Can take down that scatter. The Queen ability should be forced any second, and exactly there we go. It's now all about the back end, and again, how those defenses target those heroes in which order.
Oh, the cloned Queen was one shot away from getting that Expo. Regular Queen does then finish it off, which means the Royal Champion does get targeted by the Ricochet Cannon. Oh no. The Royal Champion that have got that Ricochet Cannon, I think he would have had a really good shot here.
I mean, the Giant is tanky. Maybe he has the chance because Giant angry. One shot? Nope. Okay, the Giant is not that angry. It was just a joke. He tried his best though, but yeah, in the end it's not going to be enough. Even though the Wizard Tower is not doing the most damage, he is going down eventually. Remember, those equipments are not maxed. I feel like a level 27 Giant would have for sure gotten that, but in the end, it is going to be a high percentage, so they keep their percentage lead. The question is, if the star tie is still going to happen after the attack of Millicene MG.
That is the ultimate question. Wow, so close towards the end there. But Millicene MG, I mean, if they can get this victory, even starting out with the 1-star the way they did, then you've got to say that is such a crazy performance. Let's see whether they can indeed get that done. I know they still have, I think they have Addy and Nez left to attack, right? Addy got a 2-star 99 in the first war, and then Nez finished off with the 3-star. So 2 high-performing players towards the end here. But I'm just excited to see if they can do this. Yeah, we've got Addy coming up next.
That would be a crazy one, and especially that would be exactly what Stoer did to their opponents in their first round. They won their match with a 1-star. So the question is this now going to be history repeat, but just against them? But so far, we're far away. Oh, let's go. I have to stop my sentence right there because we see Rocket Loons with the Warden charge. Let's go. Okay, so let's quickly identify where the fireball is going. I would think on the multi-throne tower next to the clan castle, and the flame flinger on the top side looks really solid.
Yeah, I think that's a great assessment right there. I think always trying to get the I mean, you don't always have to get it, but Clan Castle tends to be a really key target for them, especially when you can get good value around it, because you don't then get stalled up on time mostly with the Warden. And if it is a damage CC, or there's any headhunters or rocket loons come out, then it can be rip Warden pretty quick. Controlling that Warden pretty well at the moment. Flame Flinger looks good at the top side of the base. And I just love your reaction there as well, Itsu. I had the exact same reaction when... oh, it's not actually towards the center of the base. Just decides to take out that left side and then charge up towards the Clan Castle. Interesting.
I mean, Judo, if we're honest, we could have caught that because, well, he has a poison.
Yes.
So yeah, we could have predicted that it's not for the... I mean, come on. That poison was hidden before. I'm so sure that was not there before when we checked. But right now, he has to be careful with the Warden not going down because that Fire Spitter did a lot of damage. Keeping the core under control, though, with the poison now being deployed. The Flame Finger is still going around this top side, but he has to get those heroes ready. And at this stage, it is tricky because it's all about the Warden now getting that tunnel. If the Warden is going down and he's not paying attention, it is a really tough job to get that second star.
Yeah, especially because he's charging into the monolith. There's some high HP buildings there, and he has to deal with the CC. He's got the Ice Golem coming across now, so that monolith is just blasting on the Warden the whole time. That's why I am surprised he fireballed where he did. I mean, he got great value. Let's see whether he can keep the Warden alive. His hero's on the left, going down fast as well. King ability has been used. He's now used the Queen ability, and I think his regular Queen just went down. It's only the cloned Queens that are left up. So this is really, really dangerous. Moving to the back end of the base. He does have the Royal Champion, but she doesn't really have clear pathing. He's going to have to send her from 9 o'clock and try and rocket spear to the Town Hall, maybe. Oh. Maybe you can clear path around the rocket
somehow overpower things. I mean, at some point, the Warden as well is going to follow the King and as well the Giant. So that will be kind of awkward because he will run into a lot of damage. Now using the Royal Champ to snipe that Town Hall indeed with 20 seconds left.
20 seconds,
Time is ticking as well.
Yeah, I think that's my main factor here. The Warden is kind of safe at this point. He did really well, to be fair, to get through the monolith area because there was a lot of damage. But in the end, it's the Ice Golem, sorry, pulling him in terms of losing the Warden with the monolith. More time was the biggest issue. He managed to get through towards the back end of the base, but a 93% is not enough. That means they are 35% behind now, so they need a defense and then a 3-star for Millesime MG to win.
That's right, the percentage is still in favor of Stoer, and this means we're going into the last 2 attacks of this match, with this match being super close, which is always nice to see. And we had some of those close matches already earlier today, which were coming down to the last attack, with some of them, the difference being just one building between the win of one or the other team. So I'm up for whatever those teams are going to throw at us. Hopefully clean attacks. That's what I would like to see.
Yeah, nothing too scary for this last attack. Make sure to play it a bit safe. I'm trying to think. I think was it Temper earlier on in the air where it was like he needs a 2-star and he used like a fireball rocket loons or something. We were like, oh, it's gone. But anyways,
no, I think it was like a Root Rider attack where he blimped the Town Hall, then overgrowth the Town Hall, and like it was all over the place. And yeah, it was really fun to watch. I mean, he made it a challenge. And I mean, it was entertaining to say the least, but we have our attack in, and this means we see again a lot of rocket loons, but they are mostly used to redeploy or like redirect the Royal Champion further into the core, because this is where this Royal Champion is supposed to go, get as much value as possible. And the rocket loons are here to support her on her way and just get some buildings out of the way as well.
Yeah, managed to redirect the Royal Champion exactly where he wants for the moment. He did take 2 shots from the Town Hall now, so the Spirit Fox will go down, but he's got the Earthquake right on top of the Town Hall. RC is there, so she will get that and then move on to these next couple of defenses. Can he get the... Oh my gosh, he was so late on that invis. Really not what I was expecting, given how well he had controlled the RC before that.
Yeah, that is surprising, but I mean, he would have gotten... I mean, there were 4 more invis. What did he...
Basically, the multi-inferno would have been good, and probably more so the dragons didn't path over that area, maybe, but I guess we'll see. The multi-inferno definitely would have been nice to get, put it that way.
Yeah, that's for sure. 2 black mines hitting early versus the dragons. That's not all about this push into the core. Remember, the multi-inferno tower would have been great to have been taken care of, but this now means that he's doing maybe a minion prince charge on the back end of this attack.
Yeah.
But he's using the Archer Queen as well, sniping some air defenses now, so the Rockadoons were not to redirect the Royal Champion, but instead to really support those dragons. The Minion Prince so far looking strong with the push, but it's now all about this back end. He has those invis spells, using them to support the dragons, but the Giga Bomb is hitting hard.
It certainly is. He did have 1 Seeking Air Mine in the center there that hit a dragon, so I'm closely following, because he can invis the Minion Prince all he wants, but he will get hit hard from those Seeking Air Mines. See whether he can push through. The dragon's going down fast. He's got another invis there for that Inferno Tower, but the Queen now going down on the bottom side of the base, and unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to get through the back end here.
I mean, the good news would be for us that this last attack is still going to decide the match, because this is again coming down to the last attack in this matchup. If the Minion Prince cannot clutch this, with the Phoenix, I'm not sure. I feel like the Minion Prince is going to go down eventually, and with that being the case, I think it's going to be a time issue either way. Like, even if the power is enough, no?
Yeah, I would think so, because this multi-gear cannon will take his Minion Prince down, and then after that, it's just going to be too far away. Get the Headhunter on the King, maybe. Quick.
That King was really messing with him, luring the Minion Prince into everything, and then as well tanking the shots. That was unfortunate, but I feel like, as we said earlier, this would have not crossed to the 100%. It would have been a time issue in the end, but still, I guess, good recovery, but we see it by its reaction. The core with the Royal Champion charge did not really go to plan. Missing the invis. Maybe he looked at something, maybe where he could snipe a outside defense, or maybe he thought about the opening of the dragons. I have no clue, but he was distracted to some degree, because that missed deployment with the invis was surprising to say the least, that's for sure. But in the end, a high percentage, which is forcing now Milicia to get the 3-star, win the match, or get any other result and not win the match. So everything now is in their hands.
It certainly is, and it is Nez left to attack, who has been super impressive, I feel, throughout these qualifiers. He had such an overwhelming 3-star in their opening matchup versus Electros JP, which was the determining factor then as well. They really needed that 3-star to win, and he delivered. So let's see whether he can do it again to move them further in the upper side of the bracket. Another deep Royal Champion charge here. Couple of Rocket Loons to try and create the pathing for him, but should be fairly straightforward to get the RC in towards the core here.
Yeah, good timing so far with the invisibility spells. Where's the Royal Champion going next? He's redirecting her into that merged cannon. We have the invisibility spell happening to force her even further inside the middle of the base. So good job by him so far. She's moving forward. Another invis. The Fox actually taking down the Rico cannon, and this push so far is looking great.
Yeah, amazing to get the RC in the middle of the defenses and then just keep her invisible so she can just move around the invisibility spell, taking them down. And he's still going. This is the last invis spell. Probably not quite going to get this ricochet. Oh, the Spirit Fox actually turned his RC invisible at the end there, so he gets that down. Look at that value. Oh my, this is how his first attack went when he got so much value from the opener. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon. Let's put it that way. But incredible value from that RC charge.
Yeah, I feel like the only downside really is that you have pretty much nothing to save the attack. Like, if you're a Royal Champion, unfortunately getting pulled into a lot of damage, for example, she's going to go down. Like, there is no coming back from that. There is no more invis spells or something to save her or anything like that. You're as well encountering at least the second fire spirit a little bit. So let's see if this push is strong enough or if he's going to fall short. At least to this point, I think everything goes to plan for him. The king on the outside, though, losing that spiky ball ability, and the archer queen completely not going with the main push, but instead having her own plan of going around the top side.
Yeah, that is very surprising. One of the clones is coming back. I mean, she's got rid of the minion prince, but yeah, now he's used the skeleton spell at the top. Really nicely done to distract the crusher mortar. Managing to get that down. With the headhunter, he should get the defending king as well. Looks pretty good moving towards the back end of the base here. They are ready to celebrate it.
I mean, it looks incredible for them. I mean, they are already celebrating. They know it's going to be a 3-star. And that Royal Champion charge was just next level. I mean, that was just crazy. We have seen that some of those other players were not able to keep the Fox alive for just one compartment. He was able to keep it alive through how many invis? Was like 8 or something? That was really, really clean. And this means that Millicent MG actually is doing the reverse thing versus stoer, which is winning with a 1-star.
Yeah, I mean, the way they started out the wall, like I said, to be able to flip it around and then get the victory. I mean, Isma got the 3-star in the first wall, so you know, they all help each other. It was Annette in the first war that had a bit of a mishap. Then he got the 3 stars here. That's where it's a team game. And I feel like even though each of the wars they've had one attack that hasn't gone their way, the rest of the team have been absolutely solid. And that's where they get the victory here. 12 to 11 stars. Percentage doesn't matter when you get those 3 stars on the board. And yeah, another victory from a team today who have a 1 star. Beautiful job.
Yeah, I mean, just the rest of the team really showed up. Really good attacks after that. I feel like the first 2 attacks of the match, we were just confused, or like the first 3 match attacks maybe. But after that, those attacks looked really, really impressive and pulled through a lot of them coming in clutch, and especially with the Royal Champion charges, getting value really deep inside the base and keeping the Fox alive for a long time. And this in the end means that Millicent MG is going to stay in that upper bracket, while stoer is going to move to the lower bracket. But overall, that performance so far was really impressive. So whoever who's going to face them is not going to be happy with it.
Yeah, even the ones that they missed on this one were super close, weren't they? So whoever they are going up against for the rest of this tournament, they are going to be up for a tough match. Let's take a look at the bracket now. As you see, the upper bracket tomorrow, Dizi Supersonic will face Millicent MG. Whoever wins that match goes into the grand finals with a lifeline as well, being double elimination. However, down in the lower bracket, we have AllExceed versus stoer. That is going to be an incredible matchup, especially how AllExceed played in their lower bracket matchup today, and then only Badz and Electros JP. What a matchup that's going to be as well. Could go at any direction tomorrow, so you will want to make sure to tune in again to find out who gets that last golden ticket.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared there for only Badz. I mean, they were coming into this competition with doing really good over the last couple of qualifiers, but so far it was just not clicking for them. Something really did not go their way overall in their matches. So I'm looking forward to that match for sure, if we see maybe a different only Badz tomorrow. But I think we should take a look at the MVP for our last match, which we just had, and see who was voted the MVP. I have already, I think I know who it's going to be, but let's see. And yep, as predicted, there we go. The clutch master for Millicent MG getting the MVP voting, and I think it's 100% deserved.
Absolutely. I mean, his attack was not even close at the end there, and especially when they really needed it. And he's done that twice for them today as well. So really well deserved from Nez. I mean, you've got to give it to MMG. They didn't have the best of start, but being able to spin things around is just fantastic. And I think we're going to be able to interview one of their players as well once they're ready to go. That's going to be exciting. Oh, Ness is ready. Let's bring him in.
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, welcome. Congratulations.
Thank
you
you,
had
thank you.
2 incredible performances, getting the 3 stars when you needed it. How did you feel moving into that last attack? And how did you feel after it?
Well, before the attack, it was really difficult because I knew that I needed to do the triple to clutch the war. But yeah, I was pretty confident in my plan. I saw that my RC would get a lot of value, so I knew that my plan could work if I don't do mistakes. So yeah, so luckily it worked, and somehow we got this win. I don't know how, but yeah, I'm really happy that we won and that we are in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, that was a really impressive attack for sure. But I feel like we have heard from different teams now that it's quite challenging with the mindset during the matches. So what was it like for you starting into the match, which obviously wasn't really going your way with the 1 star, but how do you cheer each other up? Like, what is the process there? Like, do you have one person maybe really trying to, oh yeah, we can still win? Or is it really the team coming together? How does that look like for you?
Yeah, it's really about the team. Like we knew that after the 1 star, it would be difficult to come back in the match, but we knew that that we had the potential to come back, and so we just kept our head up and we tried to play our game like nothing happened, and yeah, it worked.
Obviously, you guys were super impressive in the August qualifier as well. Very, very close to getting that golden ticket. How do things differ in the last chance qualifier? Have you had different preparations? Does it feel different for you guys? What's the difference between the monthly qualifier and the last chance qualifier?
So the major difference is that we have 1 week more to prepare, because during the stage 2 and stage 3 we have only 1 week, and this time we got 2 weeks, so we could prepare more bases for the last chance qualifier. But overall, for the matches, we just consider the last chance qualifier as just a monthly final, like every other monthly final. It's basically the same.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen that for sure today with many great defenses for a lot of teams, that you had more time to prepare. And the one final question for you I have is that with the first day done now for the qualifier and you in the upper bracket, who do you see as your main competitor when it comes down to this golden ticket with the performances so far of the other teams?
I feel like tomorrow it will be difficult as well against the Supersonic. They are really good. So yeah, for the moment, because they are the only team in the upper bracket final, I mean the upper brackets with us, they are for sure the most difficult opponents. But I can see also only Badz coming back, or even Reckoning, because they played well and they have great defenses. So yeah, there are few options. So because maybe this Supersonic has already won against only Badz and they are still in the upper brackets, I would consider them as the most difficult opponents to beat.
Well, thank you so much for being interviewed, and best of luck with the matches tomorrow. You guys crushed it today, so all the best, and yeah, just give them what you've got.
Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I'm sure we will be seeing more brilliant attacks from them, but it's always great to just hear a little bit more of the insights and how the players feel. But with that, let's welcome back Carbon and Clash Bashing as well. We've got to get their thoughts on that matchup. I'm sure Carbon will be ready to dig at those predictions. But how did you guys make watching that matchup behind the scenes? Carbon, we'll start with you.
Oh, it was fantastic. He got another triple to keep my predictions at, what, 6 for 8? That's probably the best I've ever done for a given day. But Judo, we talked about what scenario would you pick? Would you pick having the lead or would you want to have this situation where you have to triple the win? Well, it looks like Ness4X, I'm going to pick always him when it comes down to being the clutch factor, getting it done. He's proven it twice in the big stage, and he did it here yet again. An impressive performance. Can't wait to see what Milsim MG can do tomorrow. Bash, what a set of wars we had.
Man, today was just so fun all around. I mean, all the way up until that last war, we had so many attacks. Our wars come down to the final attack. So if we have anything like that tomorrow, it's going to be such a great day here in the last chance qualifier. You definitely tell all of these teams are hungry and ready to play for that golden ticket. So I'm just looking forward to seeing who actually gets the golden ticket when it's all said and done, Judah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess I would echo that as my final thoughts. I think it's been so incredible, the matches today. It's been very unpredictable as to who's going to win, which makes it exciting. I think the wars tomorrow are going to be really neck and neck. But also, I think it's interesting of what Nez said, how they've had a couple of weeks, whereas previously they only had one before the monthly final. So that's where maybe we have seen a couple of more of the baits paying off in terms of the defenses as well. So I'm just excited for the matches tomorrow. I can't wait to find out who will get that last golden ticket.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that makes really total sense with the 2-week difference, because I was really surprised, maybe confused a little bit about why we have seen so many lower score attacks sometimes and so many better baits. But I guess this really showcases what those top players and top base builders can do if they're given a little bit more time to trap opponents and such. So the question is, how many more bases and how many good baits they have ready to get into the heads of their opponents. Because so far today, this is my big takeaway. The defense was crazy. Seeing attacks, well, we have like a really 50% one-star attack was unthinkable of over the last couple of qualifiers. So seeing attacks like that is a huge shout out to the base building behind the scenes. So yeah, that's really impressive to watch.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that the 1-stars have been occurring and they haven't actually lost some of the awards. They've still been able to win when they've been 1-starring. All you have to do is continue to believe, and their hopes are still alive, getting the final golden ticket, which again, we will be giving away tomorrow. You do not want to miss that. I guess let's grab some final words as we are preparing for the last day tomorrow. We'll start with you, Bash.
I think that's all summed up pretty good there, Carbon. We got one more day. We got 6 more teams. Tomorrow we'll give away our 8th and final ticket for the 2025 Clash of Clans World Championships. We'll see you guys all here at the same time, the same place. Until then, clash on.
Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. around, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round, hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew you end up becoming the boss. But I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack.